APG cash elimination. DC pick dust 2. APG pick Inferno. Let's not do that, please. Oh, here we go. Hello? Hello?
Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mine's working out.
Cobblestone third, man.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks.
That's
Yours
two
on there?
first.
Working.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Wait. Yeah, we've had it working yesterday. When I start running out of things, I look at him and he gives me time. Otherwise, I keep talking until I see waving.
Hello.
It worked yesterday. Hello? 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 Okay, I'm not up there. I love that. I got back, he's like, yeah, supposed to go live in 4 minutes ago. No, we have to go live in 10. Hi, Barry. How are you, Barry? How's your soundproofing there, Barry?
I don't have to listen.
See?
You're not the
See,
boss
look,
of me.
Andreas.
Yeah,
Andreas.
Yeah?
That's soundproofing, dog.
Manual soundproofing.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
With a gap and the front door. No front door, no roof. Complete soundproofed. They're going live in 30 seconds. He said 10 minutes.
I see.
Actually, don't care. Piece of paper can sit here.
So, dust 2 Inferno Cobble, eh? Okay, cool.
Yep.
That's 2 Inferno
Cobble. First dust 2. So okay, that's all I need. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the DGL Masters. It is semi-finals and finals day. Number 2, I'm joined with Cent from Bravado and Spoof from Carbon. Welcome, gents. Welcome.
Thank you. And wow, what an exciting day it's going to be.
Yeah, it is actually action-packed. And after the first semi-final yesterday that went down to the absolute wire between the two of you guys, coaching at the back there, throwing your stuff. Tell us about it. What happened? How was it?
Yo, I'm still mad. Yo, no,
I mean,
yeah, it was a very close game. I'm actually very happy with the result. You know, we're a very new team, and you know, taking them to overtime for me was a major tick box. You know, I can tick off.
Well, you know, I was impressed. You know, looking at a fully loaded new Carbon team coming into the event without a lot of practice. You know, it just proves to us once again that there's so much potential in the CS:GO community. Players just coming out of nowhere, and you know, with the right guidance, the right mentality, the right dedication, you've got them there. And you know what? The sky's the limit.
Pretty true, and taken straight from the Wolves on Wall Street words.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to lie, that was a game for the books,
game.
and the result was there. I mean, it put everything down to the wire. I think a lot of people would have underestimated the ability of Carbon, as you were saying, being a newer side, seeing what they could perform in a LAN events. But I mean, you guys did pretty well on the qualifiers, and well, Bravado pretty much the team to beat at the moment, being unbeaten. Today's game, we've got DC up against APG as well, a blockbuster match. Huge names to be looking for. I'm going to start with Spoofy. Tell us, give us a name, some names to watch out for.
Yeah, I think on the DC side, I mean, they're a team that relies more on smarts than individual kind of raw ability. I think Haaland is definitely a standout player in their team, aim-wise and just raw potential-wise, ability-wise. But they don't play that kind of style. They play a style that just relies completely on teamwork. So anyone on their team could fire on the day and could top score. On the APG side, I think it's a completely different story. You've got guys there that are more kind of knowledge-based. They're there adding experience, adding leadership. People like Tulani and like Zero Chance. And then you've got a guy like Domster who's kind of very new to the scene as well, and he's been, getting some massive scores against top teams very recently. So I'm very impressed with him. And Trevor, of course, cannibalistic. I've played with him before. I know what he can do.
Yeah.
I've seen him do what he does on a laptop with 60 FPS. So
This is true.
I mean, those
60
are the
hertz.
two players definitely to look out for on the APG side.
Look, I mean, I agree with Dan. You've got a DC team that comes from a very experienced background. So if you had to put the two teams on a graph, Aperture would be an up, down, where DC would be a straight line. So no matter what happens, when it comes to LAN time, DC are the type of team that'll perform consistently. But then you've got a few individuals in Aperture where they'll show up or they might not show up.
Okay.
So like Dan was saying, cannibalistic, sure. He's had some great games in the past, but he's also had some games where, haven't been as great as the greater games.
Yep.
So, anyone can show up today. But if you have an Aperture team, 5 guys showing up, it's going to be really hard to stop that. Because a combination with the new guys coming into the scene, instead of the DC traditional methodology, anything can happen. And all it takes is that ignition just to get those guys onto momentum. But on the other side, you've got damage control who know how to handle situations. They've been in the situations many, many times. And when push comes to shove, they just pull through and they know how to do it. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in the game. It's very difficult to ask me who's going to win because it's two different styles.
Yeah, they're different.
You have the consistent style, then you have the style of Aperture, which is if 1 or 2 guys show up, it's like, wow, okay, damage control could be in trouble.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with you. She saw something similar yesterday when they were playing WRG. They came back when they were really ahead. They had that element of control, and they were calm and collected. They had terraced up. At least it was 6-1 at a point, a 9-3. At that point, you'd expect them to take the map.
Sure.
And then WRG came out exactly like you're saying.
Yeah.
A couple of players showed up and caused a bit of chaos.
Yeah.
Now, as Bravado, you guys are very good at that. You're good at getting down the center, creating a bit of havoc, throwing the other team off their line, forcing to overtake. Now, do you feel that could be an important thing, especially with Tulani and Zero Chance into this lineup?
Look, it's really hard to say because now Aperture put in the new edition of Tulani, also known as Lighters.
Yes.
So, he brings a lot of knowledge to the game. He's got fantastic knowledge. He just needs to show up a little bit and portray that knowledge to the team, keep the team calm, and just guide them in the right direction, side by side with Zero Chance. So, it's really hard for me to say because, it's a new Aperture team against an old school DC team. And at the end of the day, it's just going to come down to who can keep the momentum and more importantly, who can initiate the momentum.
Yeah.
Because as we all know, that's what Counter-Strike is about. Once you get onto that momentum streak, it's really hard to break it. So, a lot of people will pause and do a tech pause, for example, and they won't do a tech pause just to talk about what's happening in the round. They'll do a tech pause just to stop the momentum of the other team.
Okay.
So, it's like you got Aperture, which are ready to explode, but you've also got damage control, which are cool, calm, and collected.
No, that makes sense.
For me, this is definitely it's a battle of styles.
Yeah.
Game
Part of
styles.
the fun, of
And
course.
if I'm honest, I think the DC style,
Yeah.
which is to play just good conventional Counter-Strike, where they just give nothing to their opponent. They don't give you an inch. They don't give you anything. They don't give you a free pick anywhere on the map. And APG, the style that I've been seeing them play recently is they kind of tend to hang back for about a minute.
Yep.
And they just wait. They just wait for the opposition to make a mistake, and then they capitalize on that advantage. And I think that to me is not a good mix of style. That style versus the DC style, I'm not sure that's really gonna work so well for APG. I'm not sure whether they're gonna play that style today, but that's what they've been doing online. That's what they've been doing in the past few tournaments that I've seen them play. So I'm at 2 times. It's coming up.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. DGL Masters, as we were saying, semi-finals and finals day. Join again with Spoof and Scent. Provided Carbon. This is the day, and this is time to discuss now the styles of play between these two sides. Give it to me.
Yeah, as I said before we got so eloquently cut off, I think the two teams
So
have
appropriate.
very different styles. DC is the kind of team that kind of doesn't give you an inch. They don't give you an advantage. You know, they don't allow a team to pick them off early in the round. They play very, kind of passive almost. And APG, is a team that currently online and in the seeding tournament, and from what I've seen from the last competitive games that we played against them, they're a team that like to hold back for like a minute or so and try and wait for a pick. And I think that might be a bad idea. I'm not sure whether they've had a discussion and possibly have changed that style coming into this land. I'm not really expecting them to have changed that. And for me, that definitely gives DC the edge. If you've got a minute left in the round and you haven't achieved anything, it becomes really hard to win that round. You don't have a lot of time to work with. So I'm thinking they might consider changing that up. I just hope that they don't realize that too late.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and like Dan says, why should APG sit back and do nothing about it? They've got the crazy style. So use the crazy people in your team to make sure that they take advantage of that. People don't realize that the maps are about advantages and about objectives. So just because there's no objective written on your screen doesn't mean that there's no objective. There is an objective, opening up that round,
no, definitely.
opening up that frag, getting that first kill. And they've got the players to do so. And if you're going to have two teams that are just holding back against each other, it's probably going to work in DC's favor because Aperture are just not using their style to their advantage. So like I said, Aperture, crazy, use that crazy style. DC, consistent, hold back, play that style, and just wait for them to come to you. So, I mean, look, like I said, with Tulani coming into the new lineup of Aperture, and they might have changed their style from previous games.
That's quite an interesting thing for me. I mean,
Yeah.
the fact that they have James and Tulani in the same
Yeah.
lineup, it's a bit odd to me. You've got
Strange combo.
I think you've got a lot of opinion in that team, going on, and there's a lot of, I'm guessing, there's a lot of opinions and comments and things flying around.
And coming to that, it's so true because Counter-Strike isn't about what's just going on in the game. There's so many external factors to it as well, psychological factors.
Yeah.
So if you're going to have two people clashing where different choices are made, that could just kill the team morale, that could stop you from a momentum streak, that could do a lot of things to you. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how they work in hand and control the team from that perspective.
No, I agree with you. And it's actually I was mentioning a couple of things that you guys brought up now yesterday. Is that I feel Tulani is a very good morale builder, a very good team holder, and then Zero Chances that James, he's got a very good build of a team. He knows his control, his level. He likes control of the team. Let's put it that way.
Sure.
As well as the situation of the holding back. And I felt that we saw that with your guys' game yesterday. Is how you guys were 6-1 down, but I felt you weren't in your own comfortable space or exploiting the level of your abilities, your guys' players. And once you found that rhythm around the round, I mean, you came back 8-7. It was very close, and from that, it just kept going round for round, battle for battle. And I feel that the same thing, that if APG are going to hold back, they're going to actually play into DC's game.
Exactly.
They have to break the game style. I think the only way that WOG broke the game style of DC yesterday to be able to come back and almost beat them or come to close enough to a 15 or draw with some overtime was simply the fact that they broke their understanding of the gameplay and what they've got to do.
Sure. I mean, play the game style that suits you, and that's exactly what APG need to do right now.
Yeah.
And, again, like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how the communication goes hand in hand with the type of style that they're going to play. And I'm really curious to see what's
I
going to
actually
happen in
wouldn't be
this game.
surprised if we saw DC playing some unconventional CS today.
That could throw them there.
I think they know that people have gotten used to them over the years. Everyone's kind of studied the DC way of playing. We all know how they play. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to mix things up completely.
And like Dan says, that's so true because at the end of the day, Counter-Strike is about adapting.
Yeah.
So if you're not going to adapt to your opponent's structure and their style, you're just going to be read like a book and you're going to fail.
No, 100%.
So like you said, Dan, I would expect them to change their style today and just throw them off of their traditional style. But what happens is a different story. We'll have to see.
I think they actually did try and change their style, probably like 5-6 months ago,
Yeah.
when Inson just joined their team. He's fairly new to CSGO. He actually retired towards the end of 1.6. He was one of the top players in 1.6.
Yeah.
And I think they, as a team, they said, you know what, let's bring this guy in. Let's give him the time to develop.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And at that same time, that's when they also tried this new style of play, where they tried a bit more aggression. They tried to be more dynamic in their play style.
Yes.
And it didn't pan out then. And I think now that Instant is kind of picking up.
Definitely, putting a lot of time in.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got some of the smartest players in the game, definitely.
No, for sure.
Between the 5 of them, there's like 1,000
experience
IQ
is so
points there.
valuable.
No, it is.
Yeah, and the experience, of course. So I really think now's the time for them to start mixing things up, and I think it will work. I think this will be the first time that it actually does work for them, if they do that.
So there you have it, everybody. I think we're going with 2 different teams with 2 different styles, potentially changing the map today. We're going with a situation. The first map will be Dust 2, Inferno, and then followed by Cobblestone. Ladies and gentlemen, over to the casters, Barry and Lewis.
Thank you.
Happening. Here we go. Hi there. Welcome, everybody. Yay. DC versus APG. Dust 2, and they are off, guys. They are starting off.
They were chomping at the bit to get going this
Absolutely. Look at this. Big push straight out onto long there. Zero just making a little bit of noise there on that B bomb site, but nice and slow push from that A long area. Styles explicit rotating round. Only one on that side at the moment is Hellhound, and you know we're used to this APG always playing it really slow. Look at this, DC biting into that trap. You know, they like to bait them out. They've got the spot there. Getting the first one. Look at that APG just opening up that long area.
Cannibalistic picking up 2 already. It's a 3-on-3. Cannibalistic down to 70. He's in an engagement down to 44. He's the only one picked up 2. That bomb is going to go down now.
And now it's all up to DC needing to get back onto that bomb site. The rotations are coming in through short, and they're going to start to move onto that bomb site. APG holding it strong, though.
Zero chance that sneaky snake hiding behind there. They didn't check the ankles of APOC getting involved in that skirmish. Here comes the rotator. Back down long doors. Going to hook a left.
And Apocalypse doing some damage there onto Zero Chance, dropping him down just to 3 health. Has Cannibalistic seen them there? No. Apocalypse taking out Zero Chance. Cannibalistic's finishing off Ensign. And now it's a 1-on-2. APG taking the first pistol round. Oh my word. 4K for Cannibalistics. What a little beast.
A little rip snorter.
Beastlistics.
Wow. Contrived much?
That is a mouthful.
It really is. So it's one an APG side. This is exactly how they wanted to start. DC, prominent yesterday with the hurry-up offense.
Getting themselves some pistol and armor are DC, so they are gonna do a little bit of a force up there in the sense of getting some 5.7s and CZs. But look at that, the Mac 10s, money makers, and look at the damage that Domster just took there. Explicit doing serious damage with that 5.7.
Domster with the spray down, struggling to control it. Spamming like a mofo. Explicit hanging out there in ramp.
Oh wow, APOC doing some huge damage at the moment with that 5.7. And it is going all in the way of DC at the moment, but Convict wrapping that up with that final little nade onto Apocalypse.
Hellhound all the way down to 1, wing and a prayer. Domster only 9 to speak of as well. He's rocking my favorite quasi rifle as well, the UMP. Please make it work.
You know, trying to make that Mac 10 though at a long range up against the CZ is not going to be very effective. You want to wait and wait till the enemy moves up closer into a close quarter. As I say that, look at Explicit with that CZ getting the kill. Oh, they're moving on to that A bomb site, and now all for DC now to retake this site. The smoke in CT is holding them off, and then another smoke on short. So
Cannibalistic pushed all the way down. He hasn't noticed Explicit rotates it out to the rear behind him. Zero Chance has now picked it up.
So 3-on-4 at the moment, and slowing it right down. Hellhound with that 1 health, trying to make a peek up here onto long. APG just holding really strong at the moment and stable. Ensign trying to make as much noise as he can, looking for Domster, getting the 1, and now just 1-on-1.
Styles going to get rinsed off, and APG going to take the second one. Whew, all came down to it there as well.
APG doing quite a bit of damage there, taking out DC rather taking out 3 of their players, but APG still with cash in the bank, and they're going to start to buy up those AKs, utils, and this is going to probably be a full-on save for DC.
Honorable mention to Dumpster. Down to 9, still getting the kill on him. Shots being fired, he's strafing like a champion.
He was really playing well for APG yesterday, getting those entry frags. You know, those one-on-one engagements, he was taking them and absolutely making them his own. He was doing what he needed to do for APG and, you know, helping, being a pivotal part of APG's success yesterday.
It's incredible now. They tried their DC, tried the hurry-up defense. Styles going to get into an engagement with Dumpster. Oh, he's going to retreat out. Styles going to choose a better part of Alex. Explicit. Intel's coming. Explicit's now rotated out.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to note here that DC have slowed it right down and you know, getting some damage on cannibalistics, but they'll just try and wind this clock down. And you know, APG and DC both play very, very slow games, you know, very methodical and very timed and calculated games. So they will wait for those. And as I say that, the push onto B, Instant completely unaware of what happened there. And look at Zero Chance just moving in onto that B bomb side and making it his own, getting that bomb plant down, and nobody but Hellhound now left to fly the flag for DC.
Absolutely, that smoke perfectly placed. Styles cut off from the action, didn't see the rotation coming in. He was excommunicated to the extremities of CT mid. Hellhound's the last man standing. He's going to hold back, and they're going to go hunting.
Yeah, at the moment, it's Hellhound's just going to look for some picks, see if he can do some damage, maybe pick up a rifle, get away with it, save some cash. But there's the spot on Hellhound, and he, unfortunately, up against that AK, not really going to do much in the way of damage to lighters. So now all of a sudden we see there, in come the buys from DC. Not really ideal for them after that second round force up with the pistols and armor not really going in their favor. They've been subjected to having to get FAMASs and far less utilities than what they would have liked to have. So right now, APG really in the driving seat, and Convict now picking up that AWP.
That's right, the smoke's going to go. Oh, the first kill going in, pushing out through that smoke. The exchange is going to happen. It's a 3-on-4. Dumpster taken all the way down to 70, but Hellhound down to 17. Sorry, 4-2. That one dropping just as I made that call. Dumpster and Convict going to rotate out now. They found themselves all alone at rear of map, trying to push through top mid. They're going to split up now. That bomb's going to get kicked out, try and gain intel. We've got a 2-and-2 split, so heavily, evenly split. Mid still wide open.
I mean, look at that. Look at how APG just got torn apart there in quick succession, losing 3 players for DC's 1, and now all of a sudden Dumpster, Convict trying to regroup, decide which side they're going to try and push, see if they can make an effort, whether they should keep that AWP and that Galil for themselves. And I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to try and do. You know,
you say that. Here comes the steady on push up mid.
Oh. You know, it's interesting. I mean, this is you know, APG always playing that calculated game, and Dumpster and Convict probably 2 of the most, you know,
level-headed
of the team. I mean, no, not really. I would say they're more of the gung-ho guys that are going to go in there and absolutely tear stuff apart there. And Style just holding that short angle while Hellhound right down in pit.
Don't walk in front of the sniper.
And in they come. Style taking out Dumpster, and now all of a sudden Convict is going to do what he needs to do. Take that AWP and keep it for himself.
Instant not to be outdone. He's going to get the intel, the sniff, and try and run and hide. See if he can, run and hunt. See if he can get any intel on the movements. It's 8 seconds. It's all done and dusted. The first one on the board for DC.
You got to give APG credit though. I mean, they did try and see if they could make something happen on that A bomb side, and as soon as that happened, where Styles absolutely just taking out Dumpster there, Convict doing the safer and wiser thing for his team, keeping that AWP and just falling back into the safety of the T side. So great round for DC, now up full utils, full buy for themselves, picking up an AK, did explicit, and now APG with the Tech 9s.
That's it. Honorable mentions Cannibalistic having a game of his life again. 8-1 in the KD ratio. Where'd my map go? There it is. So they're playing a slightly more aggressive push here is APG. It's the great spread across the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment it is explicit, and Cannibalistics owning the top of the scoreboards at the moment, and it's go time for them.
It is indeed. Wow, Styles getting taken out from that
AWP that they kept.
That they playing.
And
It's in the hands of Lighters.
Yeah, I see they traded that out to Lighters, and
They've dropped a player.
Style has left the game, so a stop has been called. Nothing's happening. People are getting taken apart at the moment. The game is not being stopped, and I'm sure they're going to stop it and do a restart on this round. Not the easiest way to try and win a round when you're one player short.
Yeah, it's tough to start with in a semi-final anyways, but now when you're only 4 on 5, it's never going to be the greatest experience. Blister getting rushed off the map there. All for naught. Hellhound's going to hind back a pit there.
Yeah, you know, I hope they restart this round, because that's a lot of finances, and it can affect the momentum of a team if none of them, if they don't restart that round. I mean, it's like, you know, APG are still playing as though this is a semi-final, and that's exactly what it is. So for them, they're going to just carry on playing, and it's up to the admins now to get onto this and maybe get a restart or sort out the problem that we've got there.
Hellhound's going to work onto the angle now anyway. Convict, and boom goes that bomb. There, he's going to pick up a kill anyways. Convict going to go down. It's Hellhound versus 3. That time's going to run out. We're going to have a pause come in now, surely.
Yeah, the pause is being asked for, and it gets called in, and now we just need to wait and see. You know, DC really did well after that first buy. It wasn't really a full buy, but they got themselves 2 FAMASs and 3 M4s there, and they really made APG pay there. I mean, they took out 3 players in quick succession and immediately turned the tides on APG, forcing APG to only have 2 AKs and an AWP with 2 Tech 9s. And, you know, you lose a play, and all of a sudden that's an entire section of the map that just gets opened up, and people, you know, you can't hold a bomb site properly. As soon as 2 or 3 guys push onto a bomb site, you've got one guy dropping off the map. It's just not going to.
You're already outnumbered.
You're outnumbered straight off the bats. It's like when we watch Carbon play Bravado. Every time Detrony would fall off that B bomb site, leaving Deviant on the site to hold it by himself. Carbon picked up on that, and they just kept going back to that B bomb site. They knew 1 versus 4, Deviant had no chance.
Yeah, they outrushed him.
Absolutely. So it's things like that teams start to pick up on. They work like, you know, your better teams. They pick up on that stuff. They realize what's going on, and they will just exploit that until the other team changes what's happening.
Yeah, we'll wait to hear from the admin as to how they're going to play this. We're back to 5v5. It's, if you can take a positive away, if they aren't going to redo that one, it's actually they're back down to 4 again, really struggling. It happened early on in the match. If we can take a happy nod away from anything, I know we're formulating economies currently, and that's what we do in the beginning of it. He's back up again to Styles. So if anything, it happened early, so we can preempt it.
It's just the fact that, you know, this is the most important part of the game right in the beginning of that map, is you're getting to, as you said, you build up that economy. APG looking really good there. DC also, you know, they lost the first three rounds, then won one. Now they've lost another one, which means their lose bonus is completely reset.
Yeah.
So they're not only just losing around and losing out those weapons, they lose out on any bonuses that they would have been able to either keep or continue with maybe another win. And all of a sudden, you've got a situation where the team now needs to, you know, say to them, this is a semi-final. We can't actually afford to not have that round replayed.
You coming from a pro gaming background, how much impact does the stoppage now affect your flow of play?
Well, at the moment, I mean, a couple of minutes is not a problem. It starts to become an issue when it's half an hour, 40 minutes, and I mean, we're not going to have that. Cannibalistics shouting out there to his main man, Donald Trump. So, you know, the thing is it's only when you get to about 30 or 40 minutes of actual sitting doing nothing that it starts to make an issue. It's basically, you know, when you've got 5-10 minutes, then you're fine. But it's like, you know, these guys don't want to sit around all day. They don't want to sit in those booths. They want to get this done. You know, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of nerves. I mean, just once you sit down and you start to play, all of that disappears, and then when you stop, it all kind of comes back or starts to surface a bit again, and you're like, then you've got time to sit there and go, oh, that one kill. And you're only 5 rounds in, and you start to questioning things that you shouldn't be questioning. You should get through the round, and all of a sudden, if you win that round, everything is gone, and there's no issues to think about. But look at the seriousness of those players. Alistair in the background there, just as cool as a cucumber, as a bearded cucumber.
Yes, as a furry bearded cucumber. It's just stressful. We're looking out at Adam trying to calm everyone down.
And there's Tiens in the background, also as cool as a manicured bearded cucumber.
Yes, he's awfully well kept.
Well, he lives in Cape Town. They look after themselves here.
They do. It's all about being pretty. So we're waiting for the admins to give us a nod as to how they're going to play this out. I'm sure everyone watching at home and in the audience wants to know, as we do, what the way forward is.
Yeah, it's 4-1 at the moment, and this is the first semi-final. Whoever wins a second semi-final, whoever wins this will go off to face against Bravado later in the day in the final for 100,000 rand.
Exciting times. Okay. So it's important moments now. Again, not necessarily just the holdout of this pause and trying to fix the thing, but also the gravity of what it is they're playing for. This is the first of a larger tournament happening.
Yeah, that's that tournament happening later this year for 1 million
rands.
So basically, they will replay the end of that fourth round. Fourth round.
I see they
so money has been reset, guns have been repurchased and reacquired, which will do well for DC. They will be happy with that. Look at the Tech 9s again, AK in the hands of Explicit. So yeah, reset round for them. They have slowed down a bit, but DC is starting to gain momentum after winning that last round, after the first bye for them. I'm excited to see what DC have to respond here. Hopefully that drop from style not causing too much problems for DC or APG. And
we're 15 seconds away, waiting for that clock to start ticking down. Just a quick note, in that brief little dispersion that we had, not many people in the audience just yet because it's still early here in Cape Town, South Africa, but making a loud noise is the folks watching. So honorable mention to you. There it is, kids. Give us some love. Give the players some love for CSGO. Here we go. And we are live.
A little boost here up onto short from the DC fellas. Explicit Styles on their way, and a big quick push here from APG, getting held up by that smoke. Domster trying to take a little peek out the side there, but Hellhound holding them back with those flashes. At the moment, Domster dropping into pit while Explicit falls back onto site, onto that A-bomb side. Convict still holding up in suicide, while Apocalypse in that mid area. So at the moment, it's quite an even spread from both teams, just trying to get a look on the map, try and see where they can get a break. And I promise you, if Zero Chance gets any sort of inkling that Inson is on that side by himself, it's all going to be up to DC and how well they do a rotate and retake that B-bomb side.
Look at them slow. APG just doing what they do best, slowing it right down. Looks like the calls come in. It's going to flank right through Cat up into A site. As I say, that Cannibalistic's going to be now the bomb carrier, holding things off. Zero Chance hasn't seen him through that smoke. Going to rotate out. They are now stacking. They're going to push in through.
And look at that, DC tearing them apart at the moment. Cannibalistic's managing to slow that up a bit, but Hellhound and Styles are still on that bomb side. Have they seen Domster? Has Styles seen Domster? Yes, he has.
Cannibalistic paying the price all the way down to 13 HP. It's 4 and 10. Cannibalistic getting in, scuffed in that exchange. Style all the way down to 35, hammering down in Zero Chance, making as much noise as he can.
Getting the bomb down.
And it's all down to Zero Chance, last man standing.
And look at that. All of a sudden, a team like DC losing one player, they got torn apart by APG. And look at that. 4 players still standing and keeping all those rifles. And now we're at 3-2.
Look at the money on damage control side.
Money, 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 money.
Everybody, money. All alone.
You were alone on that one.
Tough crowd. We'll get it. It's the remix.
And APG again with the 2 Tech 9s, so they are really trying to keep that economy flowing. They just need a win, and they are forcing up and getting the cash, as much of it as they can at the moment.
Thank you. So Styles finally getting the AWP. We saw him operate yesterday with his rifle, and he is a man possessed. So I missed that call from me. Firing through there, Convict trying to see if he can catch anyone unawares. Explicit and Hellhound holding the pit area down tighter.
Very aggressive hold here in mid from Cannibalistics and Convict, just waiting, and Styles is just sitting in that mid area there waiting for anybody to come through. He's got a little cannon in his hand, so he will decimate, and as I say that, falling back into a more defensive area in that CT side.
They got the spread on here. Dom's got the bomb. He's going to hold out through upper B. And then the way comes in. Here comes the rush. Cannibalistic's going to push out. Convict going to join him as well. Light is bringing up the rear. He's going to flank left. Apocalypse and Instant now blinded by that first one. Here comes Zero Chance. They are on the site now waiting to push out. There's a stack. Cannibalistic. Watch for this kid through window. They don't know he's there. He's going to pick up the first kill. Pick up the second as well. They're down to 3v5. All to speak of. Convict are rotating out now.
Convicts sitting in that CT section, they're waiting for rotations from DC, and they will be smart here and fall back. At the moment, a retake on that B-bomb site is going to be near impossible. It would be interesting to see what they do with regards to that retake, but at the moment, it looks like they're setting up for exit frags, and APG just exploited that mid-area section with those smokes and just blocking out DC's vision. So they moved in. Cannibalistics going in through that window. And
perfect play, yeah.
And catching Instant completely off guard there, taking out both of the DC players on that B-bomb side, and no way was DC going to be able to retake that B-bomb side on a 3v5. Look at this. They are about to shoot each other. So APG getting that fourth round for themselves, and it's 4-2 on the board for them, and they will be happy now being able to get a rifle actually in Zero Chance's hands, and full buy from them.
So a loss though for DC, not entirely a devastation on their bank accounts, because kept the important weapons. And we now look at the full buy, as you said, coming in from APG as well. Playing the slow game, that right flank through window from, I think it was Cannibalistics. Was it Cannibalistics?
Yeah, it was. I mean, if he's on 11 for 2 at the moment, and he is absolutely dominating, doing what he does. And like I said to you yesterday, I mean, Domster just needs to come to the party. At the moment, he's sitting there on 1 for 3. So Cannibalistics really flying the APG flag high. At the moment, DC 5 against 4, Zero Chance going down early to the AWP of Styles there. And now everything slows down. Everything slows down for APG. Domster in that lower section, watching mid. He knows APG will be completely aware that Styles is out there somewhere. And Hellhound holding a very aggressive stance in that pit area, just waiting for APG to push out. He's going to peek out there, but they know. Look at that experience there. Looking away from that flash as it got dropped by APG, and Hellhound just systematically damaging and picking them off. And look at that. Convict and Light is down to 15 and 22.
That Molly pushing them all the way back, allowing them to now rotate out. Styles going to pick up a pocket up at the top there. Dom's going to rotate out. The bomb carrier is Convict currently. Styles on just going to get nailed by Domster through the cover. Hellhound taking Styles finishing what Hellhound started. Instant Hellhound down to 1. It's 2v1.
At the moment, Domster's on that bomb side, and DC having the bomb, and it's now a one-on-one. Instant waiting, picking. Domster is only on 14 health, and let's see what happens. Is he going to see him? Yes, he does. And he gets him in the air.
Wow. Tripping over my tongue in that exchange.
You did, dude. And what a game. It is absolutely crazy at the moment. DC pulling one back, bringing it up to 3-4. I mean, APG doing exactly what they do, those perfect executes, smokes, nades, flashes. Hellhound showing his experience in that pit area, knowing those well-timed flashes are going to come in, and as that flash drops, turns around and manages to hold Lighters and Convict in that engagement, making them push through shorts, and DC getting all the intel they need, and eventually Instant just holding out and taking out Convict at the end there.
Light is the man in rotation. There's a heavy stack through on the B site that APG look like they're going to rush. There's only 2 men on it. The usual Instant defaulting back to closet. Apocalypse on the other side there, playing off B plateau. So it's now the wait and see game. No longer are they using stopwatches, they're now using sundials. APG have slowed it down so much.
And look at that. More of a default position here from APG. Then they move into that mid area and look again. Last time they did this, they blocked off that view, but look, explicit, almost having complete vision, but that smoke just closing it up. Are they going to spot Zero Chance in here? Last time Cannibalistics absolutely tore DC apart when he managed to get in through the window. And look, APG have managed to open up that B-bomb site once more.
They've matched kill for kill now. It's down to 3v3. Convict now going to fall out. Explicit all the way down to 6 HP. It's a 1v3. Light is last man standing for APG. He's going to get dropped down now, and damage control drawing even on 4 and 4.
Styles absolutely operating with that AWP, getting the head of Zero Chance, and then Lights is going straight after that, putting his head out, and Styles saying, thank you, ID photo for you.
Wishlang.
And now it's 4 on 4. Look at that. APG reduced to some Deagles and Tech 9.
Shoe on t'other foot. Organized crime from the beginning from APG, and now it's drawn neck and neck, and the economy not looking that polished for APG.
Oh, a quick fire from the Deagle there from Cannibalistics, but he falls back, and DC in that 2-1-2 situation now, very, very aggressive down that long area is Explicit and Hellhound, and APG obviously favoring this B bomb site. The 2 times they've managed to get that bomb down properly onto the site has been that B site, so they are looking at that. Apocalypse and Inson are on that site at the moment, and you can see them all stacking up with those pistols. Big flashes are going to come in there, Lighters with the flashes, and that's all they've got to do to get onto that side. And there go the flashes, and they start to push in onto the sides. Look at Apocalypse and Inson, tear them apart. Wow!
Inson and Apocalypse got that whacked down tight. And that is all she wrote. You don't even need 3 other people.
3 for Inson, 2 for Apocalypse. And, you know, it's easy to say, look at how amazing that is when you've got 5 guys running in with pistols and no armor. But the point is like, just waiting for those flashes to go off, just the experience of those guys holding back, being patient, and sometimes, you know, that patience paying off for them, and without losing anything, because close engagement, those pistols can do huge damage, and you don't want guys like Cannibalistics or Domster to pick up an AK, and all of a sudden you've got 4 guys in there with 2 AKs or 2 M4s, and then they're holding that site, and it's really becomes a hard mission to actually retake that site again.
Indeed, Hellhound dropping to his default position in pit there. Making a loud racket is Domster. Trying to get as much people to buy that, what looks to be a dummy, and gaining intel. Zero Chance going to get a sniff if he can of anything out wide yonder. Convict and Lights are now rotating in onto that side. Going to get the first and second kill. They're down to a 3v5. Inson all the way down to 69 HP. That bomb has been kicked out. Someone needs to rotate out to it. APOC and Inson going to push up into that short mid doors. In the smoke is Inson going to peek out. And he's going to get collected as well. It's now down to a 2 and 5. APG looking like men possessed, but there goes 2 already. It's 2 on 3. They're going to take Hellhound out of the equation. It's 47 HP. He does have 2 kills to his name, so he's well limbered up.
It's Apocalypse, and he's just going to fall back with that AK. He's not going to be able to get a retake on that A site, or is he going to try and do a long? No, he will fall back. It was great work there. Apocalypse getting himself those 2 frags, but unfortunately APG just getting into that A bomb site and getting 2 easy picks in the beginning there. Lighters and Convict, the duo that opened up that A bomb site for APG, and now they will draw level again with DC on a 5 and 5.
It's again neck and neck. We were in for yesterday. If you missed that semi-final, it was spectacular. We're in for another treat this morning.
Absolutely, and you can always expect that from a DC APG game. These 2 teams very disciplined. These 2 teams very disciplined in what they do. Their executes, their smokes, everything is pinpoint accurate, and both of these teams pride themselves on that. Zero Chance is very, very strict on these guys with regards to their pushes and when they make those moves onto those bomb sites. And I can tell you something now, DC are exactly the same. and they will sit there and they will hold out both teams and wait for those opportunities to hold up for their team.
So, look for the 3-2 split, which is customary for DC. And there it is. Explicit going to hold up. He's not. He's going to join Hellhound in the back of the...
APG now able to, they got that round win there. They're going to want to win this round, or else they are going to find themselves with an economy that is not looking pretty. It's important that they get some damage onto DC in the early parts of this round, so that they can continue with that momentum moving forward. Get the bomb down, do damage on DC, obviously win the round. But at the moment, that bomb's still sitting top mid there, and Hellhound in that customary deep pit position with Apocalypse and Instant on that B-bomb site. You can see APG like that site. They're wanting to look there. They're blocking off all the areas, using the utilities to hold them back. And Explicit already getting that early peak on Zero Chance, just trying to peek out. And there they start to push. Very aggressive. They know exactly where Apocalypse is, and look at him go. Eventually, Lights is finishing off with the AWP, and he pushes in onto that side. Instant taking that little situation down. And in they come through tunnels and open that up. Domster taking him down, and it's a 2v2.
They've cleared that site out. They have it all to themselves. That bomb is going to go down. Hellhound going to now push through lowers rather.
Look at Styles with that AWP. Is APG going to peek in through that window?
Cannibalistics has it wrapped up all day long. They're going to they are going to coalesce. They're going to push in through
tunnels there and waiting for that smoke to clear. But Cannibalistics has his eyes on that. Look at Domster sitting outside in that outer area of the B-bomb site.
He's holding off. Cannibalistics is going to get the first peek at them advancing. Oh, that molly going in just in time, trying to clear it out. Domster's going to get the cook on Hellhound.
And Styles has to retreat with that AWP. Perfectly timed Molotov there from Domster. Absolutely roasting Hellhound there. It's quite ironic.
Hellhound.
You'd expect someone like Hellhound to be able to run through fire.
Except not so much.
So that's exactly what APG needed, that round win, just to maintain that economy, keep the money coming. And look at DC now, subjected to 2 FAMASs. And this is going to be a telling round for them, because if they lose this round, they're going to be on a save.
Yeah, they've spent every last farthing that they've had. Here comes the hurry-up rush. Look at this. We haven't seen this from APG.
Very aggressive from Hellhound and Explicit there. Immediately Domster coming into action. Look at that, 2 kills opening up, and Domster is awake and ready to play. He's moved up to 7 frags, and now they've got that whole A-bomb site to themselves.
Wow, the hurry-up offense finally happening. Styles picking him up through the mid. Apocalypse going to get the second. It's now down to a 3v3. That early 2 picks, not counting for very much right now. Apocalypse down to 34 HP. That bomb is down now.
And now it's all up to DC.
It is. The retake is real. Style hanging back, trying to get the angle on. There it is. He's going to get nailed. Style and Instant, the last 2 men standing. Style does have that AWP and is fierce with it as well. Laying down 2, Instant going to 66. He's walked into side. There it goes. That is it, folks. APG takes 7 and 5, and the economy is wrecked for DC.
Lighters and Domster both picking up 2 kills there. Great work by Domster opening up that A-bomb site, getting those 2 early kills. And I mean, your APG are now starting to get a bit of momentum. They're starting to roll. Domster's starting to come to the party. Lighters is doing what he needs to do. And full P250 save here. So DC are really going to have a hard time. Big fast rush down long there from DC. And all of a sudden APG start to move all over the place, trying to see where this rush is going to be coming in from.
They're making a loud noise. Explicit going to try and push in through those long doors. Oh, the rotation coming out. They're not going to wait in their customary default positions. Hellhounds pushing up along with Stalin and APOC. They're going to have an encounter. First one's going to ring, and they're going to sacrifice 2 down to get 1. It's now a 3v2, a 3-on-3.
Managing to pick up a rifle as Hellhound, so he should be able to do some damage. No armor to speak of, though. So APG will start to systematically pick off these DC players. Ensign separated at the moment from Hellhound with that AK, so Hellhound's going to want to try and keep that AK for himself, or at least throw it down to Ensign and get the other one that Domster had.
A long is where they're going to push up. A completely unguarded. Hellhound can't do much from... Oh, he does. He does have the drop on them. And then he gets the first sniff, and that doesn't count for very much. Inson's last man left standing with the ye old pistol. And he's going to try and not succeed. Convict picking him off with that AWP, and they're going to get another round under their belt as APG.
Yeah, 8-5 now, and we're just a mere 2 more rounds away from half-time. And yeah, I mean, this is a very even map. You know, and I know DC has a pretty strong T side on this, so they're going to want to, you know, keep this momentum, get maybe another round, and in their case, probably they're going to want 2. I know how hard. Oh, Hellhound opening up on Cannibalistics there, absolutely pausing that little push out onto long, and Zero Chance retreating hastily.
Yeah, stuffing that hurry-up offense square in the schnoz. It's now 3 men rotating out to the mid doors there.
And yeah, those smokes holding back at the moment. A very split up position from DC at this point. Again, starting to look through that middle section, and Lights is picking off Explicit, but Apocalypse returning the favor. And Lights is really operating in that middle section now.
Taken all the way down to 2 HP.
Look at the smoke, and there is Styles. That smoke not sitting properly, and he will punish them for that.
Oh, just seeing him and back in the default by Closet is Dumpster. Going to pick him off. Styles and Hellhound, the last 2 men standing, going to rotate out now. The retake needs to happen. Dumpster and Hellhound going to square off. Perfectly placed Molly. Hellhound finding himself in fire again. Dumpster's going to pick up that kill as well. Styles all that's left. Trying to operate out. Molly's going to shut him down in his advance as well. Rotate out, keep that weapon. Save it, and going to give another round out to APG.
Wow, I mean...
No!
Is he going to wait for this exit frag from Dom? Oh,
given away.
He was getting cheeky there, wanted to get that final kill. It's like Domster has like 42 Molotovs in his pants. He's just throwing them everywhere.
Oh, Styles going to get it anyways. He's going to see the traverse across the doors anyways, but that bomb's going to go off, picking up the kill just at that last second. AWPs are the last weapon standing.
It's very unlikely or uncharacteristic to see APG throwing those smokes and leaving those gaps. Styles then punishing them, you know, and then Domster coming in with that perfect molly onto I think it was Hellhound or Inson in that lower section, and absolutely decimating him there. Yeah, I mean, unlucky for DC, but APG just really playing well. Very aggressive from Apocalypse, but look at Lighters taking out those 2 kills, and immediately now opening up that B-bomb site. Look at whole DC moving over to that B-bomb site, and APG now moving up onto that A site.
Interesting enough, Cannibalistic starting out with the AWP. There was 2 AWPs on the side and then kicking one out for an AK. Lighters picking up 2, but now getting wrung out of this engagement. Hellhound down to 62 HP. It's 3 on 4. The rotation's in real. A site's untaken. Cannibalistic's up top there. Explicit's going to rotate out, use that smoke to his advantage if best he can. It's now cleared, so they're going to have a clear shot on him, and there they go. There comes the exchange as well. It's now Hellhound, the last man standing on 4. The engagement is real. He's going to win that one, though. Taking out Cannibalistic.
He has a Molotov and a smoke with the defuse kit, so he has the time to work with here. And as I say, that Convict just absolutely decimating Hellhound, rushing onto that bomb site, and APG take it 10-5.
And the change-up.
Yeah. Wow, that was actually quite an intense first half.
It was. Well, I joked. The first half of that first quarter, was fairly evenly matched. Daylight now coming into the APG side. And you couldn't hope for a better second semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, Cannibalistic's Lights is playing out of his little beauties, and Domster also really playing well. You're right there. Big push here from DC onto that lower section. Cannibalistics is hiding in the smoke there. He gets taken out. No, he's still alive and he's doing well on that short section. And DC have managed to take out Domster, but Explicit has gone down.
They are stacking that A side with a 3-man D. Lights is rotating out, seeing if he can hold off as much as he can and getting intel. They're pushing the hurry-up offense. Style getting taken out early on in that engagement. It's a 3v4. Cannibalistics picking up 2 scalps for his troubles. Stacking now, the rush is real. They're going to push through doors.
A lot of damage being done here, but at the moment, Styles still with that Tech 9, or Apocalypse rather, and he is tearing them apart, getting himself 1 kill on 0 chance. The bomb has been planted, and now it's all up to APG, a 3-on-3, and Inson really low at the moment.
Inson and APOC, I was about to say, huddling behind those boxes for shelter. It's down to 1 Convict, and Apocalypse going to square off, and Apocalypse going to get the better of that exchange.
DC absolutely brilliant there. Hellhound getting himself 2 kills there, and that was crucial for them, because APG really, they timed that push perfectly, pushed it onto the side, but unfortunately Hellhound's aim was true, and just getting those 2 frags, and then all of a sudden just leaving APOC with that Tech 9 to finish off the job. So they are looking pretty here. Some UMPs, Apocalypse still sticking with that Tech 9, but buying himself a whole stack of utilities, and Hellhound with those 2 frags at the end, enabling him to get that AK in his hands.
So those 6-10 splits on the rounds one. Take a look at those KDs from both teams. It's fairly even, 18, 14, and 11 for Cannibalistic Slider and Dumpster. Apocalypse, Hellhound, and Styles, 15, 10, and 11 respectively as well. So no daylight there as far as the kill goes. We're going to see a stonker today.
It's important to know that the momentum taken from this map, which is Dust, the next map being Inferno, APG will start on CT. And that is going to be interesting. So DC need to actually, they want to win this. This is a map that they're good at, and they want to take this and win it. Explicit getting the first kill on Cannibalistics, and they are onto that A-bomb site, and look at APG just fall back. The rotation's coming in now. They are going to look at moving up that midsection, probably push someone up onto short, or push into long. There goes Convict as well, onto that short area with the rest of APG, but Explicit has fallen back into that pit area to try and see if he can stem anything with that UMP. Get as much cash as he can. 600 a kill there. Look at Spoos. 1, 2. Thank you very much. And Domster is going to run into this UMP as well. Is he?
Apocalypse rotating out. No, he's not. Inson's going to be the one that's going to pick up. He's not either. Explicit's going to be the one that finally gets him. What's my favorite UMP? Convict, the last man standing, all the way down to 46, and that is it. He's taken off the map. 8 and 10.
Explicit getting 3K there, and he made some fat cash as well with that UMP. So he will be buying an AWP, I'm sure, soon for Styles. And right now they're going to stick with those money makers, knowing that APG just need to save one more time before they can actually get another full buy-in.
Interestingly enough, we've seen Cannibalistic with that Desert Eagle yesterday.
Yeah, important to notice that Cannibalistic having that deagle in his hands, and he does know how to operate with that. And Lights is getting absolutely decimated there. Look at 0 chance at this deagle as well, trying to hold them off. But Apocalypse getting a nade in on Cannibalistics there. So 3 on 5.
3 on 5 indeed. Convict going to rotate out now. That bomb in Styles' hands. Inson's going to square up against him. If he weren't in fact blinded just then, he's using that door as cover. They don't know. Hellhound's now rotated out, so he's going to be the point of engagement. Should he actually get a sniff? It's all static. They know he's there. He knows they're there, and they're going to sort of rotate out now. Wow! Getting the first one with that deagle, the 1 to the head. 0 chance. Operating as best he can. Getting X'd out. 3 on sight. Styles going to get that bomb down. Hellhound's rotating out. Dumpster's the last one left. Hellhound's going to pick up that engagement as well, getting taken out by Dumpster. That 5.7 in his hand, completely lethal, picking up the AK now. Will he rotate out into that side or just hang back and hold it? Instant, the intel will come in. They know he's there. Spamming that door with every round that he has, and that is...
Huge amounts of damage being done by Domster here. Apocalypse and Inson on his tail. But if they come out chained to this crossfire, Domster is going to tear some heads off. And the last thing DC want right now is to lose another. He's seen both of them both turn out with their backs. Luckily for APOC, turning around and getting that kill. But Domster taking out 3 of them. And I must be honest, there is nothing, I don't care win or lose, there is nothing more poetic than seeing someone Juan Dieg.
Yes. The one tap. One and done.
It is just the most poetic thing in this game. To see that Desert Eagle operate. Styles taking a shot at 0 chance as he pops past that midsection there, and all of a sudden momentum in the favor. You know those final 3 kills from Domster there at that end of that round. Yes, DC won the round, but the momentum and the you know, the movement forward that APG will take from that will be great. I mean, they did some damage to DC, not at face value, but they had to buy another 4 rifles after that round, where they would have only have had to have bought 1.
Demoralization, the main flavor in that empty victory.
Absolutely, and look at this now. They know, again, the full buy has come in for APG, so super slow. As you say, the sundials have been brought out, time has been slowed, and just waiting. Look at APG, cement boots in their positions, not moving a single pixel.
Apocalypse edging his way forward on top of Cat now into transition. He's met with Styles for the backup. Hellhound pushed out back there on side. Apocalypse with a quick run and sniff to see if he could see anything. The call's coming for what looks to be a mid-push. Right is perfectly placed. Smoke. They are going to push B now. Zero chance is going to get the intel first, and here comes the rotation in. Finally, the first to fall, 2 down. Dobson, zero chance. Hellhound and Apocalypse getting 1-3. It's a 3-on-4. 3-on-2. Explicit's going to fall. Inson's going to fall. Styles the last man standing. The bomb is not in his hands though. He's going to try and rotate out. Styles getting the kill through cover onto Dobson. The no-scope's not going to win that time. Convict going to get the kill and Styles falling. Wow.
Domster getting himself 3k there, and Styles absolutely destroying his joy with that AWP, and unable to do anything about it was DC. They tried to get onto that side, not quite as easy as it was for APG, and now all of a sudden, pistols and deagles in the hands of DC. Economy is in tatters, and APG with that AWP in Convict's hands.
Hurry up offense. Hurry up offense. Here comes the engagement. Quick, fast, in a hurry. The first one's going to fall. Second one's going to fall. Cannabis is picking up 3 now. It's 2-on-4. 2-on-3. Styles and Apocalypse finally coming to the party. Late, but still there.
Still, they've got their rifles in their hands now, and they have caused some damage for APG, but I think they'll be happy with these rifles. That AWP of Convict just waiting and peeking. He now knows someone's in pit there. In comes the little peek, and he's just going to wait this out, dropping the flash.
Seeing if he can pick up anyone that's blinded. No one at the juncture. Apocalypse holding way back there. I think you're right. They're going to try and hold on to these weapons. Just play this time down. A minute is an eternity in CSGO, so they will try and push onto these positions. Just missing with that pit.
Styles little beak just popping out of pit there. He is teasing. He is teasing right now.
Wait
and at the
for
moment,
Lakewood finally getting him. Apocalypse trying to wage war in close quarter combat. He does have that bomb, and they are going to try and pick up that A site. He is throwing in there. It is. He's going to fall anyways to Convict.
and DC taking those 2 rifles and giving them straight back to APG. So right now it is as 12-8, and APG are really looking good at the moment. Going into that next map, it's important that DC try and get some momentum here and move into that play.
So the rotation coming out, a quick rush onto that site is Inson and Hellhound. It's exciting to watch, man. It's 8 and 12, APG winning the few, but the money in there enough to buy a first one.
So look at this, it's a spread out at the moment. DC really slowing down with the spread over A and B at this point, and they are sitting in that long doors area. Is sitting there waiting, just holding them up with the smokes, and Convicts also on that long area. So again, APG really disciplined in their move with regards to how I mean, look at them, they don't even move. Look at this, DC setting up, flash work, back to the door, getting himself to a little bit of a team kill there, and Styles eventually finishing off the job. Cannibalistics would have got himself 3, but Styles finishing that off as well as Explicit.
So it's a 2v4, full health on everybody. Just not checking the angles, a perfect place to hang back at who was it that got that 2-kill? Cannibalistic just before he got ripped off.
Explicit, unfortunately, getting a TK on one of his teammates. So Cannibalistic's being robbed of that 3rd one.
Hellhound, beautiful shots on the head of Lighters, and then coming to the party is Convict with that AWP. He still has that AW, but the close quarter engagement's going to be running out by that sidearm. And there he drops now as well.
Styles picking up that AWP, but unlucky to get across that CT section where the entire contingency of APG were lining up to shoot ducks.
Still slim pickings on the side of DC. Pistols, 1 Tech 9. P250s, 2 Tech 9s rather, 3 P250s, and 1 armor, and that's going to go the way of APOC.
There's no money to speak of for DC at this point, so it's getting close to that. It's that point, and at the moment APG are looking pretty. Lights is picking up that DMP, so they are also APG's economy is also doing rather seriously, and APOC opening up that second kill.
And it was a mad quick rush for Midday. Convict is going to get the call out as he's going to get the rotation. Going to be quick and real. He's going to get X'd out by Domster. They're going to drop 2 fresh on in this engagement. It's a 3-on-4, 3-on-2. Hellhound falling quickly just in that one as well. Not much to speak of. They didn't see his approach on Apocalypse.
Wow.
Apocalypse picking up the tray K.
Picking up that M4 as well, so rotating to that A bomb site. And look at Domster and zero chance, just sitting on that B bomb site. They're still expecting them to push through any moment now. Instant will get this bomb planted, which will give DC that cash that they so desperately need. APOC holding that short area, and now for APG to retake this bomb site. It's been a while since they've had to do this. So let's see what happens here. Instant gonna peek around. There's Apocalypse. He didn't see Apocalypse there. Oh my word.
Yeah, Domster turning it to just the wrong second, but Apocalypse didn't see him either. Now comes the engagement. Zero chance going to clear him off. Apocalypse going to get that intel coming in. He's going to get nailed through the smoke in the head.
Little beauty, that little fakie there, pulling out APOC there, and unfortunately DC going down after a really good showing by APOC with those 2 Tech 9 kills.
Style finally getting an AWP purchase, so the full buy is coming in. So a better representation now from DC on this one.
Yeah. They're gonna really want to use these weapons now. They've got the only person Hellhound with $1,400 there, and that's not much to speak of. So that just shows you how poorly the economy is sitting at this point. They have some utils, Styles not being able to buy any utils at all, and at the moment it's basically a mixed match here. Not ideal for DC. They need to make these rifles work for them, or else they are going to find themselves on the end of map point.
They are going to coalesce around that mid area. Flash is going out. They're going to push top of Catwalk there.
They are approaching up on the short area. Styles holding that bomb behind APOC, so APOC's going to drop a molly onto that bomb site, but no one is there, and Convict just sitting in a more defensive position of that short area. In comes the nade and collects APOC. They're doing some damage, not too much, but still not ideal, and out they come.
All about timing there. Convict collecting a bucket of Styles down to 58. He looked away just at that wrong second. Explicit's going to fall down now. It's a 3v4. Styles the only one with the scalp to speak of. That bomb is going to get planted. The rotation, obviously the intel coming in. Hellhound pushing aggressively down. He's going to rush out. See if he can see anyone rotating out. Lights is hanging back there as well at the bottom of CT.
They're both going to push into the short area, and they pick out Hellhound, so straight through that smoke with taking out two between himself and Domster. Styles still on that bomb site, but getting roasted and burnt and shot at and destroyed. And APG will get that final defuse and take this into map point.
Wow. It's, I think possibly nerves. That skimming of the flow when they dropped the play in the beginning seems to be a telling tale for APG's coalition. They stopped, they regathered, and they came out swinging like a rusty gate.
Well, yeah, I mean, a team like DC, these guys are solid. They've got those AKs and, you know, that bonus working for them. But unfortunately now they need to win this. It's not the kind of momentum you want to take into the next round, Inferno. And it's like APG is doing everything right. Getting a little unlucky with some of their peaks and that, and look at this. Straight off the bat, Cannibalistics long-range headshot onto Hellhound, and it's a 5v4.
They were using that smoke to their advantage. Looks like Intel's coming in, they're going to push to the back of A Plateau, well, even further back still. And the rush is real. Convicts don't want to speak of. I say the intel's come in. They're assuming it was a one-point engagement. He didn't see that everyone was lined up. Now the intel will come in. They've pretty much got an unguarded, apart from a slight angle which Convict has. He's got Explicit's going to drop to the back of Goose. That bomb is going to go down. Now they know where everyone is. Zero Chance going to rush around. No one's really doing much from the way of APG. It's a slow advance to try and retake the site. Apocalypse, the only one that's going to hang off on long doors, see if anyone's going to play. He's going to get Zero Chance going to do. The rush is real, the retake is real. First kill coming in and the exchange, it's 3v3. Cannibalistic getting nailed a bit there, and Explosive, the last man standing. He's going to rush to the back of Goose as well. He's got all to play for. 1v1, Zero Chance coming up from long, and that's it. He's going to get the kill.
Not going to get the defuse, so DC will take this one. But sure, that was absolutely crazy. Explicit doing some great stuff at the end of that round, just to keep DC in this fight. They want to carry on going, forcing up. They've got a Galil there. Pistols being thrown out all over the place. APG being subjected to a pistol buy now, and DC need to start getting some momentum here. And they have stemmed the flow of APG's economy. It's just this one round. APG will get some more cash next round, and they'll be able to get some buys in. But right now, just those 3 flashes of smoke and a Molotov incendiary, rather, for APG. Very aggressive push out of this tunnels area on the B bomb site. And are they going to run into Vincent's crossfire? Already taking out Hellhound to have APG, and they retreat hastily back with that AK onto the B bomb site.
Great exchange here. They ran the hurry-up defense, 14 and 12, Lighters and Zero Chance respectively in that engagement, but they are picking up the scalp of Hellhound, which is the one they wanted. And they've slowed down the advance as well. We don't actually expect APG to run up and do the hurry-up defense or offense for that matter. When they do it, it's so out of the norm that no one sees it coming. Style and Explicit getting involved with Zero Chance and Convict in that mid-of-map engagement. They are coalescing down for what will be a tunnels push.
It's absolutely amazing to see how APG have actually held DC back here with these pistols. They really have created absolute chaos here. Convict only managing to grab onto that Galil, Domster losing that AK early on. So DC getting the bomb down. Look at Cannibalistics with that Deagle to start. Really knows how to use that thing. So he's going to peak, unfortunately, getting taken out, and now it's just Convict with that Galil. He's going to fall back onto safer pastures and keep that rifle. But DC really starting to do what they do best here, and that's just systematically work the angles, pick off the players, and push onto those sites.
That's it. We saw a methodical approach yesterday from them. A bit ruffled, perhaps, through that last quarter that we've just watched. They'll now rush off to try and save their lives from that bomb blast, but much better showing now, and they needed to win that previous round just to do what they could on that
Style and Apocalypse doing really well for DC, and obviously Cannibalistics and Domster just they're real MVPs for APG at this point. Convict not having his way with the AWP today, so he's languishing a bit. But I mean, that guy as well. I mean, he's an absolute demon when he's on form.
That's it. We've seen Style shut down entire parties with that AWP. So, and he's operating really well with it as well.
Very aggressive hold here from APG on that A long side, and DC pushing out just as aggressively at the moment. Flashing, smoke's going off. Nobody seeing each other. No damage being done. Minimal onto Cannibalistics, and then there's that first opening frag from Hellhound onto Cannibalistics, and it is chaos at the moment, and it's a 2-on-4 at the moment, and the rotations are going to have to come in from APG. DC really turning it on now. They have started to find their form, guys.
Hellhound picking up 2 in quick succession. Instant picking up the other one in that engagement, taking them within the space of a second down to 2 players. It's 4v2. Pretty healthy looking group in the form of DC. Hellhound is the only one down to 27 HP, but picking up the 2 scalps for it. So not a bad exchange if he could have offered it. The retake is not going to happen. Zero Chance and Dumpster are going to hang back, hold on to those M4A4s.
Another important thing to notice is DC will start to look, but again, it's like the last time they did this, Dumpster finished off 3 of their players.
Yeah.
So that can end up being quite expensive. But DC are hunting. That just shows their intent here and how badly they want to make sure that they make APG pay for what they did here and allowing them to get this done.
So 11:15.
It's getting close.
It is getting close. Not the greatest looking economy on the side of Aperture Gaming, but still enough to get some.
Domster and Zero Chance holding on to those M4s, so they have salvaged something for their team there in that way. But Explicit now holding on to that AWP for DC, and
There, he kicked it
all
out.
of a sudden handing Lighters an absolute ID photo to their sleep tight, and now it's a 5-on-4. Explicit using that little thing to its absolute best ability and then passing that on to Styles. So immediately APG on the back foot.
Ironic that we should be in a casino because that's always a gamble, and he picked it up. You know, put smoke down and run. Thank you. I'm here all day.
So a very, very aggressive hold here. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. Apocalypse running in. Oh, that flash coming in at the wrong time. And they're still holding up on that. Oh, my word. Domstuff getting those 2 frags as they pushed out. And look at that. APG are starting to operate 3-on-2. Styles with that AWP and Hellhound with the AK. But they are spread up. APG getting those rifles and using them to the effect that they needed to, then dropping that smoke and holding DC back. That bomb is on short, and they know that. APG are fully aware of that.
In goes the molly, stop anyone from collecting that bomb as well. Hellhound and Styles now play a wait-and-see game. Convict and Domster going to line up all day on that angle. There is utilities to use in the form of Styles and Hellhound. There goes the first kill. Hellhound pushing out with Apocalypse. Hellhound's going to pick up both of those. The spam through the door, they know he's there. Unbelievable. Damage control going to take it.
What looked like an APG map with that exceptional work there by Zero Chance taking out those 2 DC players, and then the perfect use of those utilities. Hellhound getting up there, perfect flash coming in, taking out the 2 APG players, and then that spray down just not working for APG.
It was a ding-dong battle. The first one falling cheaply to Explicit, then 2 falling quickly to Domster. Full buy coming in now, and everything to play for.
12-15. Do not move. This is getting insane. APG do have the rifles and they have a few utilities to use, but at the moment, DC are just as barren with those utilities. Not as ideal as they'd like it, but the spread at the moment is all over the map. APOC sitting higher on that short section. Explicit top mid, Style still in T, and look at this. It's at the moment default position most likely for DC, and they're starting to move around to that short section. Lighters and Convict will be tested shortly. No pun intended.
So the slow push through T-spawn. Hellhound, Style, and Instant taking the long route out. Apocalypse heavily involved in engagement, trying to sell as much intel as he get as much intel and push. Here comes the push, though. Cannibalistic at the bottom. Lights is coming through to join him. Intel's been called. The first one's going to go down, but this is the exchange. It's 4v4. That bomb is down in the open. Nade going out, going to get picked up now. Instant going to get it as well with the kill and the bomb. The long engagement, and they're now on site. They're going to drop it through. Apocalypse jumping up through the smoke. He's taken down to 10. Intel coming through on Zero Chance and Dumpster. They're going to hang back now, let that bomb go down. They're not going to weary it. AK-47 and an M4 and Dumpster and Zero Chance's hands respectively. Now you're not going to sacrifice that other. Money not exactly forthcoming.
That crossfire, though, coming in from Style and Hellhound there. Lights is moving quickly down that long to support Cannibalistics in that pit area. And then as he poked out there, Styles just taking his head off. But Cannibalistics managing to take out Hellhound. But wow, that was brilliant play. As DC pushed out onto that long area, so did Instant and Explicit push out onto that short area. And it was just perfect timing from them. Absolutely opening up that site and just look at this.
And damn, he's going to get Dumpster. Son of a seafaring cockroach going to pick up Explicit for nothing.
Absolutely nothing, and that's the damage that was done. But DC at the moment, so much of money.
So much.
And APG now, 5.7s. They've managed to keep those rifles that they had. from the previous round, but now DC have everything their little hearts desire.
Hurry up offense. They're going to push to the top of those long doors. Styles halting in progress. They now have pushed out.
Very defensive hold here from APG onto that A bomb site. Almost, yeah, Dom's just sitting really, really forward up on that short area with Cannibalistics and Convict now jumping down into that CT area.
Oh, look at the Zero Chance and Lighters out in B uppers. Pushed all the way through that smoke, going a looking and left that B side unguarded. They're going to push. They're not. If they only knew. Here comes the rush through Catwalk. There's a 3-man hold. Styles now going to push up through Pit. Instant Hellhound and Explicit in rotation. Styles trying to get the pick as much as he can. That Molly causing all kinds of mayhem for Cannibalistic.
Look at Styles there on long. He's having a look, and there's still 3 decent kills on shorts. Instant getting one through the smoke just as it clears, and it's only Cannibalistics on that upper area, and Convict's still down there. Explicit doing what he does. He's up to 2, and now Styles getting taken out, but that site is now open, and it's a 3-on-2.
Lighters going to try and rotate out. Zero Chance working with him. Instant's going to say, not today, Zero Chance, not today. Taken all the way down to 2 HP. He does pick up the AWP, does Lighters. Lets one rip down range and then regresses. Oh, tactical retreat.
He's running away.
Or running away as we like to. Instant! What's Instant and Hellhound?
Watch this.
Boom! Like a dancer, you wonder. That's the first. That's not going to be the second. Hellhound knows where he is and picks it up.
Well played. Lights is doing some damage there, but still DC managed to keep that AWP, and they are flush in the money. APG can now finally get a full buy for themselves, and utilities are plenty. They are going to hold this properly. So all of a sudden, it's game on. 1 more to overtime.
Oh, firing through that door.
Lights is taking some damage there all the way down to 26. But, wow, who would have thunk? 15-8, now we're sitting at 14-15.
Oh, it's going to be an overtime.
DC are wearing their battle underwear today. They are not giving up. Oh.
And it's another slow spread. Look at Convict hiding, wearing his sneaker-chew slippers, making no sound whatsoever.
He is in that long doors area, and Apocalypse is just waiting outside there. Convict wants to get himself a cheap kill quickly, and then he'll fall directly back into a more defensive area. But if APOC and Explicit push out...
Just Apocalypse retreating just in time.
Into the molly, and they retreat. No one taking any damage from that Molotov, but wow, that was close.
It was a gamble from Convict, quietly
if he
sitting
actually
there.
waited a second longer, he would have been able to get that kill, because Apocalypse actually going into that area, long doors area, with his back to Convict. So right now, at the moment, nothing's being said and no one's moving.
Convict does have the drop on them as they merge that door, blinded slightly, and here comes the rush through. He doesn't know that they're there yet. He's going to fall to the back of Pit. Molly going out and doing no damage whatsoever. Styles going to fall. There comes the exchange. It's 4-on-3.
Big rotation here. Hellhound getting taken out by Domster, but there's still DC moving in onto that A bomb site and holding up Cannibalistics behind that smoke, not seeing Apocalypse, taking him out, and it's a 2-on-3. APG are looking good here, but that's not being said. DC have that bomb down, and now all of a sudden it's 1v2.
The intel would come in there. There goes the first, and there goes the exchange. APG going to take this map.
16-14, guys. Zero Chance gonna finish this off, and DC playing out of their socks to take this all the way up to 14. Wow, that is incredible. APG win this one. Next map, Inferno. APG starting on the side of CT, guys. We are going to hand over to our panel desk. Thanks for watching.
Absolutely no better way to start the day, Adam.
Heart in my throat, actually. It's actually ridiculous. The way it started off, DC came out all guns blazing. Don't get me wrong, APG did the exact same thing. Round for round, 6-all, 5-6. And then Cannibalistic just started turning on the heat. I mean, he got the 3 Ks in a row. It was actually a real great display of skill and also the game knowledge. I mean, you could definitely see Zero Chance coming out there from nowhere, just showing plays, from nowhere, from his history, and showing the different abilities that he has to keep the team under control, and then keeping the morale up as was tools, Lighters. And when it came down to it, DC just decided to turn it back right.
right in the right time and put it on its head. 16-14, I don't think DC will be too impressed with that. I think they would have preferred the win. I think that they came in here confident, but also at the same side, I don't think APG would have been so impressed. They would also have liked to take that, but better maybe, but more controlled.
I agree absolutely, but I mean, it must be said that damage control, sitting at 8-15 down, managing to bring it back to 14-15, it shows you that kind of big match temperament. 14-16. It shows you that kind of big match temperament to that those experienced players have, even under the tough situations. They were on match point for a good 7 rounds, I think, if my maths is correct on this Sunday morning. I mean, just being able to slow it down, take the picks, get the picks that they need, and take the bomb site. But that being said, I felt on counter-terrorist, DC definitely had room to improve. I mean, APOC sat up in boxes by B just almost every single round. Hellhound diving into pits on long A. They, after a couple of times, APG knew exactly where those players were. And that's where they really started to get the momentum, because every round those guys were exactly the same place. They were like, cool, we can come through mid, get the pick on APOC, and take B very easily.
Yeah, I have to agree. There was a certain point where the CT-sided DC players were having a bit of a repetitive nature, like you say, and it showed, because the control that they had in the beginning faded quickly. They changed it up though, which got a couple of rounds back and ended up being really close to the first half. But unfortunately, at the end of the first half, Inson was 9 for 18. Oh no, sorry, not at the end of the first half. End of the probably about your 18th, 20th round. Yeah. He had 18 deaths and he had only the 9 kills, and that was the influence. When Inson came out guns blazing, got a 2K and then followed up with an assist, it really helped the team just to finalize it. It was the same thing we saw yesterday. I think it was on Cash that we saw it. He just didn't have his comfortable nature about him. He wasn't able to be able to finish off or assist or create the trade plays. And that was one thing I saw DC miss out completely, is they didn't have their trades. That was a point where it started actually going a lot more in APG favor, and well, unfortunately they didn't end up finishing it off, although holding their own.
Well, here to talk about the first map and to see what happened, Gareth has been sourcing through a couple of people, and Crowd has actually picked up, I believe, one of the Carbon players to speak to. So we're going to go over to Gareth and see what one of the players have to say about our first map.
I was wandering through the crowd trying to find someone to chat to, and who do I find but Hakim from Carbon. Unfortunate not to make the finals, but you guys played fairly well, and this was a particularly close game. You guys went really, really close against BVD, something that very few teams have been able to do. Your thoughts on this previous game?
Its previous game was really awesome to watch so far. A bit of an unfortunate game for DC. They nearly pulled it back there and put it into overtime. Maybe if they got one more round on Terrorists, they could have maybe ended up winning the map. So yeah, Inferno is going to be great to watch. Can't wait.
Did you back DC to win this map, or were you in APG? Where was your vote?
My vote was actually for DC to win this map and for APG to win Inferno and for it to go to a third, which is Cobblestone. But it looks like it's going to be the other way around. Maybe DC are going to win Inferno, and we're still going to go to a third map. We can only hope. Like you said, we haven't even gotten to 3 maps yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if it goes to a third map, it'll be the first time this weekend that we'll have a 2-1. All the games, although being quite close, have been 2-0s, which, the scoreboard would make it seem like it's been a whitewash for every team.
Yeah, no, definitely. I just, other teams, I think, have to put more work into it and, prepare better and so on, and use the time that they have. There is a bit of a gap at the moment, with the top, 4 teams to the other 5 teams that are still coming up. But there is time, and this is the first Masters, so their future's looking good.
You were talking about using the time a bit better. These are both teams that, it seems that, at least, they like to run down the clock quite a bit for their first minute, especially when they're on the terrorist side. It's like just to almost put pressure onto the CT team to try and rotate with less time on the clock available.
Yes, it does push the CTs into a bit of a conundrum, but also it pushes the terrorists into maybe even a worse one, because they need to get into the site and plant. It depends on what you're trying to what your goal is for the round. If you want to burn the clock down and make them use the resources, or if they have too much money. There's multiple factors to that question. Sorry. So it was interesting to see.
Sorry, last question. So you said you originally had DC winning the first game and APG winning the second one to go to the third map. Do you still think APG are going to take the second map? And if you do, what do you reckon the score is going to be? Another close one?
Yeah, I'm really hoping for a close game, of course. I actually really want DC to win this map for it to go to the third. I did predict that APG were going to win Inferno, but maybe I'm wrong and it's the other way around, like I previously mentioned. So yeah, I really hope DC take this map and we go to a third because.
Awesome. There you heard it. Hakim hoping that we get a game 3, and I'm sure most of the fans agree. Let's go back to panel.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It must be said that I actually favor DC on Inferno. APG played a good Inferno yesterday, but DC were absolutely rock solid on CTs yesterday. And I feel like the way that they're playing today, I think we're going to see similar form.
I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so, but I think they need to take a very important element out of this game is do not be consistently repetitive with your defense. Because as they were playing yesterday, slightly weaker side with regards to rankings, systems, ability, potential, actually, let's go with experience even. Yeah. If they do a very repetitive nature of defense in CT, then I must admit it's just a level of amount of time before it gets figured out and changed. They need to do something different on CT now. They need to be able to pull out the players. They need to be able to change it up and throw APG off the game. We were hearing now as well from the MC side that it's exactly the same. They are taking retakes with one player at a time. They're not taking the right moments for the CT elements, and I feel it's just really important that they start to do something different and start to not, as they were mentioning, not delay time, not take all the way to the last minute to do it and throw somebody off. Also, not just come rushing out, because that's the key change. Keep their head about themselves and use it. Now, APG, brilliantly done. I mean, in the end, they held it. Regardless of 60-40, it wasn't their map choice. I feel that they actually got thrown off. I know DC are really, really favored on Train. DC came up front and eliminated Train straight up. And from that point of view, I think it threw APG into a little bit of a mix, and Dust 2 was left open, which didn't exactly work out in the favor of DC. But, you know, we're going to see. I mean, these guys have been in the game for a long time, and APG have got really, really consistent players. So.
Yeah, I think DC are going to show a more transitional game in this match, I mean, especially when they were playing counter-terrorists and terrorists yesterday. Counter-terrorists, their rotations were excellent, especially Apocalypse and Insin on Banana. As soon as they saw people, they would fall back, make sure the rotations are coming through from A. And by the time, who were they playing yesterday? Was it, I forget. But by the time they actually managed to get to the bomb site, it was XTC.
Yes.
It was already sorted. They were really good to go, and had the rotations in. They had APOC setting up. They had the crossfire set up, and were just able to defend. And then they took that same more. It's slightly, I would call it a slightly faster pace than what we normally see from DC. APG at the moment though are really sort of varying things up, trying new things, and it's going to be a hard one on Inferno. I feel they have the ability to switch things up mid-round very quickly, make sure that their teammates are in position and retake a bomb site in a couple of seconds.
No, 100%. I'm actually going to have to eat my words. I said they have very consistent players, and we had this discussion in the pre-panel. It's not necessarily consistent players; it's consistent plays. Like you were saying, it's the random change-up, it's the throw in the mix, it's the forced over-rotation, very explosive, very expansive, and as long as their morale is up, I think it's really, really great. So, with that regard.
Sorry, we're just having a little bit
of audio technique. That's all right. We like getting a bit of buzz.
We're just making sure that everyone in the crowd is awake.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's necessary.
Ready to go. Yeah. Sometimes, on a Sunday morning, it's a little bit hard to get out of bed, especially on a long weekend like today. So.
Yeah, I think when you start hearing buzzing, you know that it's time to get to a LAN and stop worrying about where you are in the world.
It's either that or you have had a bit of a hangover.
Yes.
But speaking about getting the excitement up and getting things going, we are going to be going to map number 2, Inferno. This is DC versus APG. Take it away, Barry and Lewis.
Okay. Oh, wow. Really? All right, guys, welcome back. What an absolute cracking game. APG taking that one 16-14, and it was to the wire. DC were going at it, absolutely not giving a nickel.
If you had to bet,
I wouldn't.
But
I'm
if
not
you
a
had
betting
to.
man, I never bet.
but you have to wager. If you had to say who was going to take this map,
Don't do that to me.
We're in for
You tell me. Who's going to win this map, guys?
anyone.
He says DC, so one DC. One DC?
Juan Dig, no one
Two
knows.
DCs. I hear three, going once. So we have a 4. Okay, guys, DC versus APG, and it is Inferno. APG going to be taking CT.
So just a quick log out on our side. It looks like it's all neck and neck anyways, but anyone that watched that first round, it nearly pipped it to the overtime. We had an overtime yesterday in the first semi-final between Bravado and Carbon, and it came down to the wire. So this map shouldn't be any different. The first map was neck and neck. Let's see who particularly chose this one. We don't necessarily know if anyone's a favorite to take it, but
APG have a really good Inferno. But that being said, DC absolutely dominate on this map as well.
So it's waiting for them to ready up here.
Yeah, it looks like just waiting for one more player from the side of APG. And yeah, I mean, the momentum from DC's side is they lost that, but they didn't lose it too badly.
Yeah.
And they will be happy for that. Ideally, they'd want to win every one of them. But APG really like precise and disciplined with their movements. And at the end though, DC just absolutely coming back and firing on all cylinders.
They're a relatively new team comparative to DC as APG, yeah? More or less. No, they've been around for a while?
Yes, they have been around for a while. They started out as a battlefield team.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
We're into
Picks up the first two cheaply. It's 5v3, almost instantaneous. Hellhound and Instant taken down to 36 and 45 HP respectively. Give me that map. Let me see what's going on here. They've lined up in the top of Banana. The rotation hasn't come in yet. Convict, Dumpster, and Cannibalistic holding down A. Tight as you wish. Zero Chance and Lighter, the only two lined up, and they have lined up that angle tight.
Very, very aggressive hold here from DC at the moment. Just waiting. Lighters has got them lined up, as you said, and as soon as they peak, he's going to start a fire. And that USB, they need to push in close with these Glocks. They need to push in, and multitude of them need to be firing. Right now, Styles just taking that P250. No, he's got the Glock as well. He's just pushing in there, and it's just
it was instant
with that Tech 9 coming up from behind. But the problem is look at this. APG still just holding solid on their sights. Lighters pulling into family there and just waiting.
Here comes the rush. The smoke placed, but too late. She cried. Hellhound now inside. He's going to get the first kill as Instant with that Tech 9. They're down to a 4v2. Instant taken all the way down to 13, but getting one with that second Tech 9. So he's down to 2, but 13 HP in his favor. Styles now in engagement, getting dented down to 41 HP. It's 3v2 and all the play for. That bomb is down. The retake needs to happen. Convict coming in from Spools, Dumpster from Tree. They've taken him out, and that's it. They're getting rushed off the sites as DC. APG will go in. Time for that bomb fuse.
Absolutely.
Defuse, rather.
Convict with that defuse kits and getting the defuse there. But lucky for DC getting that bomb plant down, giving them a little bit of extra cash there, enabling them to get a couple of pistols, obviously get a bit of an earlier purchase on their rifles, probably maybe look at getting it in the third round. But yeah, I mean, DC are really, really strong on this map, and APG getting those UMPs and those FAMASs right now. They're not taking them lightly. They're not trying to make money here. Well, too much money. They're just wanting to hold these sites and make sure that they can take as many rounds as possible going into that round change. They do have the one map hold now after beating them. Oh, backs to them, and Convict just spraying them down, managing to get some backup there from Lighters and Cannibalistics now, absolutely tearing DC apart there. Convict getting himself 3 kills. Wow.
Well, breaching the site and looking the wrong way.
Well,
There's not much to say about it. You're not working your angles. If two are going to push left flank, one needs to watch right flank, surely.
Yeah, the smoke, they had to push through that smoke there, obviously timing that flash a little bit poorly there, but now they've managed to get themselves those AKs in that third round. They've got a Galil in the hands of Apocalypse, but he's used a little bit of extra cash there to get some utilities on his belt. And right now, APG just holding very aggressively up this banana is zero chance. Moving down that banana, just spraying through that smoke, but no one's home. Only Cannibalistic sitting in that apps area. Convict alone on A as Lighters rotates through Archers back towards that A site.
Apocalypse going deep as you'd like. Instant and explicit sneak at you round through the back of long halls there. Spamming as best he can as Apocalypse, trying to sell as much noise as he possibly could.
Look at Hellhound still standing there back in that T-spawn waiting for APG to push around, and nothing's happening. They've got a 4-man stack on that A bomb site right now. Domster, the only one holding back on car up banana there. And it's almost as though DC are going to walk into an absolute slaughter.
Cannibalistic's got him lined up for days. If they breach that site and they don't know he's behind that pillar, he is going to reap the rewards of a target-rich environment. Apocalypse set to go.
In come the smokes, in come the flashes, and there goes the push. Look at this. They know he's behind that pillar. They're pushing him, and Apocalypse takes him out. Cannibalistic's getting the burn on Ensign, and it's a 4-on-3 at the moment. APG really holding that site well. DC slowed up a bit by those smokes and mollies, and look at Convict. He just pre-fired a little bit too soon there, seeing the barrel of Explicit, but unable to do anything about it. And now they get that bomb down, but Explicit, zero chance is there and unable to do anything. Styles taking him out. Domster is the man for APG. In comes the flash. Very aggressive push here straight off the bat. He hasn't seen Hellhound in that. No, he has not. And down he goes. DC take the first round.
Hellhound taking advantage of an open tactical reload.
Wow.
Retreat behind cover before you do that.
So Convict, the only one with some spare cash there, and nothing but Deagles and 5.7s for the APG contingency. Look at that. AKs, UMPs, Styles just with those utilities, and that AK, nothing nothing more for Apocalypse. Look at this aggressive push down banana. 1, 2, 3 times a lady.
The Trake going in on the way of Hellhound, only getting taken down to 59 in that engagement. So if you'd offered him that at the beginning of this round, he would have taken it.
Very slow push onto this B side, and little do they know there's no one there.
It is like crickets and dust bunnies. Convict and Cannibalistic, the last two in rotation. Cannibalistic's pushed all the way through to middle, and now down through bridge. That bomb is going to go down shortly. Explicit's going to flank out to CT spawn. And Apocalypse holding really deep on that banana. He's going to pick up the first intel in this engagement. Both going to try and push up through it.
Wow. DC taking the second round of this map, and they are looking strong at the moment. Wow. You know, you see that push up there by Hellhound individually. I mean, he went down to 59 health, really strong there. You know, and he was coming up against 5.7s and Deagles there. It's not like these are poor pistols that can't do any damage. APG just caught off guard there by that push from Hellhound, and that flash obviously that he dropped off. Oh, look at this little peek.
If he keeps pushing, they've stacked up. They've stacked up.
Oh, they hold up just in the perfect spot.
Will he sneak? He is going to sneak, and he's going to get laid out for his trouble.
Hellhound with the 4K, and just zero chance surviving that round, or Convict rather surviving that round with that 5.7. So look at this. No pistols again for the guys.
Another save. They're looking to buy big next time round.
Yeah, and Apocalypse still holding on to that Galil. He believes it's working for him, and it is. So he's gonna keep that Hellhound again up into that banana area, holding it quite aggressively, defensively rather. So APG onto that 3 and 2 split. Domster making his way around to that A bomb site, so leaving zero chance just on his lonesome there. Domster just firing off a couple of rounds, or knifing as he goes down the passage there.
Let them know he's coming, giving Giving a little hello to his partners. It's a 4-1 split, a heavy stack in defense on the A side from APG. Hellhound, Explicit, Apocalypse starting to stack up on Banana. It looks like it's going to be the rush here. They're working the angles. That Smoke going to cover off as best he can, and Zero Chance going to fall back now.
He's got himself popped up here. He's going to try and hide and try and get them as they push through the smoke. But DC playing it very defensively at this point. Lights is starting to make his way through that Archers area to rotate onto that B bomb site. The smoke is starting to clear, and any moment now you'll start to see DC execute onto the site, and here they push slowly. They're going to line up for Zero Chance, and Explicit just taking him out with that UMP. Very, very quick reflexes there from Explicit. So here comes DC now, getting that bomb plant down, and the rotation coming in from APG.
There's the exchange as well now. It's a 4v3, just pistols versus rifles. It's going to be a damn hard retake because there's only one utility in the form of Convict. Not much to speak of. They're going to stack up through spools now. Looks like Cannibalistic and Convict are going to try and rush. Dumpster holding just back of tree. It's a mad scamper. Throwing down as best he can. Wow. Hellhound letting out an entire clip, only taking Convict down to 16. It's 3v3. Getting the kill was Dumpster stopping with Zero Chance. Dumpster's the last one standing as he was the MVP from last map rather. He's going to turn tail and run. They're going to abandon that site and go looking for him?
No. You see Convict there just peeking out, trying to see if he can pick up that rifle that Zero Chance dropped off of Explicit there. And as he did that, got his beak blown off. So now in comes a full buy from APG, and things are going to start to turn. It's a different game when you're charging onto a site and someone's got a whole bunch of rifles.
Yeah, and body armor.
Yeah.
So it's Stahl back with the finger of God. Convict matching him man for man with the AWP, letting one rip down range and getting Convict all the way down to 18. His counterpart.
Wow. Very aggressive hold here from APG as well, pushing all the way down Banana. Styles firing in through that smoke there, and nothing being said or done at the moment from DC other than that tag. Just a small tag. It's mere flesh wound on Convict.
I'm fine. Dark room getting investigated there, but nothing happening in it. Hellhound holding off, and it's a static hold. They're going to play the wait and see game with people that pretty much pioneered the wait and see game. Oh, Apocalypse in the room opposite you, son.
He's up on that balcony roof there, and a really, really strong hold here from APG onto that boiler room. Convict also getting that crossfire into that midsection. So right now DC are playing all kinds of peekies on that A bomb side, and APG are looking strong. Look at Domster there as well, really, really far down. And there's that Molotov doing what it does. Explicit moving out.
Great intel. Dumpster, Convict down to 18. Still Dumpster taken off the map. It's 3v3. Convict, not much to speak of. Cannibalistic also on 27 HP. The rush is real. Explicit's going to rotate out. Zero Chance, last man holding that B side. Hellhound's going to push through the smoke. Uncontested. Bullets flying down range at Ensign. The rotation's going to go out. He's going to try and push in through construction. Now Hellhound working the area. Ensign and Explicit going to try and hold him off and get that bomb down if he can. Zero Chance turning. Holding back to Convict, finally joining the party, coming in with the rotation. Instant and Explicit trying to hunt. Cannibalistic's going to push up through Banana, and Explicit's going to meet him there. Stuff the challenge if he can. Oh! And he can. Explicit's going to kill Cannibalistic with a belly full of hatred.
It's important to note, I mean, like, Lights is missing that shot on Explicit as he pulled out a boiler there. So, really, really putting APG on the back foot. I mean, Explicit was carrying that bomb and moving up there. Ooh. And look at that. I mean, Instant just finishing off that round for DC. But yeah, I mean, if Explicit had been taken out by Lighters there, that would have changed the whole game. Explicit wouldn't have been able to rotate, getting that frag onto that site, and all of a sudden it's a 2-4 for DC. Really looking strong at the moment on this T side.
Hellhound and Instant 7-2, 5-3 on the KD scale. Just pistols to speak of on the side of APG. No armor. Wow! Cannibalistic falling cheaply to Explicit, and then AWP ruining the day he got up early this morning. Wait for it. Working the ankle. Styles got the sniff.
We're waiting.
And so am I. So is he.
And so is Tomster. A Zero Chance is not going to be buying any of what Styles is selling. So And there it is. It's like one man down, and you've got your Deagles and your 5.7s. They want to do as much economical damage here as possible onto DC at this point. But again, right now they are just looking like they have all the cash in the world. Yeah. I mean, look, Lights is down to 7 there. It's basically a 3-on-5, and look at DC just slowing it down, using their utilities, making noise. Hellhound really up far on that banana. So here comes the push. Domster's solo on that bomb site, and DC are slowly starting to work their way up. He's given them a lot of that banana angle, obviously holding it quite defensively from the site, and you kind of want to see if DC can actually do the same thing that APG was doing to XTC yesterday. Look at that. Dom's almost getting that perfectly timed flash, managing to put some huge damage in. But Convict now and Lighters and the rest of the APG gang moving in through that CT area. Lighters through construction now, and DC are now onto that site, putting the bomb down as Instant. Hellhound unaware of Lighters behind him. Lighters extremely aggressive onto that bomb site. Gonna get one on Styles now. Is he right? He does. Beauty of a shot there. Playing it smooth, playing it sharp, and he got a double kill, picking up the double kill there and the AWP.
Well played, Lighters.
Wow, unlucky for him, not able to finish that off. Trying to redeem himself after that previous round, but what a perfect individual show of skill there. Not trying to go as cheaply into the night by just taking out Styles. Pulls up quietly behind Instant, takes out Instant, and then immediately finishes off Styles.
I was waiting for the rear naked choke that he was going to put onto him. He was
Have
so
you
close.
seen the size of that man's biceps?
Huge.
Probably could have killed them both.
So,
Oh, he did.
letting one go but missing in that exchange. So Style and Convict back in the AWP territory again.
And now APG again with a full set of rifles and utilities. It's a slow game at the moment. Yesterday APG really playing that game of pulling XTC out, really slowing everything down, playing on XTC's impatience. And look at what happened there. DC really forcing APG's hand there with the patient game, and APG having to start moving really quickly, almost paying off for them in the end.
Will they know that his default position is covering this door? Will they see him as they breach? Will DC? So they've got 2 on site now covering that door in the form of Lighters and Cannibalistic. Oh, nearly eating nade, that pillar saving him.
So again, DC sitting up in that apps area, just trying to listen to the footsteps, hear where APG are, and again, Domster solo on that B bomb site. So APG have put themselves 4 players onto this A bomb site, and Apocalypse now in come the smokes, and they're going to start to push around that library side, going into archers there as they move in. That Molotov just blocking off their path.
Oh, the bomb carrier in the form of Explicit, that smoke providing cover on both sides, perfectly placed, firing through the smoke, trying to get a dink onto anyone that he possibly can. Jumping, getting collected is Apocalypse on Zero Chance, spraying down the spam. 3, Zero Chance taking the tray K. It's now down to Hellhound, everything resting on his shoulders, and that shoulders is now gone.
DC leaving that really late, almost running out of time there. It was one of those, like, they had to go or else they weren't going to get that bomb down, and Zero Chance lining them up, getting himself 3 kills there with the help of Cannibalistics, putting in some damage to that situation. But wow, at the end of the day, it's like both of these teams like to run that clock down, and it's working for DC as well, and that one just not getting the kind of result that they would have liked, because Zero Chance and Cannibalistics had them perfectly lined up with that crossfire, and now all of a sudden that economy is starting to set itself right for APG.
You want to talk about a game of patience? Let's talk about Lighters quietly working his way onto site, patiently getting behind and not pulling the trigger until he absolutely had 2 players lined up, dropped the hammer on that Deagle and collecting 2 scalps for it.
Yeah, right now, again, DC moving up onto that A-bomb site, working with it, getting the smokes down, making the noise, but Hellhound patiently again waiting in that T area. Domster and Zero Chance staying on that site though, and only choosing to hold 3 players on that site.
Lighters with that 8 and 6 KD. Wide open. Oh, finally they're going to push onto B side, are they? Hellhound and Styles working their way up banana.
Rotation coming in now, and there goes the bomb But APOC and Explicit staying behind, and look at that.
Yeah, Instant kicking it out and then picking it back up again. Just not favouring that B site. They're not backing themselves to take it.
APG not buying anything that they're selling, and Convict getting that first kill onto Apocalypse there. And now all of a sudden the engagement starts and the movement onto that A-bomb site. Rotations coming in now from James, Zero Chance and Domster. And DC are getting torn apart at the moment. Instant coming up with the consolation kill, but nothing was taken from APG.
Wow, and that's going to put them in good standing. I think it's going to be a full buy again for what could be the Steve Styles get he doesn't get the the AWP. So Cannibalistic's going to kick that AWP out to Convict. Obviously, money to burn right now. 4 and 5, which was once 4 and 1. So the comeback on the cards for APG.
Yeah, I mean, but DC will be really happy. 5 rounds at the moment. Quick push up here from DC. Up that area. Zero Chance with the double, triple kill. Cleaning out that little movement there by DC. And look at this flash. Oh, unlucky. Fun. Explicit taking out Zero Chance. And now Lighters with those mollies. Spraying through the smoke. No damage really being done there. And it's a 3-on-2 situation here for DC.
Lighters eating that nade, getting all the way down to 46. Explicit down to 62, and H 86. They're going to slow it right down. They don't know that there is no one currently holding that site. Convict does have it lined up for days with that AWP. If he catches a sniff of a 5 o'clock shadow, he'll take it clean off your face. As I say that, Hellhound's going to take him for nothing.
Well, I'm not going to lie, but he gave him an 18 o'clock shadow.
He really did. Explicit doing the damage. Cannibalistic discretion being the better part of valor. No, he's going to try and rush it. That bomb is down.
And it's now up to Cannibalistics, and we know he can do something with this. Look at that. 1 times headshot. Thank you for coming. Bomb is down, and he knows he's in family. In comes the Molly. Hellhound is going to be put out there and does it for DC. But Cannibalistics really bringing it down to the wire for APG there. And Hellhound's experience just showing through.
Just 16 HP, clinching it in that second.
Yeah, 5 o'clock shadow.
That's what I do.
Okay, APG now, that economy has been destroyed. Look at that. Taking those two rounds and then losing straight after that. So they are down back to pistols with that solitary M4 in the hands of Zero Chance, just trying to obviously even out the economy there. He has obviously a little bit more money than the rest of his team.
DC on that engagement finally decide to push up Banana, not doing their level best on working the angles and losing 3 quick scalps. And now it looks like they're Banana shy. So it's 4 and 6. It's a static hold again. People have defaulted into their positions from APG. Apocalypse spamming as best he can through those windows, dark room and all the rest of it.
Look at Hellhound moving up that Banana, getting that quick pick on Lighters, and now all of a sudden that intel's going to come into DC. They're going to start to move slowly towards that B-bomb site. Domster was going to make a rotation down around to B, but decided not to. Zero Chance telling him just hold it back. He's got this covered, he's got the M4, and he's got that line of sight. Look, Hellhound's going to walk in onto the bomb site. As he does, Zero Chance stepping out and doing some serious damage onto Hellhound. And the rotations will now come in. Instant holding back and Cannibalistics getting taken out.
Through the fire he goes, nothing being seen. Style going to win out Domster. They're going to exchange. It's now down to a 1v4 Convict. Not much to speak of in the way of health. He is going to try and push though. Just a pistol and a prayer. No armor to speak of either. See if he can get any lucky picks as he goes through. Going in through construction, pushing out through spools. He's got lined up. And they've seen him get stinked even lower now. 8 HP.
Convicts are surrounded like a convict. They are after him and they want him. They know exactly where he is and they're going to push into him. What Convict's going to want to do is try and do as much damage as possible. But with that 8 health there, he's not going to be able to do anything.
Bam, taken from behind. That's all she wrote. So DC marking another one up on the board.
That is exactly what needs to happen at this point. DC are really looking good at this point. And it's 7-4. Who would have thunk?
Me.
Yeah,
no, I wouldn't have.
You would have. So here it is. They finally got themselves a full buy. I use that word very loosely. They have very little utilities, no head armor on Zero Chance, Domster, and Lighters, but that really doesn't matter when you're coming up against an AK. But Domster says that doesn't matter when you're coming up against my M4.
That's it, Hellhound pushing up aggressively onto Banana, trying to cause ruckus like he did in the last few rounds and getting his head taken clean off. It seems a bit of situation repeat, and they're starting to call the APG starting to call DC on their movements.
Yeah, DC are really getting into the flow of things right now, up into this apps area they are, but Convict's sitting here with this Mag 7, just waiting for someone to come across his crosshair.
The short 12 gauge.
Wow. So DC losing that earlier engagement with Hellhound, and look at him spraying down that apps area, dropping Apocalypse. Wow, working out well. And this is working in the favor of APG, all of a sudden starting to take control, peeking out, and Cannibalistics will not miss that.
The bomb is in the open.
And APG will rotate.
Oh, and it's quite a ways away. Cannibalistics going to take it, and that is it. APG going to win one. And
Cannibalistics with the 3K, and what a beauty. Just lining up for him and dropping them down.
So economy.
Oh.
Let's talk economy.
DC.
They need to apply for a loan.
They need doll hairs, and they have none. So, all of a sudden, back in the favor of APG, they're looking pretty, eventually managing to get themselves a full set of utilities. They're going to be able to slow DC down a hell of a lot. Look at that. Molly right on the faces of Explicit. 1, 2, 3. Thank you for coming. You are getting grilled. And that is all she wrote. No one left on the side of DC. Those Mollies absolutely taking them down.
The quick drop, but money in the bank now for DC. We can do a full buy.
Full AK buy here. Only one with exception is Hellhound with no utilities. But wow, I mean, again, it's important to note, like James Zero Chance, the in-game leader, like he's happy to not take that head armor, as he knows 1 times AK to the head is just gonna kill him straight up. So
doesn't matter what you're wearing.
Obviously looking at saving that money to get himself some extra utilities for his team, holding those sites, holding that B site.
Hellhound seems to have learned from his last engagement. He's holding back now of Banana, using that smoke as cover. No one pushing up really. Domster is sort of mid-Banana, and they're exchanging pleasantries as Lighters and Convict across sites.
Yeah, so Domster holding that car area there, but DC moving quite aggressively around in those apps areas, trying to make as much noise as possible, obviously try and sell that fake to APG, and right now they have sold it to at least 4 of them.
So pretty slow game at this slow round at this juncture. Everyone's wait and see. Hellhound doesn't have that to cover of smoke. Domster trying to work the angle, see if he can get any intel as he pushes up. Hellhound doing much the same by the counterpart. Looks like their Styles is right up there, and looks like the rush is now coming on to A. Convict going to move out and get the first exchange, and then get X'd off the map for the second. Lights is going to pick up one as well. That bomb is out in the open. It's now a 3v4.
And look at that. Like I said, APG being given the opportunity to hold DC up for so long with those utilities, and they're now just getting periodically ticked off one at a time. Those one-on-one engagements, basically moving in on a 1v. Well, APG were happy to put 4 up onto those engagements, so it was a 1v4.
Yeah,
and that's the problem you've got, is you need, you're starting to get reduced to minimal to no utilities. So when your pushes come in, they start to get hindered by the fact that you're now playing up against a team that's got all the utilities in the world, and they're going to just wait for you to push on through, wind that clock down, and eventually they're pushing your hand, forcing your hand, so to speak.
Indeed, it's 7-7 now. The sway of comebacks has happened into APG's favor. What looked like a DC romping. We're 1 away from halftime, and the change up. So it's Tech 9s and a Deagle, and 1 Galil's all really to speak of in Apocalypse's hand.
7 on the side of Terrorist is a really good score. DC will be happy with that. They're going to go into that T side and that CT side, and they're going to be happy with taking 7 rounds off of APG. DC CT side is really, really good and strong and solid. So they're not going to be scoffing at the 7. And if they can pick off 1 more round, well, this is the final round, and if they can pick it off, it's going to be hard with those Tech 9s. But it's not impossible.
That smoke going to stop the conga line up Banana. Hellhounds at the top. Dumpster's got all kinds of angles covered just in, waiting for that smoke to clear. It looked like it was going to be a B-side push, which is a rarity for DC, changing things up finally when they needed to. Apocalypse holding back in apartments, trying to cause static for everyone that comes across, but it's a quiet cat and mouse game. Here comes the rush onto B-side. Smokes, mollies, flashes. Molly again, he's going to be pushed out into the open. Apocalypse is going to get cannibalistic. Thompson's going to return the favor on Hellhound. Jumps into the fire and drops the bomb. They now know where he is. It's a 3-on-2, 3-on-1. Apocalypse, the last man standing. Doesn't have the bomb, though.
He is going to have to play this game and finish this round off, but it's going to be a hard fight. It's not impossible for Apocalypse. We've seen him do some serious damage before. 3-on-1. He's going to push in directly into the sights and get taken out immediately. And APG will going to the half swap 8-7.
Great work from APG, fighting out of the closed corner and making a comeback.
Great work from DC. They will be happy with that, and they're going to go into this pistol round, and I wouldn't be surprised if you see a very, very aggressive push here from APG. They're going to want to try and see if they can get another couple of rounds early on in this from this pistol round, get that economy of DCs on the back foot and start to push. But APG have been known to mess with my aggressive predictions. There it is.
Look at that, favouring the Glucks in favour of some utilities. Decoys thrown out there as well. Port out there as well. Here comes the aggressive push. Apocalypse all the way up to the front. The first engagement, Instant going to get it done.
Almost getting the knife.
Wow.
But unlucky. I don't think APG were expecting that aggressive push from DC and taking out two of their players straight off the bat. Look at that crossfire from Instant, getting himself 3 kills and eventually getting taken out by Cannibalistics.
Dumpster all the way down to 38. It's 3v2. Nothing really to speak of. That bomb in the hands and on site, just trying to get to a placement for them.
They don't know where DC is at the moment, and they're not sure if they can push out. Styles and Explicit holding back extremely defensively. Styles peeking out, getting taken out by Domster, and now it's up to Explicit and Hellhound to sort something out here. And they are doing great. Domster working for APG at the moment, and eventually Cannibalistics finishing that off for APG, and they will be happy with that. Look at them screaming and shouting in that booth.
Domster
really
and
happy with that pistol round for themselves.
Domster picking up the tray can. Cannibalistics picking up the juice for the kills. Between those two, cleaning off DC.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just who you'd expect to come to the party. Domster is languishing a bit with the 10 kills at the bottom of the board there, but as we've said before, when that guy starts to operate, stuff starts to happen for APG.
It's all kind of ugly. So again, we're going to see APG winning that out and slow it right down now. Mac 10 is Mac 10 and P7. The MP7's only two. Oh, the UMP in the hands of Elidas. Watch it.
So, don't watch it. So the point is getting that pistol round, getting these weapons, these submachine guns for APG is going to work. They want to use these next 2 or 3 rounds for themselves. Yeah, we watched it.
We watched it die in his hands. That's sad.
It's going to build up their economy. They're going to try and stagnate DC's round wins here, and look at Hellhound peppering in on APG, but eventually just overpowering him, chasing him down onto that bomb site and getting the bomb plant down.
APOC has picked up Lighter's UMP. Let's see if he can use it to any sort of advantage. He's going to get taken out as Apocalypse from Cannibalistic. It's Instant, the last man standing with the pistol and really no health, no body armor. Sprayed through that smoke. He's not there though.
He's just looking to see if he can pick up a weapon before he falls back. He's got nothing. He manages to get that UMP and he is running.
He is hauling
rear. The Wind and APG have got a sniff of that and they are after him. They've got that bomb down. They know he has no health, but they do know he has that rifle. That's a submachine gun and they're going to want to find him. Look at Domster here, just missing out on checking that backstage area, so he will escape the round with that UMP.
So, pre-fire going in and missing because nobody was there. Kicking out to Styles is APOC with that UMP. No, he's going to give it back to Instant.
They're playing, you have it, no, you have it, no, you have it.
I don't want it.
And DC going to take another save here other than that UMP that Instant managed to pick up the previous round. He's got himself a flash. And APG now with a couple of AKs and Galil still holding on to that Mac 10 as Domster and Lighters with that MP7. So he's decided that the UMP is not as nice as the MP7.
Oh, don't be like that. Oh, spraying a bit early, giving away his position. Oh, he's not. Dumpster going to pick up Explicit straight to their head anyway. Taken down to 26. Convict down to 7, though, doing enough damage just before he got rinsed off the map. Full health on everyone else as well on the side of DC. So it's a 4v5, but you can really say it's a 4v3.5 because of the health situation.
So at the moment, it's this can end badly. APG sitting with 2 really low players. DC pick up another 2 submachine guns or even that AK, and all of a sudden it just becomes, oh, look at this, look at that. Oh, you just missed that angle that Styles on both. Oh, there it comes. There it comes. APG eventually getting to stem that problem. Zero chance with that AK finishing it off on Styles.
He did have the drop for them, but it was only a pistol in his hand. Instant, the last one standing, 100% health and armor, and not to mention it, the UMP. Convict down to 7 HP as well. He is quietly sitting back there. Let's see if he's going to try and push. Cannibalistic's going to come up against him and lose the engagement as Ensign. So 11-7.
11-7, and now we'll start to see a full bar coming in here from DC. Unlucky with that UMP, not getting a single kill with that gun that round. And
salt and wound, thanks.
APG now have so much money. They're gonna be able to push onto these sites, but DC are looking strong as well. They got those 7 rounds in the terrorist round, so they're gonna look at seeing what they can do with this.
It's a hurry up and hold. Everyone's going to default to position. Style, Cannibalistic's moving in quickly. Style's going to get the first pick on him with that AWP. Again, that kid with that AWP, you give him a sniff and he will take it straight off.
You know he's like 8 foot tall.
He's 23.6 foot tall, and that he doesn't need a boost.
He's also not a kid. So Domster pushing into this apps area here, still Hellhound in his little spots on balcony. All over the place are APG, just trying to look and gather any sort of information as to where these DC players are at the moment. Style still holding a very defensive position on that A-bomb site, and Convict and Domster with utilities for when they need to push onto that bomb site, waiting, just getting the call in from Zero Chance, and it looks like they want to make a move onto that A site. He pushes up with that bomb, and now DC just holding back. Lights is making all kinds of racket on that B bomb site, and there it is. The call is coming from Zero Chance. They are rotating over to that B bomb site.
Apocalypse going to sit back into position 2. Ensign covering from trees. There is utilities to speak of.
Watch how Ensign holds up this push now. He wants to switch out to that molly. He's got it, that incendiary. He's got it ready. The flash has come in. And now the incendiary to try and stem that push onto the site, but APG managed to get onto it pretty unaided, and there they start.
And it's 2 on 4, and Convict taken all the way down to 11, 3 on 2. Style didn't come out unscathed from that first exchange, all the way down to 9 HP. They've slowed it right down again. 7 seconds left. The bomb finally goes down. Dumpster, the last man standing with the Galil. They're going to vectorize his position and push in.
Explicit getting that shot through the smoke there, and now it's just Domster, and they know he's there. He's been taken down, and getting that shot on Styles. Quick little step out. Styles really low. They'll pick up that AWP for him and get the bomb defuse for DC.
Needing that win just then for the economy as well. 11 and 8 is how we're going to go into it.
And that is going to put a dent into the APG budget shortly if they do not manage to turn this one around after this round. It's going to get hairy.
Slim pittance.
So,
a puck can hold him to that AK-47 that he picked up, favouring it. Why waste money when you don't have to?
DC will also not want to lose this round after buying all those little trinkets. At the moment, Apocalypse really struggling at the bottom of the board. They're on a 5 for 15, and not finding his form at the moment. But I'm sure he is aware of that, and he's going to want to start looking at moving on up to the east side.
I was going to say the same thing. Style trying to look through that smoke, see if he can get a pick, but didn't want to give away his position. Instant going to retire back of truck. See if he can get the angle, waiting for the push. Everyone is slowed straight down. Lighter's going to try and get a sniff out from the corner top of Banana. They've kicked that bomb out, trying to find as much intel as they possibly can. Dumpster, Convict, Cannibalistic, all from APG. Smoke's going out, holding them off. Domster back into rotation. Going to see if he can push up. Zero chance trying to get to the top. Instant covering it nicely.
Again, very important to notice, APG were just leaving Domster on that B bomb site by himself. Zero chance would rotate between the two. And APG giving DC a lot of possession in that map control, in that banana area. They're letting them move right up. DC are letting them move right up into that bananas area without even any sort of advice. And look at this, any sort of inclination, that molly coming in, and now all of a sudden, look at that. It's going to start doing all kinds of damage to APG. Zero chance, Domster, Lights is all eating some of that, and Cannibalistics coming to the party. But now the rotation in from DC.
They're going to have to fight for this retake. Cannibalistic holding it up. Zero chance. It looks like they're going to hang back here.
Perfect smokes by APG just to block DC's advances, and they have decided to pull out of that one. A 5v3 retake.
Not the best idea.
APG really low on health there, but all the AKs in the world, and DC are happy to give them that round. Problem being is that
B-site's a difficult one to take back with all those bottlenecks as well.
the economy not looking too good at the moment for DC, and APG not even waiting to get any sort of picks. As Styles looking in through that pit area as they come out of library. Is he going to get one? Yes, he does.
Yes.
Little beauty gets one pick out of library, and that's all she wrote. So managing to do a little bit of damage there onto APG is Styles, but they're not going to bother. They'll just repurchase and continue.
So money to burn in the form.
So, yeah, Apocalypse reduced to a pistol. That's not going to help his situation. He's going to want to find something. You know, he's really struggling on his B sites. Maybe he wants to look at moving it up. And as I say that, look at that, 3 of them onto that B bomb site. Styles letting them know he has an AWP there. So he's... Lights is immediately just moving a little bit back.
Whistling past the schnoz. That Molly holding them off and slowing them right down. They pushed the top of Banana though. Bomb still is the bottom of map. Cannibalistic is a 3-2 split. So just waiting. Again, it's the patient game from APG. It worked the last round.
Yeah, Lights is again DC giving APG a lot of possession on that Bananas Avenue there. Cannibalistics will just make all kinds of noise, but there are 3 DC players there. That smoke coming in to prevent the movement of APG.
And it's going to definitely be a B push, lest they do something completely. They keep calling me a liar. They stack on Banana, and then there's a slow rotation out. Cannibalistics and Lights are going.
You know, Zero Chance wants everything to be perfect. He will wind that clock down 40 seconds. You know, he's got his guys there. They have a number. They have a time that they're going to call, and then you will start to see them move. As you see there, Cannibalistics are starting to make the call, and there goes the call. 30 seconds, 25 seconds. They're going to push through that smoke. Look at DC really aggressive in that smoke, taking 2 out of APG's arsenal, and that's the 3rd going down. And now all of a sudden, APG are left languishing with Lighters in the back there between him and the bomb. He's going to have to pull out there, and he's got his AK, but look at Explicit and Hellhound coming around the rear. Picks up the bomb, moves in onto that B bomb side, picks out Apocalypse, but Styles is there to avenge that with that AWP, and DC take that round with almost no time left on the clock.
Running it right down. Again, the hourglass has got picked out. Oh, a Convict not looking good with the old Tech 9 there. As far as Cashola goes.
So right now, DC, with the money that they need, and Convict with that Tech 9, it's going to be hard. They've got the utility, so they will be able to breach onto those sites. But again, Styles getting that first pick on Domster, and now all of a sudden it's at least they've given a AK to Convict. He can go fetch that one.
Hellhound has dropped to the back of Pit. They have pushed up quite aggressively, has Convict into apps, and Hellhound has him lined up for days as well.
So now it's a push onto B, and it's this very, very slow, methodical push from the APG guys right now. DC just slowly dissecting them, pulling them apart, and look at that, getting the three down, and it's just Convict with two health at the moment, and DC are looking solid at this point. They are creeping closer to that 12 round advantage that APG have, well, the 3 round advantage.
So Convict
rather.
He's trying to work the angle. He's only got 2 HP left. Technically, if he brushes up against a fern, he's going to die. So, he heard something. Is he going to rotate out? No, he's not, because he's going to catch Explicit at the bottom of Banana and get his head taken square off, or his body taken square off. So it's
APG being reduced to no economy at this point, and they are now resetting themselves. DC are starting to get a hold of this game, and it is neck and neck. Dust 2 was exactly the same. It went down to 16-14. If you have just joined us, APG taking the first map 16-14, and now APG did start Inferno on the side of CT, managing to scrounge up 8 rounds to DC's 7. So it's looking good here at the moment. APG and DC at getting to a really close game. APG and DC 12-10 at the moment.
Wondering if Explicit and Styles caught anything. Both of them regressed through that. Styles rotating out to front of A site now, going to hug up against Truck. They're going to line up. That smoke giving them all. APOC and Incident back of B. They haven't realized that there's absolutely no one. Here comes the push. The first goes down to Explicit in the form of Convict. They now know he's there. Oh, in mid-air, Styles going to pick him up. There goes the second, the third, and they get rinsed off the site. DC unchallenged.
Shots! Styles getting that pick in mid-air, then finishing off with the pistol. What an absolute pleasure to watch. I mean, though, that is nothing more than poetic. Watching that execute from APG, really perfectly timed, and then DC were just lining them up and waiting for that push. It couldn't have been better for them.
12 and 11.
And here they come with the AKs now. APG just need to reset themselves and start to get back into that motion where they play that game of a slow and solid movement onto their sides. You know, they do not get, they won't get disheartened by that kind of thing, because it's just all part of it, dude. I mean, you take that one round, you lose the one round, but you just got to keep that momentum going. Convict already taking one off of DC in the face of Explicit. So almost Apocalypse lining them up with lighters, making sure that doesn't end poorly for APG, and he will still hold that bomb site, and it's a 3v4 at this point.
Working the angles into the last one, holding back. Obviously, they want to abandon the site. Dom's the Convict, Cannibalistic. That bomb kicked out way of rear lights. It's probably going to rotate out to pick it up unless Domster does. Is he? Yes, he is. Slowly make his way back. Styles, the man in motion, going to push out to B site. Work the angles from Truck. It's a slow hold, slow progression. We're down to 52 seconds. Still time on the board, but no one's interested in that bomb just yet.
Hellhound being left all alone on that A bomb site with APG ready to go and push onto it. Styles rotated back onto that B bomb site, and all of a sudden, Hellhound is going to find himself in a really, really difficult situation as soon as APG starts to push on. The intel's going to come, and DC still standing still, eventually making their move. Hellhound is doing some damage there, getting himself 2 picks. They know he's there. Lighters will finish it off. So Instant and Style now left to retake this bomb site. Bomb has gone down close side of pit there. Smoke will hold him off, forcing Instant to go around that midsection. And Lighters is holding that angle, so Styles will be firing through. Oh!
Picks up the 2-for!
Look at that little beauty, and he gets a 2-for-1 sale, and they will get the defuse. Wow, Styles operating through that library with that AWP. Oh my word. That is just what DC needed.
Did anyone bring holy water? That kid's possessed.
Okay, and in comes the pause from APG. And look at that.
12 and 12. And it slowly builds again. The pressure's on the tactical core.
So, all the money in the world, and DC are looking good.
It's what can one say, guys? We said it was going to be a close one, and it is a close one. The first map going down to the wire. Second map, no different. We could see the third map come into play if DC take it.
So APG now, in the form of Zero Chances, is getting his team together, regrouping them. They've got a bit of cash there that they're going to obviously decide whether they need to force buy or not. They shouldn't have to force buy, but they're going to be slim on the utilities. Convict and Lighters are going to have to buy the utilities for APG, but DC at the moment really getting into their form after that little double pick there from Styles. They're going to be really, really happy and really convinced that they're picking up the momentum.
So what could one be talking about right now. Just slow it down. Their strats seem to have been working. I mean, heck, they clawed back all this way. So it's economy not the greatest, but again, not terrible on APG side. It's going to be a one that they want to win in this round, APG, just to get the footing. Money to burn on DC. They can lose this one and still buy Explicit, the only one that's sort of languishing as far as economy goes, and even he isn't doing too poorly.
Well, let's have a look here at the moment. Inson on 20, Lighters on 20, Cannibalistics on 20, and Apocalypse slowly starting to come onto the board there with another 6 kills since the last time we mentioned. It's just all about DC at the moment. They are getting this right. APG are starting to show signs that they need to regroup, and that's why Zero Chance has called that timeout. That's why he's regrouping his players. He's slowing everything down for them, bringing them back to where they need to be, making sure that they stick to things. The hands are moving furiously inside that booth. DC is calm as anything.
Headsets back on.
Headsets back on, and the unpause is being called. They have been brought back into position, and they will start this round afresh. Tech 9 Armor.
Tech 9 Armor. We haven't heard that song in a while.
And this is all she wrote. They're gonna. I'm not gonna say it.
Say it.
They're not gonna rush.
Aren't they?
They never. They're not gonna. I'm gonna say they're gonna rush, and then they're gonna stop right here.
And then they're going to stop right here? No, they're going to stop. No, they're going to rush. Good call.
Very quick push up second mid there into that apps area. The bomb goes down and they stop. So APG again sticking to what they do best. They're holding up. They're getting the intel. They're just looking. They're not aimlessly trying to throw away their lives. They're just going to hold up here, get there, execute into the site right. Zero Chance holding up in that B area, making sure he can create some kind of noise, push as many guys off that B bomb side as he can, and Style has not bought what he's selling.
No.
Moving over to that A bomb site, and it is going to be interesting because up close those Tech 9s, and we have seen some of them what they can do.
Fierce.
Those Tech 9s, they are fierce. Zero Chance joining, and they're about to execute in onto the site. In come the smokes, and watch them move through that apps is going to come. Cannibalistics and Convict. Domster setting up on that that boiler room area, and there they come.
The first one to intercept, going to be the first one to kill as well. Takes up the 2, fires down range. Finally, the Explicit. Domster, the last one standing. He picks up the 2 for all the way down to 3v1 now. Domster's the man in motion, and he's going to get taken out. DC winning that one, 13-12.
Hellhound taking three kills for his efforts there, and I mean, there is no one better to hold that pit at this point in this competition. I haven't seen anyone hold that pit area as well as Hellhound does. And DC are happy. They're coming up now. They've just taken the first round. They've gone ahead. They've edged ahead of APG for the first time since they switched over rounds. And look at this. Full buy from APG now, except in the hands of Convict. He has obviously just saved up enough for that AWP and armor. So now it's all about this push, and it's going to be crucial.
Oh, Styles got him lined up dead to right. Let's see if he drops the hammer. Oh, blinded out. That molly perfectly placed, cooking him a little bit. Styles taken all the way down to 36 HP. Lighter's going to pick up APOC for free. Just not working the angles. It's the slow rotation, the call coming in. However, Cannibalistic and Dumpster now found themselves deep into the A side, trying to work the angles. Explicit's going to now work it out and get taken out by Cannibalistic. Convict going to rotate out now, pick up that bomb. Still everyone having a feel out. It's a 3v5. Style with the AWP, still trying to wait for an angle. No one's going to work in there though. Hellhound coming to the party again. Convict going to get taken out.
Look at him looking everywhere for someone. He's just like, give me someone to shoot. And he gets someone, and Domster says, no.
Oh, there you are. Back of sight again in pit. Instant, finally the rotation coming in. That bomb is going to go down. It's 2v4, and it's going to be a hell of a difficult retake for them. They're not even going to try.
Falling back onto that B side to keep those rifles in hand. Great execution there from APG. Casualties in the form of Convict, and they'll be happy with that. After that tactical pause, using the Tech 9s just to save up a little bit more, getting the full buy this round, and they managed to take this and draw level with DC, going 13-13.
Don't go anywhere. It is going to come down tooth and nail to the wire.
And this is exactly what happened in the first round against on Dust 2. So I mean, what do you say?
Usually at this juncture, I'd say don't go anywhere, even if you need the loot, which is what I need. And why would they go into overtime?
Okay. DC still with more than enough money to get a full buy here, so they're going to be happy with that, managing to save that rifle. So they're still going to have a little bit of extra cash after this to actually continue again. So let's see, APG again, slow this down, start to play those angles. I mean, you're almost probably guaranteed to catch a team off guard if you've played nearly 26 rounds, 27 rounds, and then eventually you just run into one side, all 5 of you with AKs.
You're still dying for that rush, aren't you? Explicit exchanging pleasantries with Convict and then pushing out. Hellhound, his usually complementary default position. Explicit going to do the same. Take up position front of A. Style rotating out, trying to get the pick. Instant and Apocalypse, the only 2 there. Lighters and Zero Chance from APG, seeing if they can get any intel to report back. It's the wait game. Zero Chance firing through that smoke. Second smoke going to go out right at the top of Banana, and they're going to say, no thanks, not today. I'm going to push out to the back of B. Banana.
So at the moment here, DC using all the utilities to try and slow up APG, but look at Cannibalistics and Dumpster. Styles rotating through archers and round to library has actually opened up a gap for Cannibalistics to push a little bit more aggressively up in that mid area. The flash coming in, firing off, and Styles getting smoked out by Cannibalistics.
Here's the 4-man rush. They've stacked up on top of Banana. We are just seconds away, and here they go, folks. Incendiary's going out. Laying down cover, first going down in the way of Dumpster. Convict finishing off where Dumpster started. They exchange kills. It's 3v4. Cannibalistic all the way down to 55.
Cannibalistics waiting and getting Hellhound in the back there, so preventing that rotation from DC. And he's now going to be moving in behind Styles and Explicit. I hope the intels come in, because he's going to get to shoot exactly as I said. Explicit getting taken out by Cannibalistics from behind, and now it's just Styles with that AWP, and he is not going to be able to exit this situation.
Crazy to not make that call. The boost going up, just catching a glimpse, but letting that shot go too late. Oh, firing through the cover, and he's going to get the pick as Styles, and then gets his rear end handed to him, and APG going to take that win.
14-13, 2 points away for APG, 3 points away for DC.
You know what they're going to do? They're going to win one now and take it 14-14. Just to extend the excruciation. It's not even a word, I've just made it up.
Thomas is here, and it is getting close now for DC. After this round, they take a loss. It is going to be all but said and done in the form of finances. But do not go anywhere, guys. At the moment, DC spread out 2-3, and again, APG in that default situation, Lighters and Zero up in that banana area, and that bomb belonging where it is in their T-spawn.
Oh, Styles with the pick from Nowheresville.
Knows where. Domster and Convict still loitering in that apps area, trying to look and get any sort of intel that they can. Zero Chance falling back to collect that bomb. They're going to make their move now. We've got 1 minute on the clock, and it looks like they're moving up into that banana section. Instant Apocalypse now, holding in on that site, just slowing them down as much as possible. They've still got a flash and a smoke in their hands with the molly. As soon as that push comes in, you'll see Instant drop that incendiary to try and get as much damage in on them as possible. Apocalypse really close there, trying to listen to see if he can hear anything. He can hear it. Too late with the smoke, and APG push in and clean out that B-bomb site. And now Styles, Explicit, and Hellhound, another job. Look at Convict lining them up here. Are they going to look? No.
Picks up the first.
Styles always managing to finish that off. But again, now an uphill battle for Styles and Hellhound.
And there's not much you can do about that. Styles picking up the juice kill and probably going to rotate out. Discretion being the better part of valor. They're going to go 15-13 right now. Styles turning around, holding back, posting up as we like to call it. No one's going to go out looking for him, or are they? They are indeed. Here comes the snifferoo. Zero Chance Dumpster going to rotate out. All three moving in the same position. Styles picking up Dumpster through cover with the wall bang. That kid, he's got a sixth sense.
Wow.
He is absolutely brilliant.
Absolute cracking shot there. And now, match point.
Match point indeed.
Match point.
And if we look at the economy of DC.
It's going to be an interesting one. They've called for it. They've called for a pause here. DC have some penny farthings.
They really do, and nothing in the way of. I mean, if you're stretching now, you're going in with pistols. Will you do the rush? Go and look. Don't hold sights. Give up the site, because even if that bomb goes down, you still have time to defuse and retake. It is a tough map to retake either side anyway.
This is exactly the position APG want to find themselves in. You know, DC need to win another 2 rounds. They have absolutely no money, and they've just lost 3 in a row. So they'll get some money next round. So whatever's going to happen here needs to happen in this round.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It needs to happen, because it's all about that bonus, and they just need to get through this round. As long as whatever they've planned for, you know, works out, then all of a sudden APG could find themselves on the back foot. But the way they're operating at this moment, APG are looking pretty strong. I mean, you've got Lighters at the top with Cannibalistics. Those guys have really been tearing DC apart. But I mean, as we've seen throughout this tournament, with DC making their way through to the semi-finals, they've managed to consistently they're not finishing off their rounds. They've got 23 kills, 20. They're not finishing off, they're getting the kills. They are definitely out-fragging most of the opposition that they're coming against. The problem is they're not getting to finish off their rounds, and that just can't happen. You've got to have guys that are finishing their rounds and getting those round wins on the board. And right now they've got those 3 losses, and the bonus money will come in. But now they've got themselves the P250s, the CZs, the FAMAS, you know, so they've got something. They've gone for the utilities. The unpause has come in. We've got 5 seconds, and this is a do or die round for DC.
It's the make or break, folks. We'll see whether or not this is going to go into 3rd map in just a few seconds. The rush comes on.
Look at that, very, very aggressive from DC, right down that banana.
Styles
getting the
zero
first pick,
chance.
and that's exactly what they wanted for the start. Look at that, quick pick, falling back into a defensive position and immediately taking out in-game leader. 0 chance, and now look at Explicit and Hellhound. Also very aggressive up in that apps area. They know APG likes to sit in there, and is Cannibalistics going to run into any sort of issues there with Explicit peeking out in that apps area? He does not. Cannibalistics takes him out, and now APG have put themselves on equal footing. They start to move in onto that A-bomb site, and Lighters holding onto that bomb in mid. Convict and Cannibalistic still in that apps area, waiting to see what they can get.
Instant in rotation. It looks like they're going to gamble now. Styles just waiting back, see if he can dent anyone he possibly can. Firing downrange, letting him know through that smoke. Instant back up in rotation. They're wondering where he's coming from. APOC is the man to watch on that exchange. Domster's going to be the first. The push is real now. Here it comes. Picking up the first. Apocalypse going to rotate out throughout the flashbang. Doesn't sell it all. It's down to 3v2. Cool, they pull out a miracle here. Cannibalistic getting taken all the way down to 28 HP. He is on site, and that bomb is going to go down. Look at the top of balcony. It's 2 and 2.
Hellhound getting taken out, but not before he does some damage. Styles and Instant, the 2 guys you want in this situation. Styles can operate with that AWP. He will destroy. And look at this, Instant being trapped up by that smoke. So APG doing some great stuff here. The clock is ticking down. Styles, Instant know they need to work here, and they're looking in those angles, looking in through pit. They know that he's in that pit area. And Cannibalistics taking out Instant. Styles being left behind, and APG take it. And they go into the final to face off against Bravado. What a game. DC just getting pipped right at the end there.
It's going to be a cracker, folks. That final is going to be a thing of beauty and a joy forever. We got entertained. Thank you for watching, and over to our panel.
Cheers, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a game from DC APG. A great semi-final to start. DC, obviously, don't get to go any further. I know Dimitri from the captain of DVD wanted to play DC in the final, otherwise known as the South African El Clasico, DC versus Bravado. But instead, APG, who played out of their minds, are going to be inviting themselves into the final, and we've got ourselves a very good game on our hands.
No, definitely, and if we had to have a look at it, a lot of people would have called an APG to Bravado final, so it was between APG and DC, I think, at this point. It was really, really great to see how the way that the DC guys were never giving up at any given time. Same as APG, and I think the tactical portion from APG came in at the right time. They didn't necessarily use it in the next following round, but keeping control, keeping their level of cash up, and knowing exactly what to use with the right utilities in the round following, and making sure that they didn't almost lose their game style, lose their play when they lost that the initial pick style from style. Brilliantly played with that kind of stuff, and if these guys keep doing this, I think that our casters are going to need to have quite a few bathroom breaks before the finals, otherwise they're not going to be able to.
It's important to note that actually that one is they tend to lose and sort of have to fight their way back from there on in. Today on Terrorist, on Inferno, they took the initial pistol round. And initially, you could see in the booths the visible player reaction.
Yeah.
Because they said to themselves, "Cool, we finally did what we've been trying to do this entire tournament against one of the better sides in the better final, and it's put us in good stead for the rest of our Terrorist run on Inferno." So that pretty much set themselves up. I mean, 8-7. They couldn't have been too happy with the first half, doing 7 rounds on Terrorist on Infernos.
Yeah.
But because DC are known to have a strong counter-terrorist side on that. But I mean, both teams are big fans of Inferno. They're both known for to be one of their favorite maps.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So I think that was an important point for me, because you saw the attitude sway in the booth. APG after that, they were looking, they were still looking focused, but suddenly Tools was fist pumping in the air, and things were really starting to get going in the right direction. I think that was definitely one of the turning points.
No, for sure, and I think the looking forward aspect of this now is that we're going to have Tools, previously a Bravado player as well, coming up, and Zero Chance. And that matchup between those two players and the Bravado side with regards to Destiny and Sonic now, the trade-offs and the plays are going to be so critical. Convict with that AWP as well, as we saw in Dust.
Also a former Bravado player.
Yes, as well, another, yes, if you want to go back as well, true. Yeah. So third player to look out for. It's just been excellent. It really has a game style that we're going to see going forward. I think it's going to be explosive. APG as well, a very held back team with regards to the chaos that they try to create. And that move that they pulled up in Banana now, it was one of the game-changing moments when they were able to sneak almost into B. And as the smoke came out, it was dropped, and that was it. It was the full man rush and changed the morale, I think, of the DC players. So if Bravado are allowed to capitalize on the same type of mentality of creating chaos and creating that change of play, we're going to see something very interesting come out.
Yeah, I mean, I think DC obviously walking themselves away with some definite cash money. I think it's 25 million.
Yep, that's right.
So they are not going to be too sad with their performance. I'm sure going forward, they've only recently pulled back their original roster together. So, and there's still plenty of practicing to be done. I'm sure they're going to walk away feeling pretty good about themselves. I mean, the Fanekuk brothers style Hellhound played in. I mean, Hellhound, probably one of my MVPs for that game. Even though they weren't winning, he just was absolutely on point with that rifle, man.
Agreed, and completely showing their stuff again. I mean, DC have come in and out of every single event, and either top placed or either not, either top placed or not, and it doesn't really matter, because they go back to the drawing board, they go back to their standard style of play. They're back at tomorrow, they're back to the general play, the matchmaking, the mixes. They're there to keep going, and they're never ever giving up. Like you say, APG, a more recently formed team who have yards and years of space ahead of them that they're still going to be learning and growing. And the international scene is just on the brink of South Africa, I would say, in the next at least couple of years. And that's what these guys are going to be training for. And with this kind of event, it's perfect to see it. So I'm really excited to see how this final is going to play out.
Yeah, I believe that we have an interview lined up with one of our players. So we're going to cross over to Gareth and see what he has to say.
I'm here with Styles from DC. Obviously, unfortunate not to go through there, but two very, very tight games there. I have to say, it seemed like each map a game of two halves. One in the first one where the other team obviously went miles ahead of you guys, and then you slowly trying to claw your way back. Obviously, just not enough in the end. But your thoughts on those games?
We had a rough start, and we kind of pulled it back. Our CTs, we lost a crucial round where we got caught out top A, and we had full equipment and grenades, and they just piled, and we had to reset our mentality. But then I think we needed like 2 or 3 more rounds from counter-terrorists that we could have had, but some clutch play from APG guys, and we just couldn't retake that B-bomb side. It was a nightmare. And then the terrorist side, I mean, it was 15-8 at a stage. I told the guys, let's dig deep, and round after round, and then at the end it came down to, I know Haaland was holding the middle doors, and the guy snuck past, and he wanted him to sneak past to get a better position, and the guy killed him. And it's one round, and we went to overtime, you know? But we reset the mindset. 7 is enough, in my opinion, on Inferno. So it was another one halves. Like I said, it's halves. It's small 1v1s, 2v2s, flick of a coin, and we went to a third map.
It's definitely a game of momentum, obviously with the economy and all that sort of stuff. But you guys, both teams, use tactical pauses, it seemed, to kind of halt that momentum. Is it as big a deal as the guys are talking about, just to stop that kind of steamrolling effect when a team is really getting ahead of another one?
Yeah, I think it's a big deal because, like, their pause they used, if it was 12-12, 13-13, they needed to figure their finances out. But we used that time as well to kind of see what's happening. And we got the first picks again. And then what they did well, they stopped with their projected strategies. They just walked out into B, and our guys in B got caught, and we just couldn't recapture it. Where our pause was just plainly to break their momentum because they got 3 rounds. We just wanted to calm down, and we wanted to balance the finances because we spent like 15 seconds deciding who's getting the pistol. It wasn't me, so it was all right.
So my last question, obviously disappointed to not make the final, but going home 10,000 Rand richer. Who do you think is going to take that final and the first Master Series?
If you have to ask, if I knew what maps was going to be played, I could have made a better prediction, but I'd say Bravado will take it. If APG get the right elimination, I think it can go 2-1. I think we're looking at a best of 3 here.
Awesome. So we're looking forward to probably getting our at least our first best of 3 in the series as Bravado, going to the final, obviously, against APG. Thanks very much, Styles. Back to desk.
Welcome back, guys. I am sitting here with Chris Apocalypse from DC and Tools from APG. Once again, guys, thanks for joining me on the panel. Chris, you started the match in a very interesting way. From the get-go, you decided to first ban Train, arguably DC's one of DC's favorite maps. Was that a mind game?
Not really. We wanted to throw something in the mix that they wouldn't expect, and I definitely don't think you expected a Dust 2 pick from us.
Yeah, not at all.
You know, just to obviously catch them off guard a bit with the maps, and we thought if it comes to Dust 2 aim duels, we're fairly on par. You know, I mean, you can't get that creative with your breaches. It's Dust 2, everyone knows it. So, you know, we thought, you know, level playing field. So I think that's why it was a close game.
And Tools, I mean, in that first map, you guys had a pretty significant lead. DC then managed to pull quite a few rounds of you to bring back that game to even. What was the feeling in your camp at the time? Did you guys just say, let's just slow it down and hold on?
Yeah. Well, roughly I knew what they had planned in terms of it was either mid-B splits or it was top push. But what we didn't expect is what they don't usually do. They did the split, but they went low and top, they mollied sides, they caused destruction. So we had our guy posting top waiting for it, and all of a sudden we have 3 guys coming out long. So we weren't ready for that. We over peaked. I mean, I was warping and I peeked the door and I knew for a fact she was warping, but I just thought, okay, we need to win the stools here in order to win the round. And it was just one of those things where if you don't win your fights at the certain zone, you've lost the round completely. And there were a few times. And then after that, I just started continuing. Our money was getting crippled. So we had to come a new game plan. So we just let go of that. And we were like, okay, cool, how do we approach the situation? So we took it from there and we sort of picked them apart by just posting top, not letting them actually entry first on top before long. And that sort of worked towards the end. It's quite shaky though.
Yeah, I mean, you guys definitely, in terms of retaking sites, you were very patient. You waited for all your team to get set up, ready, and then retake a site, which often caught the DC guys off guard.
The one guy retook so late that he could have never defused the bomb. So I turned my back. Even if he killed me, he couldn't have defused the bomb. But he came so late that he killed me, and the other guys were in the site defusing. That was James, coming long eight. So late on retake that he just shouldn't be there.
That was a miscom. That was a miscom, and it worked out.
Oh, really? It worked out. It was just one of those things where why is he there? Even if he wins, you can't defuse. But his teammate,
Was it a planned thing?
It wasn't planned at all. Like my call was,
lucky mistake.
They must have long control. They must have side control. Let's just retake from CT and top. But we had one of the guys late rotating, and I was like, too late to go top. You might as well just go long anywhere. So he went long. He just we were planning on just getting exits that round, where we ended up getting picks onto side, and we just rolled with it that way.
And then, I mean, moving to map 2, DC had to be feeling pretty good after the first half, managed to get 7 rounds on terrorists.
In terms of Dust 2, we started off defending and we posted a total, and you knew that was about, you're on par for 15-15, so you got to just get that extra edge to win the game and close it out. So Dust 2 was fine. On Inferno, we also felt like in the first half, we did our job, 7 rounds. On paper, I would have taken it straight off the bat. We did well. 1 or 2 mistakes on the breaches, 1 or 2 letting them retake where they shouldn't have, but that happens. The round trades were fine. Going into CTs, we thought we've got a good total.
And Tilani, now looking forward, you guys are into the final. You're going to be playing for some big money against Bravado Gaming.
Sure.
They have had the advantage of being able to rest this morning, watch you guys play your first matchup, see how things are turning out. Obviously, they know that some of your key players are playing very well at the moment. Convictor, Hadley in particular on that AWP was just he had this. It was on Dust 2. This was one of the most insane flick shots I've ever seen. He saw about 1 millimeter of the person's head and just managed to get it through. Going into the final, do you feel like you guys have a good chance?
The only concern for me was, taking skill-based if we match up head-to-head. And from what I've seen, that's the only advantage they have over us. And I feel we're strong enough. I mean, we're hitting our shots. We're playing smart counter-strike, strategic counter-strike. If we can just, get numbers on the board quite early, we can easily roll from there. But, it's going to come down to who wins the early game, because we both teams, CT-wise, we like to control play and force them to tease into a situation they're uncomfortable with. We both have the similar styles, but T-side is completely different. So it's going to come down to how we approach them, how we're going to just hold them, and,
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned yesterday, one of the weaknesses that you felt that you had as a team was the early rounds, where you tended to struggle and then had to sort of make it up in the mid game. But that was something that you guys actually executed really well today, especially on Inferno. You managed to pick up those early rounds and get that early momentum. Do you feel like that's going to be really important going into that final? Do you need that early momentum to get going against
I
DVD?
don't think we need it, but it doesn't hurt helping in an early pick on the enemies. But it's just gonna play slow, methodical, play our game, and if they fall into the trap, they fall into the trap. If they don't, we have backup plans. I mean, we've prepared well for this comp, so let's hope it pays off.
And Chris, just a final thought from you. What are your predictions for the final? Who do you think we're going to be walking away as
I think
victor?
it's going to be very close. You can see the top 4 teams. I mean, you took Carbon taking BBD right to the brink, and you guys against Carbon's always a good game, and you against BBD. It's going to come, to me, down to fundamentals. Small mistakes, not checking corners. It's literally going to be that close. It always is. You guys
definitely is.
It's going to come down to the executes. Domster getting some sick entries against us. If he takes that momentum into the BBD game, things can smash right open. But with both teams, it's never a runaway. You're not going to find one team getting 7 rounds in a row and just squashing. It's very tactical, very slow based. So either way, whoever makes less mistakes, I think today will take it.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have got a little bit of a break before we get underway with the final. I believe the final is getting underway at about 1 p.m. But make sure we actually have another interview lined up. So I'm going to be crossing over to Gareth to see who he has up for grabs.
Almost got to sign off there, Richard, but I have some final thoughts quickly. I've got Ruan from Bravado and Tiens from APG. Guys, through to the final. It's now it's the business end, really. You've already made yourselves 20,000 Rand, and hopefully either one of you is going to double up your money to 40,000 Rand and take home the title of the first Master Series. Your thoughts going to the final? I have to ask, you guys from a Bravado point of view, no one's really kind of come close to you except for Carbon giving you a scare in that second map of yesterday's semi-final. Have you shown all your cards? Is there something still, is there an ace up the sleeve for the final?
Just in time.
Well, we got to play APG online. We scrimmed them quite a lot, so we have a rough idea of how they will be playing, and we also got to watch all their games now. Unfortunately, we didn't get the whole Dust 2. We just got to now for Inferno. But we have a rough idea of how they're going to play, and we know what to expect. So we do have a few strats up our sleeves, and we definitely saved some stuff for the last map.
Well, it sounds like they've analyzed you, and I'm sure you guys have done their homework. I have to ask, Do you guys tend to stick to your game style every single time, or do you have particular styles that you use for different teams?
Definitely, I think you have to be proactive. I know you have to be proactive. Playing different teams execute differently. You can't have the same strat for the same team. So obviously, you know, it's going to be a different game than what you have seen just now being played next up.
Awesome. And I mean, we spoke about earlier now, Rion was saying how they have played you before online. How much different is the experience here live?
Oh, it's night and day different. It's electric. Everything is on the line here. Every game matters. Every kill matters. Everything here matters. And it's electric.
And how much does the crowd play a factor? I mean, I'm sure you guys have your girlfriends or moms cheering you at home, but I mean, here there's a lot of people supporting, a lot of people cheering against you. Does the crowd make a big difference?
Definitely. The crowd is, like I said, it's also electric, and they spur you on. They take you out of those rounds where you fall behind, and they bring you back. So it's got amazing power to change the game and the outcome. Yeah.
And your thoughts on the crowd? You've been enjoying it so far?
Yeah, the crowd's been really great. There's nothing like that feeling when you pull off a clutch round and you hear the crowd and everything's vibrating in the booth. I mean, it's so exhilarating. So yeah, the crowd's been absolutely great.
I have to be honest, as favorites, I have felt a feeling like a lot of the neutral parties in terms of the crowd, they feel like they're cheering against you sometimes. Does it ever affect you? I mean, you've obviously got your hardcore fanboys that are cheer for you no matter what's happening, but it feels like sometimes the neutrals are against you. Does it affect you in any way?
Yeah, look, the underdogs will always have the crowd advantage or the crowd favor, but no, it doesn't really affect us. We have our friends, we have our fans that are here to support us, and yeah, thank you all for coming. It really helps us a lot.
Awesome. And any maybe surprises for the last round? Any kind of map picks we haven't really seen? Because there have certainly been some favorites. Any different eliminations we can expect?
I think nothing I can give out right now without my team killing me. I know they're looking at me right now, so.
I was hoping for an inside scoop there. And you guys, you're gonna play mum as well.
Yeah, no, we're gonna keep it quiet. We'll see when we get to the coin toss.
Okay, last question. With the 40,000 Rand on the line, that obviously that 100,000 Rand prize pool, does that kind of up the pressure a little bit? I mean, I know that, you know, when you're in the game, the heat of the game, you can't really think about that. But I suppose when you're in the hole a little bit, you know, you're sitting there, have that tactical pause, and you think about like where you are and the kind of the big stage. Does the money become a factor, a motivating factor?
Personally, not for me. I don't think anyone in my team really. I don't think any of the top teams. It's more for prestige. It's more for knowing that you are the #1 team. I don't think the money plays that big of a factor when you are in the game. It's a very close competition, and it's even before the money was there, the competition was this tight. So I don't think the money plays that big of a factor when you get to these close games.
So you're saying you don't really need it? Is that what you're saying? Because my wallet is looking particularly empty if you're up for any donations.
You can always use more money.
And your thoughts in terms of the prize pool? I mean, obviously it's 40,000 Rand now, but end of the year, it's a total R1 million prize pool. I mean, surely that ups the game a lot.
Yeah, the players have definitely taken some time to think about it, but I think here in the scene, in the booths, there's no time to sit back and think about where you are and what you're doing. There's been so much time and preparation put into this that the guys are here to play. Their minds are in the game and in the next game and in the kill, and you know, so yeah, it stacks.
Awesome. Thanks very much, guys, for your time, and best of luck, obviously, for the final. Handing back to Pam.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having a small break here just to rest our voices and get ready for the Bravado Gaming versus Aperture Gaming final. The game itself is going to be starting at 1 o'clock. Make sure to join us shortly before for a panel. Also, feel free to tweet about us on social media, hashtag Telkom DGL. We've got plenty of people giving us some feedback. We've got plenty of people talking about what's happening here. We've got a great crowd, so make sure to check out all the information. If you want to look at the profiles, see who you're going to be facing in the final, telkomgaming.co.za. All the profiles and the team players, all their social media links are there, so make sure to check it out. But we're going to be taking a short 15 to 20 minute break, so until then, we'll see you soon.
It's going to be a cracker. Be back.
into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for Take a look past our innocence. Take a step back to yesterday. When life would move slower, we would never grow up. All we knew that love was for when we're older. Anything could happen, secretly imagine. They could never tear us apart, too young to fall. This is our story that we could take back someday. God only glory that we could get back, they say. This is our story that we could take back someday. Our hope, if only that we could take back
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. DGL Masters finals time. Everything we've been waiting for. And I'm joined here with Apocalypse and Spoof. How's it, gents?
Yeah, good. I'm excited for the final. It's pretty not sitting on my PC there playing in it, but what can you say?
Heartbreaking moments, eh?
Absolutely. It came down to the wire. It came down to millimeters and milliseconds, and I think the team that made less mistakes won it, and that was them today.
Something very similar from you guys yesterday. I mean, it was also heartbreaking. I mean, you guys were really in it the whole way around. Even when you were down and out, actually, you came back. So,
yeah. No, that's exactly what I was telling him. It felt like I was reliving our game from yesterday. You know, the closeness of it and the manner in which it was won. It was one-off mistakes. You know, it wasn't one of anything special really. Just you know, a few basic mistakes here and there, and that ends up costing you the match.
yeah, I was having a word with Harry Inson just on the outside, and he was just saying that it came down to this couple of mistakes. And it can go either way, because sometimes it's your couple of mistakes, sometimes it's the opposition, and it all depends on how you capitalize on it. So I think that's going to be key here.
Absolutely.
In this situation, these two teams that are coming up now, Bravado versus APG. Now, talk to us. Tell us about this. What's going to happen?
Firstly, let's discuss the fact that the Bravado have a day off and they've been resting, and APG has just literally had 2 maps. They warmed up. You cannot be warmed up after a game like that. Literally 2 games going the full distance. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you have an advantage sitting and watching and being prepared?
I think being warmed up is a good thing.
Yeah, I would go with that as well.
I think just that could get them off to some momentum. You know, putting up a few rounds at the start of the match could kind of set the tone for the rest of the map. So yeah, I think definitely being warmed up here seems to me as an advantage.
Going to the match, I think let's look at it on paper. Bravado have not lost a game on the online league so far.
Yes.
You know, they're coming into this game strong. We're taken really, really, really close to the brink of defeat, however, on land. So do you think that's playing with them a little bit, not feeling as invincible as they were yesterday morning, perhaps?
Yeah, I'm definitely sure that is playing into them. I think the kind of game they're playing at the moment, I think they went overseas a while back, and they've brought back some things that they're trying to implement locally, and it's just not working as well as they thought it would. I can definitely see that. You know, it's a very slow, methodical play style, and you know, they use their nade craft a lot. You know, against us having almost zero nade craft yesterday, we managed to put up good scores. You know, just by kind of using the raw ability that we had in the team, creating aim duels and just kind of saturating the sites with players just shooting all over the place. And I think if APG wants to do well, I think that's the style they need to play today. I think if they're going to hang back like they did against DC and you know, just wait for picks and try and, I think they're going to get punished. And I think Bravado also is a team that likes to do little sneaky pushes, aggressive pushes. They play very much on information. So, I mean,
No, I completely agree with you, and I think that's the key element behind Bravado. We were talking, and even Sent himself was saying, it's the element of being able to create chaos. And you were saying as well yesterday, Spiff, it's able to be able to change the opposition's mentality. And I feel that that's key in these moments. APG are a little bit more held back, as we were saying, but I also feel that the explosive nature may be able to cause Bravado a little bit of discomfort. Taking those extra few rounds from them yesterday, I think will make a major role to play change.
Yeah.
I mean, they were 6-1 up, and that changed quickly. So
I think what APG is going to struggle with today is playing against a proper double AWP setup, because you have Destiny and you have Sonic that are extremely, extremely good AWPers, and they both like to get them out at the same time, you know, which is, it's quite rare within the South African scene to have a solid double AWP setup. So I think APG are really going to struggle into that, especially on paper. I think zero chance is their AWP for this competition.
Yeah, I think Telani as well, as I've seen him pick up the AWP as well.
Okay.
But definitely the double AWP setup. I think the key for APG beating Bravado today will come down to killing their economy. You know, if they can deny them the opportunity to get that double AWP setup, I think they can put up good scores. And
absolutely, it's one of those games where you can't afford to have a player having a bad game. You need Domster right on top form with his entries, like he did on the Inferno map against us. Actually, he was spot on. You need him to be hitting his shots and breaking them open, because if you're not getting those entries against Bravado, they're not going to give you mistakes mid-round. You know, they're not going to let back into it.
Yeah, just on that point, I definitely, I mean, for me, there's two kind of all-star players in that APG lineup. It's Cannibalistic, Domster. You know, those are the fraggers. If they show up, and I think Bravado has a cinema setup. They've got 3, maybe even 4 players that are also capable of doing that. If 2 of the BVD guys don't show up, and both of the APG guys show up, I think it's going to be close. But if not, you know...
I think that's where the morning's advantage comes into play with APG, because we saw Domster on Dust 2 getting off to a really slow start. He just wasn't getting into it. He wasn't finding his range. He was finding his picks. As the game went on, nerves controlled, and he came up in Inferno with an astonishing performance as tees. And that's exactly what they need. So I think it really helped them get into the zone. You know, their calling's a little bit more relaxed. They're not...
I think he was playing with a lot of confidence as well. You know, he was running around with the Tech 9, getting a kill, and just kept on pushing, you know, and catching people off guard, you know, reloading with their knife out, with their smokes out.
Do we have the map elimination?
We do, but before we do that, we're actually going to head over to an interview with our MC, and take it away, Gareth.
Hi there, I'm here with Tristan Fiend from Veneration. Obviously, unfortunately, you guys getting knocked out in the first round, but I'm sure a hugely learning experience, this whole kind of being here at Rage Expo. What have your thoughts been on the Expo itself, and obviously being here at part of the Telkom Master Series?
Well, I'm loving it. It's my first time in Cape Town, first time flying. It's my first LAN experience as well, official LAN experience. I've played a few before, but it's actually really great. I'm really loving it. I mean, we did lose 16-0 and 16-2 against Bravado, but I mean, there's a reason why they're at the top and have been there for so long.
So, I mean, let's talk about that first game. You guys obviously kind of got schooled a little bit at 16-0, but what did you take out of that as a learning experience? Because obviously losses come with a lot of things you can learn and improve on. Is there anything you took out particularly?
Yes, we definitely need more practice. We saw a lot of our mistakes, most like in terms of strat-wise, not just aim-wise, because I thought our aim was pretty good. We did get a few great picks. But yeah, we just need a lot more practice as a team. Of course, we're very new. We recently brought in Kimpachi. He only joined like a month, must have been less than a month before the seedings. But yeah.
So it must have been interesting meeting your teammates for the first time, supposedly, because you probably only ever played online.
Yeah, definitely. It's really cool meeting all the guys. I mean, 2 of the guys are from Pretoria, but I never met up with them, but it's really cool.
How different is the LAN experience? So playing live in front of a crowd, obviously, you know, different computers, different desks, all that, in the booth, people cheering. How different is that to obviously playing at home?
Well, for me, I'm very comfortable playing in front of a crowd. I really don't mind it. But the only problem is, like, it gets a bit noisy. And, yeah.
Okay, now obviously, I mean, you say you're used to playing in front of a crowd. Is your bedroom rather crowded? Do you have a lot of brothers and sisters that hang around there?
No, but it's just I really don't mind a crowd watching me play. I'm very confident in my skill. I mean, obviously on cash I didn't do too well, but towards the end I started picking up my aim. My hand was a bit shaky, but after you get comfortable, it's normal. It's just like playing at home.
Okay, let's talk about this final matchup. So you got APG up against Bravado. APG having quite a few close games to come here. Bravado being able to watch that and maybe pick up a couple of things. Bravado have been fairly flawless the whole way through, except for perhaps that game against Carbon, where they took things perhaps closer than they'd like to. Do you think APG can do the same? Do you think this will be our first chance at a 2-1, our first 3-map game? Because they've all been 2-0s at this stage.
I actually definitely think this map is going to 3 maps, but I do think Bravado's going to take it in the end. They just have a lot more experience than the APG team. They're newly formed, new players working together. They just don't have that experience on BVD.
Awesome, thank you very much. It seems that experience is the key to winning these games, and we're going to hand over to the panel to get us ready for this final.
We're almost there though. And we're back. Oh yes, we are. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So before we get into more details, I've been handed the map picks, the eliminations, the coin toss. I'm going to start you off with the fact that APG won the coin toss and chose big sides. Bravado eliminated Train. Then we'll have APG eliminating Cash. The first map up, Overpass. Second map up, choice by Bravado, Mirage. And then Bravado eliminating Dust. Sorry, APG eliminating Dust. Bravado eliminating Inferno and going down to Cobble. So we've got Overpass, Mirage, Cobble.
I'm not surprised with that Bravado would pick Overpass, because we know that at least they have a very strong tier side on it, and they know it, and that they've had now land time on the map. That doesn't really surprise me. I'm surprised that we're not seeing Train for the first time in this tournament. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm surprised BVD eliminated Train. I thought their Train online was quite strong. You know, we played a scrim against them the other night, and they just completely destroyed us on Train. And I thought that would give them confidence.
We've also played BVD online, and they are very, very strong on Train. So I wouldn't expect them to take it out. But
yeah, that's quite interesting. But just on picking sides, I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, in this scenario, APG definitely the underdog.
Just to try and get that first map in
early. I think that's all about, you know, just getting a psychological edge over BVD. Just they want to make a good start, so they're just picking the strong side, really.
What's our second map?
Our second map is Mirage, huh?
Mirage, okay.
Before I get there, I just wanted to ask something. Yes, it's with today's matchup, but it was my assumption, and actually just a speculation, that did you guys eliminate Train intentionally to create a bit of a change-up in their decision process?
Well, not really. I think we generally go with the strategy of, look, you've got to import to them early up, take out their best map.
So it's their best map. Okay,
So,
so I know DC is also, you guys are really strong.
Historically,
on
we've had a strong Train. I just don't think we have enough game time at the moment on it. You know, we haven't really been focusing on it, so you don't want to take a risk of going in with low game time onto a map into a semi-final or final.
I think we had exactly the same thinking yesterday. That was the first map we eliminated as well against them.
So maybe that's, I was thinking maybe that's their strategy. Yeah, even though they have maybe a little bit of game time, I mean, they play so many hours, obviously, that time frame could be much less on Train, just for the fact that they want to eliminate it if it came up to an opposition that's strong at it.
I think Mirage is going to be an excellent map as well for both teams. Very slow paced, very structured, very methodical.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see a very, very technical gameplay by both sides, and some good executes and fakes coming in very late, which suits both teams. It's their style. So I think that'll be a very slow game. Could go either way.
Yeah, I think Mirage definitely. It's a map that you can turn into a mind game, really. You've got so many entry points into the site, so many options, so many routes to get to the sites that you know it's going to make for a good game. You know, if I think it's going to boil down on that map specifically to the in-game leaders. You know, their ability to read their opponents and make key decisions. I'm expecting APG to again use the slow, methodical approach, and again I'm going to say that maybe it might not be the right thing for them today.
And then our decider, Cobble, APG couldn't have asked for a better decider.
No.
Really.
And first time pretty much that we've had this entire event, no Inferno. So that's really something different, which I think is a fallback for a lot of the teams that are maybe, especially the Bravado, going, okay, we know we want to take map 1 and 2, and we expect to do it because that's what we're here to do. And if not, worst case scenario, we've got our Inferno to back us up.
I think also with Inferno, you want to maybe take it out because you've seen it played by so many teams, and there's maybe a chance that they've seen something into your game or found a weakness. You know, rather play something at Cobble that hasn't come up in the draw. And APG are very, very, very solid on that map. So I think if they've got any chance of taking this, you've got to give Bravado Overpass on paper. But if they can take Mirage and it goes into Cobble, it could get very exciting.
I think Cobble's
one of their
an ace up Bravado sleeve, to be honest. I think they've been doing a lot of work
Sonic
on
intentionally
Cobble.
on that map. I mean, Sonic with his AWP especially as well, being able to hold the control of it anywhere. I mean, it's middle or it's a B side, so the rotations are quick. So when it comes down to it, it's really going to be a matter of, like you say, the playoffs between who shows up today, especially for APG side, because Bravado has a depth pool of all 5 players with consistency of entry fragging, AWPing. You can pretty much put an AWP in anyone's hands, and they would be able to do something with it.
Yeah, definitely.
So it is a key moment, and any other thoughts? I mean, what is the What do you think is going through their minds? And I know it's not the first time either of these teams or individual players have been in a final, but I do know that if it comes down to it, it's going to be relevant to them to show up at the right times and to have the right mentality. So what would they be going through now, knowing it's the first live LAN event at a crowd like this?
I think there's quite a lot of pressure on bravado now. Because, I mean, you've won everything. You haven't lost yet. So don't do it now in front of the big crowd in the final.
Yeah.
You know, whereas APG underdogs come in, they can relax a bit and just give it a shot. Go out swinging, you know, try to be a bit crazy. Bravado, if they start to go down in the match, that could be an opportunity, you know, for APG to come back into it. Because literally on paper, you're going in as the underdogs, try everything, swing for the fences.
Yeah, there's nothing to lose.
Absolutely.
I'm actually curious to hear your predictions for this game.
Yeah, let's hear it, Chris.
I think we should put a wager on this one.
Let's see how serious we are with these thoughts, especially with this map.
Do I have it my head or my heart? My head says that Bravado is going to take
which
over
one's paying? Your head or your heart?
Come, you need to give us more than that.
So this is my prediction.
Score lines, come.
Bravado is going to start off strong. They're playing terrorist on overpass.
Yes.
They're going to clock out 9 rounds. It's going to be 9-6, right? There's going to be a bit of a scuffle, but they're just going to edge the map. They're going to take it into Mirage second map, and it's going the distance.
Predictions,
It's going 16-13, and then third map Cobble, APG is going to take it.
Wait, we're going with APG here.
Oh, yeah.
APG.
APG.
So technically, according to the predictions, the expectations.
Hashtag Bravado must fall.
Oh, okay, it's been called. So I think that the wager has been fairly set. Chris is definitely going for an upset here, and Bravado, after being unbeaten this entire event, is going to be losing in the third map after these crazy scenarios.
My brother's in Bravado. I have to root for Bravado.
There we go.
I have to root for Bravado, and to be honest, I think we're going to see single-digit maps, and I think it's going to be 2-0.
It's been 2-0.
That's my expectation. I would love to see more.
Yes.
Just for the
Can
spectator
our
value
nerves
of it.
take more, though? If it goes another overtime, can we actually handle 3 or 4 more maps like that?
That's been brilliant. You know, how great is that comp where everyone's fighting for the top spot? You know, it's not just a walkover. So that's been excellent. But let's go. Let's see Bravado do.
So how much are we putting on this?
No. Really bad.
You must put your money where your mouth is.
Nothing like that.
Okay, we'll do drinks.
Let's do drinks. We'll do drinks. One round.
One round of drinks. A round of drinks.
And we'll see where it goes. The players are pretty much warming up. I mean, they're in their booths. I know that players were also speaking about the heat yesterday, that it got a little bit hectic when you're really tense and you're really stressed out. You know, you concentrate on this and that. And did you guys find any of that influenced?
I find it very comfortable, actually. I'm not sure you, as a coach, obviously, Sanyam, you can feel the environment better.
Look, there's air cons in the booth, and they're kind of on the one side, and it feels like that side is like icy cold, and the other side is
freezing. My left hand was like ice.
In the middle, it's perfect. In the middle, it's perfect.
I saw one of these flicking out, making sure.
That's why all the good players are sitting in the middle, where the temperature is just perfect. You know, you got the ice cold end and the red hot end.
No, it's perfectly comfortable. The nice thing about the booths is they are soundproof. You cannot get the casters. You're in the zone. You're in your little team tent, which is really awesome.
No, I took my headset off like this at one point, and afterwards people were saying, "Oh, you were listening."
Listening to the casters.
No,
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. Now it is the finals time. Bravado versus APG. We're over to our casters. Barry Lewis, take us away.
All right, guys. Welcome to the final APG versus Bravado Gaming.
I'm excited. As always, I'm excited. It's going to be
excited.
But it's an exciting game to watch, exciting game to shoutcast, and this is going to be an exciting game to
Overpass, Bravado played, and who did they play yesterday against Carbon, and it went down to the absolute wire. They won this 19-17. So you can be sure they've gone back to the drawing board with this last night, gone over their mistakes, and they're starting to look. Bravado on the side of T. They got absolutely trounced by Carbon on when they were playing CT. So they're going to, little peek there, and Detrony unable to get anything. He is an absolute demon with those pistols. So now they are aware completely that there is a move onto the B sites. Convict pulling into a more defensive area.
We're just going to hold back here. There's going to be the engagement. The rush is real now. A lot of noise and nothing actually happening currently. Cannibalistic taken all the way down to 77 HP, and Thompson's finally going to get nailed off the cross. It's 4v5.
Detrony with 2 of those kills, and look at this. Bravado are opening up here, and APG absolutely destroyed off that bomb site. Wow, they absolutely a team ace there from Bravado and APG, calling in a pause there. FPS problems for Domster. So their entry fraggers seem to be getting a bit of an issue there. And look at this. Bravado are going to be happy with that. Really, really happy. Sonic and Elusive picking themselves up a USP. And it looks like there's a bit of a technical pause being called in for APG. I mean, what do you think about that? That was absolutely incredible. Those two opening frags from Detrony and absolutely taking APG apart there.
It was, again, there was a lot of working the angles, trying to get the pick on the people. And then when they finally did get it lined up, they just moved en masse, one covering the other, and their crossfire got set up right quick and in a hurry. And that's it. They just dropped up. APG just dropped right off the map.
Okay, so the last time Bravado and APG did face off against one another, Bravado being the better of that in a 2-0 victory over APG in the seeding tournament going forward. But at the moment, it is absolutely, that was a great opening round from Bravado, and they are going to be happy with that. I mean, look at that. Detrony with a 3. He was very upset with himself after this map yesterday, even though he only got 36 kills. So, I mean, he definitely has a standard much higher than...
He was the MVP. I mean, how much higher would you like to set it? That you destroyed your own teammates as far as the KD goes, and you still hang your head because you could have done better.
Well, that's the kind of, that's the kind of pressure that Bravado put on themselves. And I know every other team in the Masters does exactly the same thing. Carbon going afterwards, talking to Spoof Daniel, saying, he's disappointed. But, the guys have all of the knowledge coming in there. Spoof talking about how his team's still new in this, and they're going into this, and they're going to look at what happened yesterday and try and work things out. They didn't have as much time to practice those maps and get proper strats down. The APGs and the Bravados and the DCs that have been there for as long as we can remember, having the time and the comfort to actually break down these maps and go over them. Last night, it was just watching those teams going over everything with a fine-tooth comb.
Also, I mean, again, looking at Lag Beast, Alistair, coming out of that booth from the second semi-final. I mean, these guys, they just, it's a competitive sport. They're pro teams, so they take it fiercely serious as well. Ran into him on the way out. I ran into Lag Beast, and he said his boys played well. They represented the team well, and one of the nicest guys. And everyone. I mean, it is the top 8 teams in South Africa for CSGO.
And right now, these guys are playing for 100,000 Rand.
Exactly.
Well, they're sharing 100,000 Rand, rather. So, I mean, this is it. It's really, this is big prize money here for these guys. They made it all the way down here. The DGL guys brought them out here to this event, put them up. This is stuff that hasn't been done in South Africa. They're in booths up there. They've got a big crowd here. Another thing that hasn't really been done for South African gaming. And now they're playing for that 100,000 Rand, the 40,000 Rand for the first place prize. So there's a huge gap between first and second. Nobody's going away empty-handed yet, paid all the way down to 8th place. But the point is, it's like, this is important. Every single round matters. Every single round makes a difference, and it's all about those wins for Bravado and APG, and they're going to want to make sure that they can get these. Bravado, remember how badly they lost on the CT side against Carbon yesterday, and they will be aware of that. So they obviously, I mean, both Carbon and Bravado showed yesterday that they have really, really strong T sides, terrorist sides. Bravado taking 13 rounds unhindered from Carbon, but not before Carbon took 12 rounds off of them before that.
It came down to the wire. I tell you what, it was exciting. No one moved in the stadium. How much do you think? I mean, you've been in a pro situation before. How much does it? You play one game, you're now up for your second game of the day. The team you're playing against, arguably the top upper echelon team in South Africa currently, just looking at their statistics as far as wins go. How much of a mind, sort of a tiresome, a wearisome mind would be involved as far as APG goes?
There's nothing that's going to separate Bravado and APG. Right now, they're starting fresh. They're starting, that's the nice thing about FPS gaming, Counter-Strike in particular. Every game is new, and on the day, any team can win. On the map, any team can win. The important thing to remember here is APG had a little bit of a warm-up, but Bravado have been sitting in those booths for almost an hour, also warming up. But, it's down to whoever can bring in those individual performances today. at the end of the day, APG are going to want Domster, Cannibalistics. They're going to want Convict on that AWP working like a boss. And I can tell you, Sonic operated brilliantly on Mirage yesterday, but then started to fall a little bit behind on this map yesterday. And Bravado are going to want Sonic and Goals working and doing what they need to do. They need to get this. These guys, these fraggers, the entry fraggers, the guys that enter those sites need to get those opening frags for their team, and they need to make sure that, that when these frags happen and when these, they finish off their rounds. They don't, it's all well and fine saying, cool, I got a 30 bomb, but my team still lost. You need to make sure that you finish off these games, and right now, it's just about these teams. Every round will be a reset for them, and they will want to play that round as they stand.
So, short of the economy being beaten out, nothing is going to waver currently as far as their preparation mentally goes for the forthcoming game.
Well, we saw how easily Carbon controlled Bravado's economy there. It was just a case of, Bravado losing 3 rounds, then winning 1, and then Carbon coming back and winning 3 or 4 rounds again, and basically just keeping their economy in the low hundreds, low thousands. As I've just heard now, it looks like they are going to reset the round, so this isn't live. Obviously, as you can see, there's a lot of chatter from the players. So they will restart this round with Bravado going in with the 1-0 advantage after winning that pistol round quite convincingly. And here we go. The round's going to change.
Wait for it to drop out.
And Bravado are going to want to get themselves, look at that Detrony with that 3K, enabling him the able to actually buy himself an AK.
Yeah, so it's exciting times. That time is just toying with us. We're waiting for that round to be reset.
So, it's interesting to point out the economy is so important here. Yesterday, Bravado not buying any head armor against Carbon just to keep themselves in that game. Keeping their economy just. People need to understand, and I'm sure most of the people watching this do understand. But for South Africa, it's a new thing, and the economy in Counter-Strike is extremely, extremely important. If you control that economy, the money that you use to buy your armor and your pistols and your rifles and your utilities,
almost more important than good
winning.
players.
Yeah. So Bravado yesterday not buying any head armor to ensure that they could just keep up with Carbon, and now all of a sudden there we go. We're off. UMPs here for Bravado. They want to make some big cash, and APG mustering up a buy here with some armor and some 5.7s and CZs to boot.
So Detrony got a default to his tunnels position, his favorite position. Domster retire back to toxic, and there comes the first exchange. Deviant going to take Lighters out of the equation straight off the bat. It's a 4v5. No one, not even getting touched to that engagement. So that's going to slow them right down. APG do play a slow game though. It's the gaming style of choice for them. It's if you're waiting for a patience thing.
I think it's the better word would be like a more disciplined game. Zero Chance likes to hold his team, and they need to. He runs a very tight ship. He wants them to go on the call, on the mark. They have very specific executes and strats, and as you can see, APG are known for their perfect smokes and executes onto sites, and that's the important thing. Look at that bomb going down there by Bravado now. Elusive getting that bomb down, but not for any sort of freeness there. They're losing Deviant and Elusive himself at the same time. So it's just Zero Chance at the moment, and he's going to retreat back, keep his armor. There's no point in trying to retake against three of the Bravado gaming players there with all the rifles, etc. So he will want to hold on to this armor and just see what he can get out of this.
It is still early. It is still early days. So.
Very, very early days, and like we said earlier, the economy on this specific map plays an important role because it can alternate quite easily, as we saw yesterday.
It is. It's of paramount importance. Goal's still hunting though. We saw this yesterday with Bravado. Even though they've got that bomb down, and they watched him cycle out. They watched Zero Chance cycle out. Sonic saw him move. They're still going to go looking.
And it's another technical pause called in here from from who's that this time? I don't know if it's Bravado or APG, but at the moment there seems to be some problems within the players' configs and setups. Bravado taking that second round, and they will be happy with that, getting the bomb plant down as well, extra cash for everybody. And at the moment, APG's still not having any money. They did do a bit of a force-up buy that previous round, got all the armor, got some pistols, and now that means they will have to wait one more round before they can do a proper full buy.
That's right. They're obviously going to save up now. Interesting though, I think it was the second time that APG called that pause.
It has been unpaused, so that was a quick problem. Someone's mouse cable got snagged up in their ring finger.
Unplugged.
And here we go again. Bravado off on the chase, and they will be moving quickly. Nice little 3-2 split here from APG, moving quickly down that up lower park area, and Cannibalistics right down into their tunnels. So now, look at this. Very aggressive from APG, but Golds and Sonic in the combo. They're taking out 3 of them already. APG left languishing as soon as they push down that tunnels area. And look at this, another team ace. Bravado are looking dangerous at this point. Convict left solo there with nothing but a pistol. And Sonic, Convict getting a pick on Sonic there. So the damage coming in, he's going to try and pick up a rifle, and Detrony finishes that off. Bravado going up 3-0.
Deviant just took forever to purchase. He did decide to stay with that pistol, and it finally paid off. Money in the bank to burn.
Absolutely, look at that. AWP in the hands of Sonic, and look at this. Elusive still holding on to that Galil, not managing to pick up a kill for himself, but Detrony at the moment, 6-0.
Wow. That is a KD ratio one could only dream of.
And then you have a look there, and none of the APG players except for Convict having themselves any head armor at the moment. So M4s for everyone, just Cannibalistics with the favored silenced M4A1S. And look at this.
They change out, it's going to be a 4v4, they're going to swap out. And finally, Sonic coming to the party with a headshot from that AWP. Didn't even need to bother with it, but still got it. It's a 4v3, and now he takes one back, 3-on-3. Lighters with the kill and Elusive headshots all day long.
Sonic getting peppered there by Lighters. He's moved up into that upper park area, and APG starting to slowly, systematically pull Bravado apart, but it's a 2-on-2. Detrony sitting a bit low here at the moment, and they still need to get that bomb down. Rotations coming into A there. Domster sitting in that lower section, probably can come up behind Sonic. He's going to push through the smoke. That smoke holds him up, so very smart smoke there from Sonic, dropping that in that low section just to hold up Domster if there was any action, and there comes the...
missing the pick.
Zero chance now, and it's just Detrony, AK-47, spots zero chance there, and now the rotation from Domster, so Detrony has to watch both sides as he gets the plant, takes out Domster, and now it's just zero chance.
Is he going to fake plant? That bomb is finally going to go down. There's nothing he can do about it because he's got the angle on it. The chain comes out, and he comes out on top. Detrony taking the kill.
Drops the pistol, fake flash, bought all day long by Zero Chance, looks to the right, and Detrony takes him down. Look at this, 9-0. This man is single-handedly holding Bravado in this game at the moment, 4-0. Not to say that the rest of his team isn't helping him, but this is exactly what you want. Your in-game leader is showing you, your captain, leading by example.
Absolutely stepping up on the day.
How's that quick thinking, though? Just tosses his pistol up.
Missing with that Deagle, sending one down range and only just missing. And so Deagles for everybody. Goals getting taken out by Domster in that Deagle finally. It's a slow and steady push. That bomb's being kicked out. They're going to hold a static rotation. Sonic's the only one there pinned down sort of, but he doesn't know it yet through Lighters and Domster coming out. He's going to try and work the angle. He doesn't know they're there because he's facing the wrong way.
At the moment, it's a very precarious situation here. APG again on the side of just pistols and no armor. So it's just a matter of time before Bravado decides to try execute onto a bomb site, and they will start to open up those sites. But I mean, that early pick from Domster on goals has really put that in the favor of APG. You see Detrony tossing that AK away, just ensuring that, or was it Sonic rather, making sure that APG don't get that AK in their hands. And here's the execute onto the site. Molotovs being used to open up the areas, pushing Domster and Lighters off of that flag.
And it's, oh wow, with the headshot, the 1D, Detrony coming back and taking a ding-dong battle to them. Deviant all the way down to 18 HP. It's 4v3 though, Domster all the way down and finally taken off the map. Lighter's down to 1 HP. They're going to go neck and neck now. He falls as well. Deviant's all that's left on the field. 18 with the bomb though. He's using that smoke to the best of it as his advantage, trying to work the angle out on Lighter. Is he going to see him? He does see him.
Not enough time to get this bomb plant down. He'll pull out of that sight and try and save that AK. But look at what those Deagles did to Bravado there. That first pick that Domster got was crucial. Opening up Bravado, starting to separate them, really waiting, and APG get around on the board. Good work, APG. They now get some rifles in hand, full utilities, and they're going to be happy with that. Wow.
They definitely needed that just at that moment, that specific round.
Yeah, what needs to happen now is they need to win this round. They need to keep that economy going, maintain that momentum that they've picked up. And here's a cheeky little peek up here by Bathrooms, into Bathrooms, Cannibalistics, but Bravado will be nowhere to be seen at this point for APG. Very quick movement here from Bravado.
And here comes the first engagement. Deviant going to get the better of him. They're pushing into the site. Exchange out. It's now down 3v4. Lighter's on 74 HP there. Everyone is on site and it is unguarded. Here comes the rotation and Lighter's going to get taken out by Coles. And he's going to get the exchange kill in. It's 2v3 now. They're going to slow the action down. That bomb is going to go. Consolidate. Convict and Cannibalistic try and work in on that. That smoke is going to hold them off as best they can. Spamming through it is Cannibalistic. They're holding up and pushing position. Detrony and Sonic have got faces full of that flash right now. There goes the first kill through that. Second finally, it took forever. Sonic picking up that kill, spamming all day long and finally picking up at the end of that exchange.
And this is exactly the problem now. All of a sudden, they've got some money on Lighters there, but at the moment, that's the problem that both Bravado Gaming and Carbon were experiencing yesterday. Losing those rounds, winning one, and then losing again. That completely resets your economy. And now all of a sudden, back to pistols. But look at that. There was a really quick, aggressive push from Bravado, and look what they did to APG there. Quick grenade in, and doing some damage on Convict, and Bravado are very aggressive, pushing into that playground area and then moving up into Upper Park. And it is a quick and decisive movement here. Deviant holding that B site long area. Detrony taking some damage, but wow.
Not much to speak of. Cannibalistic and Convict taken way down, 28 and 21 respectively. They're pretty much picking that there's going to be a save round, although 5-7s have been purchased. Goals all the way up to the top here. Detrony following suit. Sonic going to give up in support, and Elusive with a slow rotation out. They're almost on site now. Watch Convict circling around. The Molly's going to go out, try and hold them off and hold back. That bomb is going to go down now with a support play. Lighter's going to pick up Sonic first off the bat with the entry kill, and second, Lighter takes two. Goal's going to ring his bell finally. So it's a 3v4, pistols versus rifles. Cannibalistics gets washed off the map. They all know where they're coming from now. That smoke's not going to offer much. He's going to jump and get collected. It's 2v2. They're doing miracles with those sidearms right now.
APG are absolutely tearing Bravado apart with those pistols. And look at this, Elusive there, left alone. Finishing off the job? No, not yet. Yes, he does.
All the way down to 12 HP.
Gaming getting that round, but wow, APG tore them apart there with those 5-7s. Absolutely incredible. They'll be coming in with some purchases now, but that was intense, man.
Wow. Those didn't peg them to get those pistols with those goals rotating out to Upper Park.
APG choosing to stick with the body armor and the 5-7s again, obviously wanting to make sure that they can get a proper full buy and utilities in. Only zero chance, and Cannibalistics there with the Deagles.
Again, head armor not really too much of an issue. Sonic finally holding the AWP in his hand. We've seen this kid destroy with it though. And it's like you said, quasi-save, even though they can afford to. Let's look at the map. Goal's going to have an encounter with Convict right now. Sonic going to back him up. Lined up for days. There goes the spray down. Unbelievable. Sonic takes Cannibalistic. Convict returns the favor onto Goals. They're 4-4. Intel will come in though.
He's going to want to try and get that rifle that Goals has dropped there and see if he can pick it up. But Domster taking out Deviant there, and now all of a sudden 2 rifles in the hands of APG. Look at this, a 3-on-4. Bravado being taken apart by these pistols at the moment.
Rotation coming in, Domster and Zero Chance both in motion. They're trying to work the angle. Elusive kicking back on the bottom of the side through Fountain. He's going to come up. Light is holding off tight there.
Detrony going to walk up into Lighters here. Oh, taking him out, does Lighters. 19 health.
One man standing, and that is Sonic.
With that AWP, he's going to try and rotate back out, keep that AWP, and now, again, it's this back forward seesawing motion of winning rounds and losing rounds. Sonic almost getting a hit there on Convict. Is he going to wait for him to get the peak?
Coming down to it, he's going to line him up. He's going to pick again. Oh, gets the flick pick, the Sonic on Lighters.
He actually gets Lighters behind Convict. So unlucky for Lighters there, but it looks like we might be having another technical pause coming in the form of Bravado Gaming, Elusive calling that. But look here, look at this little situation. Is Domster going to run into Sonic? Is he going to come in there? Is he just toying with the idea?
No, he isn't. So the technical pause coming in again. This might be a tactical pause.
APG taking that round there, that second round for themselves, and now it's a 6-2 in favor of Bravado. This is starting to look a lot like another one of those back and forward moments at this point. APG just trying to get a proper foothold and build up an economy. They've got 7,000 on Lighters, and as I say, that buys himself the AWP and hands that over to Convict. So a full buy here, full round here, picking up those 2 AKs the previous round, giving them or affording them the opportunity to save almost $5,500, and they can spend that all on utilities and that. So I mean, this is some really big stuff at the moment. Bravado calling that tactical pause, and now they're ready to move on. Look, that's a third one so far, and hopefully we can get this one going again.
Shortly, are we live on? Are we? Yes, we are. So 4 seconds, and we're going to dive back into it. That's quasi-save with the pistols, really working in their favor that time round.
APG are really finding their spots, those shots with the pistols. So I mean, you know, it worked out well for them. They went, instead of going on like a force buy almost, you know, going in cheaply with no utilities and just the rifles and the armor, they decided to do another round, another save round, get the armor and the pistols, and rather just save up for this. And it worked out really well for them. They actually ended up winning the round.
Here comes a well-aggressive push off the B side. Those smokes holding them off. Tech 9s and CZs in the hand of Detrony and Goals, respectively. So they're going to push off Elusive with their bottom hanging back of sight, just in tracks. He's going to rotate. Looks like the rotate is going to come out now as well. He's going to hang back of sight, see if they can spam through that smoke as APG.
And at the moment, just being held back by APG is Bravado Gaming. They are trying to make their way into that B bomb site, and nothing is being given to them at this point. Detrony getting a nice little pick on Zero Chance there, and now the advantage swinging in the favor of Bravado Gaming.
So here comes the slow push up and through to Canal. Domster going to take out Goals for his troubles, and then takes out Detrony as well. That AWP no longer in action. Wow, picking up a third. 4, picking up 4, and that is all she wrote. APG got to snuff out Bravado.
So you've got an angle that everybody knows is like it favors Domster there. I mean, surely, and then 3 of you run or walk down that exact same canal, one after the other. That was just a poor move from Bravado there, and they'll be upset with themselves for doing that. So let's see if they can regroup and pull this together. That's something that we know Bravado is good at. And here they move into that straight up into this lower park area, into bathrooms. Another very aggressive move here with those pistols. Bravado going to go in as quickly as possible. It's important to get as close as possible with those Glocks and get as many people firing at them as possible. Missing that AWP shot and getting taught a lesson for that Convict. And look at this, Bravado starting to open up the map.
It's going to be a telling tale here. We saw APG do it with pistols earlier. The rotation going to come in. Zero Chance doesn't know they're there. He's just caught a glimpse of it, retired to the back. He's working the angles like a champion. He's seen them run into that. Molly's going to go out. Domster going to pick up Detrony. Then he's going to pick up Goals. So it's 2v1 all of a sudden. Domster with that M4A4 making it work. Zero Chance haven't really come into play. Elusive working the angle off. He has got an M4 in his hand though.
He's also got the bomb, and that's the problem. They both know, and he either needs to make a decision now. Gets ahead of Domster. Unlucky there, getting a little dink on Domster, but not finishing it off. And with 1 health, there's not really much he can do about that. So 6-4, and APG starting to rack up the round wins.
But pistol kills coming in aplenty from Bravado in that specific exchange. So some good cash.
Absolutely. They have enough now to buy themselves those AKs and utilities. And
look at that. The Trey AWP coming in on APG.
Only 3 though.
Only 3. Well, they were going to have 7, but only 5 people can use them. I think double AWP in one man's hands is a gross display of power.
Akimbo AWP.
Yeah. The dual
AWP. And look at this. Very spread out at the moment, APG, as well as Bravado, looking everywhere. Only Convict in that upper park area. And he's going to have a look as he steps out, eating that flash with both eyeballs. And perfect, so that Goals and Sonic can move up and take a little bit more possession of that area there. Bravado systematically opening up space to work with, and only Domster left on that B-bomb site.
So it's a huge gamble on the amount of AWPs they've purchased. They have lined up at Bravado for Cannibalistic and his AWP. The first engagement's going to happen. Cannibalistic's going to take Sonic through the wall bang, let the second one go and missing. They now know he's there. The close quarter engagement's going to come in and he's going to lose it out. Convict and Light to take Goals and Destiny respectively. It's 3v2. 2 AWPs still in play though. The bomb's going to rotate out in Elusive's hands. It looks like there might be a B-side push. Domster's the only one on B-side. Convict holding with 0 chance on A.
They're going to move in onto this B-side, and Deviant and Elusive are no slouching now in the firing aspect here. And look at that, Elusive eventually getting the kill on Domster, but great rotation from Convict, getting around to get that AWP onto Elusive. And again,
Domster and Detrini, 14 and 13 kills apiece.
Finances are looking so good for APG at this point. The billions he ran
it's
rolling
so bad for Bravado at this juncture.
They have a Deagle and a Tech 9. Sonic knows what to do with that Deagle, so just armor on Detrini, Goals and Elusive at the moment. So just trying to keep in line with that economy for Bravado so they don't let too much get away from them.
It is 5 and 6 for Bravado as far as wins go. Now only rocking the 0 chance and Convict, rocking the double AWP. First going out, stepping out and letting it fly down range. Cannibalistic picking up a couple of those. Getting killed through the smoke. Elusive taking it. Wow, it's a team kill. So it's down to 3v4. Light is 0 chance and Dumpster. That AWP is still in play, and I keep bringing that to attention. Goals picking it up. So he's picked up the AWP that was, I think, Cannibalistics, and he's made them pay for it. Dumpster and 0 chance push to the back of A-site.
And all of a sudden, the pistols seem to be working on this map for both teams. It's Dumpster now with that incendiary trying to clear out track, but the crossfire here, good, taking out Detrini, and as that happens, Goals operating with that AWP like a beast. He's going to probably want to stick on that one and see what he can do with it going forward. 7-5 in the favor of Bravado.
Kicked it out to Detrini. Detrini then kicked it out to Sonic, who's now going to pick it up. So interesting play there. And Goals, I mean, making it count when he picked up that AWP. Just ringing the bell on so many APGs. It's almost like he took 16 off the task. So the slow rotation, they're going to hang back now. It's odd to see Bravado not get up in the faces. Eating flashbangs for days.
So back to Deagles for APG at the moment. Only Cannibalistic with that P250. Bravado just looking at that aggressive move by Zero, trying to move up onto that Bravado camp there and just getting taken out for his efforts. So look at that very aggressive hold Cannibalistics and Lighters are doing in that lower section. Unable to pick out anything. They're not going to see anything, but if they actually carry on following that through, they could pick somebody up. Sonic might get caught off guard here.
But Coles is going to come to the rescue, take him out. It's 2v5. We only have a Deagle and P250 in play here, and Cannibalistic and Lighters are in a mad rotation. They don't know that A side is open. They're approaching it cautiously. Watch for it. Lighters bringing up the rear. It looks like he's going to have an aft flank is what they call it. And there it is. They saw him coming, posting up on the rotation. Cannibalistic taking a few and then finding cover just in time, all the way down to 3 HP.
Look at Bravado moving there. They're absolutely staying together. Lighters eventually taking out Sonic, and Goals will ensure that AWP does not go anywhere but back to the Bravado gaming camp.
Oh, that no-scope point blank and not picking. I don't think he expected him to rotate out his bathroom.
Yeah, well, that'll happen. So at the moment, 8-5, and APG starting to do do a couple of forces here. Not a lot of utilities in the way of Lighters and Convict being the only two really with some utility. Zero Chance having to pick up the FAMAS there. But
Looks like a massive rush onto B side though. Slowing down, Dechany, Sonic hanging back, Goals going forward, try and get as much intel as the entry fragger for them. Spamming all the way through that wood. As if ammo was sponsored to him. He's going to keep looking for any sort of intel he can. Laying down the cover fire.
And at the moment, Bravado just got Goals making a hell of a noise there, getting a little bit of a back rub from Zero Chance there as Goals, and now they're going to want to move across. See, Goals just holding that angle there for Bravado, just holding it up slowly, trying to sell this fake here and start to get APG. And as that happens, in come the smokes and the flashes, and Domster being flashed out of that area. But the rotation's very quick from APG at this point.
They're going to rush up. Oh no, Domster are going to make their lives absolutely hell, taking 2 off the map instantaneously. They're down to a 3v4. Make Sonic down all the way to 10 HP. For days, Lighters finally joins the massacre. Last one standing is Sonic, nearly running into that fire as Cannibalistic. Last one standing is Sonic. He's going to tactically retreat or run away, depending on which one you're calling, and hold on that AWP.
APG take that round, the 14th round, and they're going to make it 8-6. This is getting interesting. We're going into the final round before the switchover, and Bravado going to want to hope their CT side has improved since yesterday.
Indeed, looking up at the booth, Dimmy screaming. Calm and collected is Andreas in the back there. Both teams look poised to do the greatness. So APG, a good even spread. Everyone coming to the party for them in that specific round. No one person shining out. Again, it was Domster he's not getting any Christmas cards from Bravado.
Well, he's sitting there at the moment on 17 kills, while Goals is actually on 18. So both fraggers are really doing what they need to do for the teams, and Bravado actually able to get a full buy here out of this round. So they'll be happy with that, wanting to try and keep the momentum and maybe take this into a 9-6 half.
Convict having it lined up, letting the shot down range and not hitting it, giving away his position, then rotating out. You want to get those first picks as the AWP for the new guys watching, and he's now retreated back into an angled tactical position. We're going to see the square off now, throwing the molly, not finding its target, so they think they can now advance, having cleared it off. Second one going to come in, and he's going to rotate out now finally. So it's a wait and see game. Dechany.
Sonic picking Convicts up through the smoke there, just getting that little picture, and Goals also emptying out that bathroom area with Lighters. Not seeing Cannibalistics in coming behind him. So now Cannibalistics elusive back to back, and elusive eventually taking that out. So it's a 4v1, because as that happened, Dechany finished off Zero Chance, and all of a sudden Bravado should be able to try and pick that bomb up, but Domster is on that site, and he will get taken out by Sonic going into the half. Bravado leading 9-6.
Absolute pinpoint accuracy from Sonic. Time placement, good intel coming in, rotation coming out, and Sonic clearing it off.
Everybody coming to the party there for Bravado. Dechany, Goals, Sonic, and those support players as well. But look at that. Domster and Lighters really doing what they need to. Zero Chance holding up at the bottom there, obviously more of a supportive player. You know, it's just at the moment APG and the Bravado team really just trying to get some rounds here and sort out that economy. That's the big thing here, isn't it?
It really is. You know, here comes the hurry up and aggressive push onto the B side. Domster spraying down, trying to get anything that he can for his efforts through that door. And they all know is their first kill going to go to Zero Chance, taking defense out of the equation. Convict going to take a second. It's all down to 5 versus 3. The aggressors winning out the battle. Dechany finally coming in there, taking one back. Domster and Convict, the only two with kills to show for it. And the rotation's going to go back now onto A side. Dechany hauling, trying to get there in time. Sonic going to get flashed out. Elusive on site now, so Intel will come in. He's going to get the first one. Convict going to take Sonic out of the equation. It's now Dechany, the only man standing with a pistol in his hand. He's got full health, no utilities to speak of. Dechany going to get Convict first. slowly working through that smoke, using it as cover, going to come out on top. Detrony, Cannibalistic, point blank range. Last man, it's 2v1, and he's going to go down finally. Dumpster and Light is the only man standing.
Great individual performance there from Detrony. Really trying his best to salvage something out of that round. But wow, good work from APG as well. Just clinical pushes and movements onto those sites. Incoming pause now from Bravado, it seems. Probably a little bit of APG. Elusive CS seem to have died. So they've just waiting for him to get back. Goals rather, going to wait for him to get back into the game. But I mean, wow. I mean, APG going in the half 6-9, and this is exactly what they wanted. They want to win this pistol round. They want to ensure that they can build up their economy going into the second half of this map. And you've got you know, the next two at least rounds, unless Bravado pulls something out of the hat here with maybe a pistol buy, which, as I say, it's armor and pistols coming in. You know, and we've seen APG do it in the previous round, how they managed to catch one over on Bravado, you know, with those pistols and with those pistol buys. So Mac 10, MP7, and Galil's Convict getting an AK. So this is going to be interesting from APG. It's a very quick push to B, but we know they like to get into position very quickly. Does APG, and just hold that line. The smoke and, as you say, flashes start to rush in. And all of a sudden, they find that B bomb site completely open.
No one expected APG to do the hurry-up offense. They did, and it's been bought. So they're on site. It's the retake that's now real. Bravado coming up from the rear.
And that nade absolutely decimating Elusive and Deviant in that corner there. So now it's going to be interesting to see how Bravado retake the site, because APG have it pretty locked down. And watch this as they move in. Detrony and Goals opening up the Convict with that AK, getting the 3 kill with a bit of an assist, and Cannibalistics finishing it off for APG. And look at that, it's 8-9.
And we said it was going to be a neck and neck push, and here's the neck and neck part.
Neck and neck. Bravado being subjected to pistols again. That previous buy not working out for them, and they're going to have to force save here. Going into this round, absolutely not even a pistol was purchased. So just standard gear for them, and yeah, APG now starting to get into the driver's seat here.
The rotation coming out the bottom. Goals, Elusive, and Sonic all held up. Lighters and Convict pushing through. Domster bringing up the rear. It's a slow working. They think they're only going to try and roll the dice on that aggressive push once. Domster, Lighters coming up. They know that he's there now. He's going to get taken out. Domster hating Bravado at the moment, making them pay for all their mistakes. Picking up the third. So it's Domster with 2, Lighters with 1, and the assist. Detrony and Deviant. The intel will come in. Detrony pushing through. Deviant stuck in the middle of the map right now.
Deviant unaware of Cannibalistics there and made to pay there. Look at this. He's coming up behind Detrony. He doesn't see him, and Cannibalistics saving Domster there as he started spraying into that spot to make sure nobody was hiding out behind that area. So now full buy coming in for Bravado. Utilities, armor, no head armor, and Deviant no armor. Yeah, I'm sure you'll pick some up. No, choosing not to get any armor and rather favor the utilities. So at the moment,
economy all the way. They've bought everything, every penny they can.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So it's like that's exactly why Deviant is being left with no armor. They have a couple $100 into their name, and they are investing everything into this round.
Zero chance with the aggressive push now. It's not often that you see APG changing up their strategy, trying to get as deep into the sites as possible. The 3-man push is real now. They're going to know about it. Cannibalistic and Domster. Detrony is the only one that's going to take anyone out of that. It's a 4v2. Light is taken all the way down to 12. Sonic down to 68. Through that smoke, he's going to get it. Sonic's going to get Cannibalistic through that smoke. It's 3-2.
Except Deviant has no body armor, which is going to be a problem for them. Sonic is going to have to operate here. Look at that. Deviant clearly says, nay, my friend. I do not need body armor. And now it's a 2-on-2 situation.
And that slows it right down. Light is going to try and coalesce. Zero chance going to come around. Hopefully meet up and have a quick talk. Sonic's now joined on site. The B side is well open. Light is all the way down to 12 HP. So it's Sonic in motion again. It's anyone's game.
Sonic just keeping an eye on that B bomb site to ensure. But look at APG now moving on to this A bomb site. Deviant is there. He's got a spot. Sonic will start to rotate. No damage being given to Deviant at the moment. And in comes the smoke, and the bomb will go down.
He's holding out in backup truck just the front. He's going to slowly push out now. The smoke's covering him perfectly. Lighter set out from the other side, just spamming him through there, getting a couple, then getting it. Lighters from the smoke, going to get him.
Sonic getting the 2 kill and putting it off for Bravado. He will get the defuse, and that is insane. Deviant managing to peek out old.
Sonic with a tray K was a thing of beauty.
Absolutely incredible.
The timing on that emergence was beautiful. He's going to pick up an AK as well.
Deviant spotting out that ABG player and then pulling out, getting taken out by Lighters, and Sonic pulling out an absolute corker.
A perler.
And now they at least have some money to still stay in this. Again, spending every cent they have, but that win enabling them to actually continue this.
And if APG lose now, take a look at what that's going to do to their economy.
They'll be fine, but it starts to eat into that economy, and it starts to make a difference now. And Bravado needs to start stringing these wins together.
Wow, there's a massive fight down in lower tunnels. The selling it as best he can. That bomb's been kicked out. It's APG doing all the looking right now. Deviant's going to hold his position on B side with Elusive.
Little boost up there. Sonic having a little look over to see if he can see anything. Nothing happening. Monster being looked at, and APG contemplating whether they should make their way in there, but instead pushing in through that tunnel area and into the bomb site they move.
It looks like a second rotation is going to come in. I don't know if they are going to push onto B. They might have made that call that it's held down too tight. There is now going to be pushing through on connector. Yeah, they are. They're going to change it out to an A site. They're going to throw flashes and move out, clearing out the angles as they go. Cannibalistic's going to take the lead on this push. Goals is the only one that's going to intercept him first. Well, not the only one, the first to intercept him rather. And as I say that, they're going to push back onto B. Intel must have come in.
So the rotations, they're keeping Bravado guessing at the moment are APG, and they've still got themselves 30 seconds, but a move is going to have to happen soon. And as I say that, in come the Molotovs, flashes and smokes to open up the site for them.
B is the site that they've chosen. Zero Chance going to move and try and work the angle, although Sonic's going to take him out right off the bat. 4v3, and they're going to down to one person. Cannibalistic with 20 versus 1 versus 4.
Sonic taking 4 kills that round. Absolutely destroying that APG push, and Cannibalistics is going to retreat to playground here with his 20 health and his AK and just hold back quietly, because wow, that is what they needed. Sonic opening up APG like a can of worms there, and just wow, they just ran into that.
Sonic the Spirit Crusher. It's very difficult to retake or to take a site when you watch 4 of your men die and you're taken all the way down to 20 HP.
So now all of a sudden, definite daylight there. Detrony, Goals, and Sonic with the big frags. Domster not to be outdone though. He is the current leader in that situation, so he is flying high with APG and doing his job. He will sleep well tonight.
Cannibalistic and Detrony getting acquainted with one another down in tunnels. The Sonic and Elusive pushing right up. Goals is going to have the first sneak, and there goes. Oh, changed out. Goals getting 1, and then Domster and Lighters finishing him off for the revenge kill. It's 4 on 4, and they're going to slow down again. Detrony still in those tunnels. Cannibalistic, and finally Cannibalistic's going to get the better of him. So it's 3v4. Cannibalistic's going to take it all the way down to 42. Hanging back of A sites. Sonic's the only one holding B because they're down to 3 men.
Well, that's fine. He doesn't really need help.
Well, yes.
What we saw the previous round. But that being said, this is APG, and they're not to be taken lightly. They are prepping now, ready to move in onto that site. Zero Chance there in upper park, A long there, almost ready. Look, in come the flashes, starting to work their way in. The smokes will drop, and any moment now, Sonic will start to rotate around, obviously just wanting to get sight of that bomb. And look at that entry frag from Convict. Absolutely sorting out Bravado on that site, and they will get this bomb plant down, and that's important.
Sonic's the last one standing. He looks to be working the angles. No, he's going to take it and run. And off he will go. They're going to keep that AK that he has.
Bravado still not managing to string more than 2 round wins together, which is really not going to help their economy at all. At the moment, still got a little bit of cash to spare, but nothing. Well, APG also languishing in the money department at this point, but round win will be great. And another tactical pause has been called by Bravado. So you can see how important this game is to both of these teams. They're really taking this as seriously as they can. Domster preventing Sonic from keeping that AK for himself, and in will come the pause.
So 10 and 11.
10 and 11. This is neck and neck at the moment. Next map, guys, will be Mirage. So yeah, it's going to be interesting with the decider of Cobblestone.
It's again goals. The entry frag at 21 and 16. Detrini 18 and 13. But Domster, look at that. 25 and 15, making all sorts of hassles for Bravado all day long.
Well, that's exactly it. And like I said earlier, I mean, he's really doing what needs to be done for APG. And he has been one of their shining stars through this tournament this weekend.
Looking up, I see Sent giving Detrini intel there. He's now relaying it to the troops. Everyone focused and steeled. APG also looking out there, having a conversation, looking to their coach, who's just taking in intel as much as he can.
The unpause for that tactical pause has been called, and it's time to start looking to move forward for APG and Bravado.
So it's APG having done their work. What would you say about that?
Yeah, well, they obviously watched the game yesterday, watched Bravado, and they've definitely got an answer for whatever Bravado have to do when they're moving in onto these sites, particularly on this terrorist side. But that being said, there is a lot still to be done here for both teams before anybody can call themselves victor of this map.
BVD saving here, blinded out with that. The first going to fall to light as it's pistols versus AK and armor. BVD have no armor to speak of, and unfortunately they're going to Domster getting him through. Cannibalistic's only one that's been taken down. Domster down to 3 in those engagements. Bullets are going to fly. It's 4 on 2. Finally getting one back. Detrini, the last man standing. He's going to rotate out.
He's running away like an absolute man possessed. He's got himself. Has he managed to pick himself up a rifle, or is he just? At the moment, I think he's just doing a rotation into that B bomb site from the top area there. But it's just, you know, to see that, it's like, you know, APG. You know, nobody's seen it up until now. That huge push. Look at this. They are completely unaware that he's there.
One headshot. Wait for the second. The body of the intel goes in there, getting the sneaker chew. Detrini taking out 0 charge to a duck down and got his head taken off.
Absolutely brilliant there. Unlucky for Detrini not to get a little bit more damage onto that APG team. But it's like I was saying, you know, very uncharacteristic in the sense that we've done 3 of the APG games, this being the 3rd one, and that was the first time they did a full rush onto a site, and that completely caught Bravado off guard there. And wow, that huge rotation, Detrini knowing he had more than enough time to make it all the way around and just get little headshots onto them.
Oh, elusive taking Domster out from afar. Lights is all the way down to 61 HP. The bomb has been dropped, and Detrini has his weapon of choice.
AWP.
AWPO.
And look at that, Domster down now, so Bravado just holding this tight angle. Who's that? Anybody? Nobody. It looks like it's just Deviant and Sonic on that bomb site, with Elusive holding a more defensive position around the back there. And APG have completely slowed this down at the moment.
Yeah, they're just waiting. Again, it's a static. They're going to try and run this clock down, going back to what they know, and that's a slow, steady push. It's almost certainly going to be B-side push. Convict now rotating out. Cannibalistic making as much noise as his little gun will. Elusive slowly peeking out. It's now a 3-2 split in favor of B-side. Convict and Zero Chance lining up all the way on tracks. Pushing through tunnel and going to come out the other side of Canal. That's smoke being placed off nicely. Elusive pushing into it as well, trying to get as much cover as he can. Here comes the rush. First one taken out by Deviant, Zero Chance. Lighters all the way down to 61 and Convict down to 10. Second, third, fourth falling as well. It's now 2v3. Elusive going to work the rotation out. He's going to have the drop on Convict, and he's going to get the kill as well. And that is it. Bravado, 3 men left standing, and what a play.
Elusive doing a great job. They're just moving out to crossfire with Detrony, waiting for that rotation to come in so that he didn't try and lose, just give away his life there. And making sure that he gave enough time for the rotation to come in for the rest of his team, and Detrony just getting that final pick for him.
Interesting that Sonic was the primary AWP as in the terrorists, and Detrony is now for the CT. So they've changed it up between CTs and Ts for AWP on Bravado.
I think that's purely because maybe Sonic more of an attacking AWP as opposed to Detrony being more of a defensive AWP, where holding a site with that AWP is more of Detrony's job, and Sonic would maybe move a little bit better and easier with that AWP.
APG now with the rush. They're moving quick, fast, and in a hurry. Cannibalistic going to take Detrony unawares and picking up his AWP for the trouble. Convict down to 28. It's 5v3. APG have rushed the site unexpectedly, and Bravado being pushed off it.
Not being able to do anything more with that pistol is zero chance, and Bravado are starting to systematically take this apart here. Look at Cannibalistics with that AWP being gifted to him from Detrony and getting the second kill. And now all of a sudden it's just Elusive against Domster and Cannibalistics, and the bomb is down.
Cannibalistic making them pay, having picked up it was Detrony's AWP. Oh, he's going to pick up the ace! Cannibalistic with the ace!
Would you like that is absolutely incredible. Starting out with a pistol for the first 2 kills, rolling, picking up that AWP of Detrony's, and then making them pay with it. Another 3 kills. What a beauty. Look at him now. He's moved up the board. He's now on 20. I mean, look at that.
Cannibalistic offering up Convict his AWP, almost like he doesn't have to.
That's because... Yeah.
You saw what I just did. I'm keeping... No, give it back.
And look at that. Now all of a sudden, Bravado into pistols, and it's a 12-on-12. Wow. This is not... Nobody is giving anybody an inch here.
Yeah, there is no quarter given, as they would say. Convict with the AWP now, which they've kept out. When APG do the rush, no one's expecting it, that aggressive push. They've watched them play 2 times before this, and they've always slowed it down to the last 30 seconds before they rush the site. They've done it 3 times. They've won 3 times out of those rush. And Detrony
holding up in the bathroom. Has he heard them? Has he heard them? There's a flash coming in.
He has. There's the engagement, and he's going to get taken out by who else? Domster. And Domster and Lights is going to get the second one on goals, clearing out bathroom area. Intel will come in. Deviant and Sonic Elusive slow, but trying to push out. Maybe he's going to rotate out from the aft. It's a rear push in from Elusive by the looks of things. That's going to be one to watch, because they don't know that he's coming.
And now APG starts to move in onto this bomb site. Sonic and Bank and Deviant's on truck there. And it's... he misses that shot and gets taken out. Sonic, though, has taken out Convict, and they know he's there. They are spraying like mad. He's starting to rotate around. Elusive coming up through bathrooms, though, and eventually Sonic getting taken out. Elusive going to get himself a little peak kill here. No, unlucky for Elusive, unable to get that, and APG now going the lead at 13-12.
Great stay of play there. The long rotation out so that he could have the drop on them. If he had just gone for that head, obviously the close quarter engagement, AKs are going to win every time.
Well, if you have just joined us, this is the first map of the grand final at the Digital Masters here in Cape Town. 400, they're sharing 100,000 Rand, and APG are 13-12 up at this point. Bravado Gaming fighting tooth and nail for this, and APG are not giving anything back.
There's no partial buy from Bravado, so it's another save.
Absolutely. Detrony and Deviant, the only ones with armor, just trying to even out that economy a little bit more. But yeah, already that first pick. Look at Sonic firing on through that lower section there, trying to tag some APG players as they move up into that lower park area.
They are stacking up now, so the push onto A is real. Light's going to go all the way forward, try and work on the angles. Sonic going to go to the back of site, and Elusive use that smoke. Looks like the rotation's coming in. Deviant's going to join them to try and hold off A, and they've slowed it right down again, APG.
They have. Look at the zero chance still coming in there. He's going to cross hairs with goals at the moment. And has he seen him there? He has spotted him out there. Goals moving up. And Sonic working with that Deagle as they breach onto the sides. APG not knowing where Bravado are at this point. And while that happens, Zero Chance taking out. Oh! Sonic, Elusive almost getting the peak there, but Lights is saving him there. And
that bomb does now go down. Sonic down to 32 HP, and they're stuck in the back of side. Sonic trying to work the angle.
Cheeky little peek from Sonic there, and dropping Domster down to 11 health. And now all of a sudden it's a 4-2, and are they going to do anything?
Sonic's still stuck there. He's hanging about. So watch this kid try and disrupt as much as he can. They got a double! Sonic's going to get the kill.
Sonic with his cheeky little peek, eventually finishing off Domster, finishing the job he started earlier on, and now just Deviant with that armor and that defuse kit that he's going to keep for himself, saving $1,400 because every cent counts.
Lights is all the way down to 6 HP. He did have the 2 kills from that round, and the buy coming in now.
A bit of a daylight starting to separate APG and Bravado. Two round points here for the map.
Indeed, I think that's save. Obviously now we're going to see slightly better performance, although how much better could you want with pistols in hand from Bravado?
Absolutely, creating a little bit of disruption in that economy for APG, but they're still looking very, very pretty at this moment. And Bravado are going to want to make something happen with this buy. They did save it.
Sonic now going to pick up the AWP.
Missing that shot on Lights has been falling back, just retreating to the site where he can maybe get into a more defensive position, waiting for Lighters.
Definitely going to now hold up against Cannibalistic. Sonic's lining up shots left, right, and center. They have clustered in into that alley, and here it comes the rush. They haven't checked the angle. Finally, they do. Domster going to take out Elusive. Decheny's going to take out Domster for his efforts. And it's a 4v3. Sonic's still in play with that AWP, but they are on site. Long-range kill from Gold, and they ding-dong battle. 2-on-3. Lighters down to 29 HP, and Gold's down to 38. Again, they're going to slow it down. They're going to look for the peak. He's boosted up.
Oh, missing the
through it. Oh, Zero Chance going to clean up what they started, and it's now map point.
Wow, Sonic trying some really fancy stuff there with that boost jump. Unfortunately, unable to do anything, and as he was trying to finish off the job, he got taken out from the side by Zero Chance. Both him and Goals lining up for that. So now, APG, map point.
Map point. You're looking at Decheny rocking the, or Decheny and Sonic rocking the Mag 7, looking for close quarter engagements and money, really, which is the money weapon.
The money shot.
Yes.
So Bravado are looking left, languishing. Lights is coming up from behind and taking out goals, and it's starting to look a lot like Christmas for APG because they already have the advantage on a 5-on-4, but that is not to say Bravado are out of this just yet.
It's a slow hold on the bottom of the map. APG going to play this one down to the wire again. Zero Chance Lighters, Domster and Convict just posting off, and Cannibalistic bringing up the rear. They've got a forward push now. Decheny and Sonic firing down into those tunnels.
Waiting for a move from APG or Bravado. Zero Chance coming up again from behind, and they are going to do a big push down that upper park area. Bravado unsure where to move at this moment. Decheny still holding in that lower connector, and the tension is palpable.
You can taste it. You really can. Sonic's the only one on B sites. They almost certainly think it's going to be an A push. The slow rotation through Park Connector.
That smoke, not as good as they would have wanted because Zero Chance. Giving Zero Chance a bit of a shave there, but nothing more at the moment. Look at this, they're leaving it really late. 20 seconds APG on the clock, and here they come. They're giving themselves just one go at this. And look at that, Elusive, Deviant again, Elusive again.
Lights is the last one standing.
And Bravado are not letting go of this. Lighters has no time to get that bomb down. And Bravado pull around back.
15, 14.
13.
13.
Wow.
My eyes hurt. I haven't blinked.
Blinking is for weak people.
For rookies.
Okay, Bravado picking themselves up a couple of rifles that previous round. AWP, AK, they have utilities. That was a really, really slow round from APG. They wanted it to be precise, and unfortunately Bravado had set up perfectly for that. Sonic getting the first pick off of Cannibalistics, and now, as I said earlier, don't ever count Bravado out.
It's a 4 and 5 spamming through that smoke. Lights is moving in front of his man, but getting taken down to 80 HP. That bomb out in the open. The middle stack from Bravado, just trying to hold off and get intel as much as they can. Goals and Deviant being tasked with holding the sights. Sonic now in rotation. It's a slow push again. Going to push through that tunnel into Canal. Dumpsters looks like they're going to try and set up for the B site. Deviant holding off. Oh, the one and done to Deviant's head. Elusive coming back and getting Dumpster for it.
That little pick on Deviant, but I mean, as you say, zero chance on little to no health. And look at that, Molotov coming in, and that bomb's going to go down all of a sudden, trying to switch over that pressure back onto Bravado. Great work from APG there. Really well coordinated with those smokes. As soon as those smokes were dropped, zero chance moving in to get that bomb down. And now they just have to sit back and wait and hope.
Goals coming in for the rotation. Now he's going to line it up. He knows that they're in Detrony.
Lights is killing zero chance there.
What?
I cannot believe that. Peeking around the corner and finishing off zero chance. Albeit he was on 1 health and probably tripped over him. But that being said, wow!
Bravado coming back and going 15-14.
Lights is going to be extremely unhappy with himself with that one. That is...
It's little mistakes like that in a game this big that may be the telling difference.
APG calling a tactical pause. I think zero chance wants to get up and beat him.
Yes, he seems to have his keyboard in his hand and is running up to his face.
Nah, tactical pause in for APG at this moment, and all of a sudden we are 1 round away from overtime. This will be the second time in this competition that we have seen overtime, and the second time it has been on this map.
I love this map. Me likey this mappy.
I thought it was cobblestone.
It is my favorite. This is my. You can't choose between your children. You really can't. They're lovely in their own right.
I'm not going to say anything. So now, let's look at this money situation. Plenty of cash in Lights' hands, even though he... and then zero chance also has plenty of cash. So APG are looking good at the moment. Bravado are the ones that are left languishing, but they have already bought up. So obviously APG just trying to figure out what they want to do with their cash. And
interestingly enough, Detrony, Sonic, and Goals in the 20 bomb category, and Dumpster in the 30 bomb category. The only one out there is Cannibalistic, and yet they're one round behind.
Yeah, so the unpause being called in. Bravado, AWP in the hands of Sonic now, and all those utilities. No head armor for Goals. And look at this, just a Galil for Dumpster at this point.
Folks, do not move. We are going to have, it looks like the rush. Are they? APG going to call it? No, they're not. They're going to have a static hold. Running to that position and stopping, toying with my emotions.
APG at the moment all over the place. There was a very aggressive push up here by Sonic and Goals, and they have decided to hastily retreat back onto the site and the safety of the bank inside of the vault.
Goals, the man in motion, running and trying to find any intel he can. It's going to be a rear static hold, trying to find everything and anything they can. APG with a 4-man push up Upper Park. It's a slow Dumpster, and Convict going to now join him. Zero chance, still a man in the rotation.
Sonic is just bouncing up and down, or Goals rather, trying to just get any sort of peek. And if Convict has it, or Lights has that AWP in hand, so he's gonna get a peek of Goals there, but he's actually in bath, so he'll be fine there. Look at this, the smoke's just holding APG up. Great smoke there, holding up in Upper Park, and one in Bathroom, the exact places that APG were looking to push. And now looking at that rotation in Connector, but Elusive is waiting there. He has some sort of move there. Is there a boost going to come in? No. That boost is not going to happen.
Dumpster looking to flank left on this rush, which will almost certainly now be an A push, judging from his position on this map. The rotation comes out. They are favoring that A side for the defense. It's Bravado, Elusive, the man in rotation. Now comes the push. They're going to throw one out there. He's got him lined up for days. Misses the first pick to Sonic and starts getting roasted for his troubles. Cannibalistic all the way down now, finally off the map. It's all of a sudden 4v3, getting the exchange 3-on-3.
Look at those nades. Look at Bravado operate.
Zero chance.
And they have finished that one off, taking this into overtime. Oh my word. My poor beating heart.
Oh, wow, I need to have a lie down.
And now the chats will happen. Saint is stomping up and down. There actually isn't any rubber in the back of that booth anymore. Tiens is stomping up and down. He is moving and operating. There is a lot of words going in. So guys, first to 19.
Oh, have you seen what I've seen? Take a look at Bravado, Sonic and Detrony.
AWPs, first to 19, $10,000 each per player, and here we go.
Bravado cannot afford to let this one slip. Lining it up for days, and oh no, Sonic goes down with an AWP to start with. Cooked and shot.
Unlucky to have that molly dropped at his feet as he was about to peek around the corner. So there wasn't much he could do about that, but now APG looking strong. They've got that early pick on Sonic and still chose not to pick up that AWP, so they have a plan and they are sticking to it.
Goals. You can tell the pressure. Look at Goals' movements on this map. Deviant, the one in rotation as well. Zero chance. Light is Cannibalistic. Everyone is now starting to coalesce around that squeaky area. Here comes the rush onto B.
Look at this nade. Do nothing? Did it do anything? Nothing.
No, nothing. Not a sausage.
At the moment, it is all in the air for Bravado. There is, look at this peak. Oh, tagging! Legging zero chance there, so unlucky on the form of Detrony, but great hands, look at this!
Elusive and Detrony cleaning stuff up, 2 and 3.
And now it's just down to Deviant. Goals, Lights is in Cannibalistic, cleaning out there, and all of a sudden it is just Goals left.
He's going to slowly move in. He's going to have the angle. Oh, that molly perfectly placed, forcing his hand. He gets the first. Rocket on the second.
Finishing it off for Bravado.
Taking it.
What a little beauty, running through the Molotov, avoiding that. APG not expecting that and finishing off with just 10 health. Oh, my soul. And that's the kind of individual performances that are going to win whichever team wins.
That's it. And it's a little legging your mate when he's down to 1 HP that might cost you.
You just need to let that one go.
I can't.
Thank you. So, APG now, again with a full buy. The money's looking worse for wear after this one. And Bravado, 16 and 15. They are happy after that round. Goals really pulling it out with a 2 clutch there. And very aggressive movement here from APG. Look at this.
Very aggressive.
Misthrown smoke there, so that's not going to help them. And that site is still wide open, but Lights is able to take out Sonic after destroying Domster, but there is already a lot of damage being done onto that APG team. And as they push out, the Bravado team will start to remove them from the map. Convict says this will not happen, but it's still Goals, and Elusive finishes it off, taking it to 17-15. I'm lightheaded.
I feel woozy as well. It's 15-17. Finally, some buys come in. AKs, Tech 9s. Oh, let's have a look at the KDs. Who's to talk about? Again, a great spread on Bravado. Everyone doing really, really well, shining through those goals. The entry fagger, as he's done from the very beginning.
So a little peek there from Detrony and Sonic in that. No, it's not Sonic. It's Goals in that bathroom area. So Deviant's been struggling with this spot a bit. They know he's there, and it's really hard. They've been aggressive with that, pushing straight out of tunnel. Monster there, and knowing exactly where he's pre-firing his spots. Look at this. APG are now angry. Angry Badgers.
Angry Badgers making as much noise as they can. Lights is going to rotate out. The bomb's still in movement. Cannibalistic holding it. Lights is going to get the first one. Deviant not to be outdone. Zero chance is going to fall. It's down to a 4v4. Lights is all the way down to 56 HP in that incursion.
Deviant rotating off that spot now. They know he's going to be there. He's pulled a little bit more defensive behind the pillar there, monster pillar. And now APG slowed down again.
They're setting up, they're stacking, everyone's going to hold up in Canal. The push is going to be real now. Blinded by that perfectly placed flash. Convict going to rush onto site. See the first one, they're having an exchange, getting taken out. Deviant taking out one along with Elusive and Sonic on the assist. Domster down to 10. It's 2v2, 1v2 now. Cannibalistic, the last man standing. He's taking a nick down to 47 HP. Detrony working on the angles. The
Still
bomb is in
doesn't
the
have the
open.
bomb. And he got a bit of molly there. Goals finishing it off. Bravado going into the switch 18-15. And they are feeling happy. Claps going around. And Renji in the back there, moving up and down at the moment. APG
pacing like a caged animal.
Absolutely. Map point.
Map point. Feels like match point. Feels like we have gone for days with this game. I've aged 16 years since they've started.
You started looking that old. It's 1 hour and 15 minutes, and here we go.
Cannibalistic rock in the AWP for APG. Let's see if they're going to do the hurry up again. Bravado. Wow, Cannibalistic taking Sonic out of the equation right quick and in a hurry. They're down to 4 instantaneously. Elusive with an AWP in his hand though.
Very, very defensive in that connect area is Detrony after what happened to Sonic. That's the second time Sonic was taken out early in the round for Bravado. Yeah. So he's going to want to start to question that later after the game. You know, it is that he is the front guy as well though.
So not always just goals. It's a tentative moment. It's a static hold as well. That smoke slowing them right down. It looks like Deviant and Elusive in there. Goals rotating out. It's going to come out through Upper Park. Bravado now setting up goals, looking to make the move. Goals coming up along Upper Park with a spray down. That smoke still slowing everyone down in the mid.
45 seconds left here, and they are still playing around that bathroom area at this point, and in come the smokes closing up, and Bravado starts to move in onto this bomb site. And look at that, the rotation being caught, and
goals getting taken out by Convict. They're down to a 3v5, not the greatest one to move. He was facing the wrong way. The turn and burn. It's 5-on-1. Elusive's going to get taken out. The team ace.
And APG bring it back, 16-18. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful work there from APG, just systematically waiting out Bravado. They picked themselves up a couple of rifles there, and all of a sudden Bravado just needing one round to take this map, and they are struggling at the moment.
APG saying we will not go down quietly.
Oh, they are not giving up.
It's like my mum's curried chicken. It's hard to swallow.
Okay, so Bravado again slowing it right down, waiting for that push. You kind of want to know whether it's worthwhile just charging in.
Look for the boost.
This little boost here from Detrony, just trying to get some kind of info as to where. So they're going to clear Heaven out, and they know no one's behind on the barrels there. Look at Zero Chance just spraying there.
Sonic taken all the way down to 41. We've never seen Convict and Cannibalistic push up this close. It isn't a very aggressive hold from APG as far as defense goes. Almost everyone blinded by that flashbang on Bravado's side.
That perfect Molotov to hold Bravado off. They were prepping to get ready, and that Molotov just absolutely put brakes on that position.
Spanner and Work, Detrony, Sonic working their way up. Dumpster taking up 2. It's down. Dumpster picking up 3. That bomb he's seen fall. He now knows they need to come to him. Deviant, the last man standing. It's 5-on-1. What do you do if you're Deviant? That bomb out in the open, they would have seen it. It's a slow rotation out. Zero Chance knows that he is there. Here comes the rotation. Deviant getting 1.
Deviant. 2, and not being able to do anything about that. And now, look at that, 17-18. And there is not a lot of cash left after this round for Bravado.
They're not giving an inch. It's APG.
Look at that, Zero Chance still with $9,400 in the bank. So really nothing in it for this game at the moment. APG are looking strong, Bravado are looking strong. You can't guess who's going to take this one.
Even I, the jovial one, cannot blink. Oh, look at the rush. Look at the rush. Straight up. Wow, Convict going to get with the AWP first. Second, there's going to be a trade-up. Elusive finally getting Cannibalistics, which is going to cost them anyways. Convict, the one with the AWP. It's 4-on-4. Molly slowing everybody down.
That's great work and great use of the utilities from APG. Look at this in the back. Oh, Lights is spraying down and taking Elusive all the way down to 23. Great use of those utilities from APG, just completely slowing that rush down from Bravado Gaming and preventing them pushing onto that site. There's now 3 players from the APG side on that site, and they are still going to go in for the site.
Detrony. Through the smoke, Detrony going to get cancelled out by Lights, is pushed all the way up, causing static as much as he can. Finally, Lights is getting taken out. It's 3v2 in the favor of Bravado. All to play for. Convict down to 50 with that AWP. They're going to put that bomb down. Rotation's going in. He's going to line them up. First one's going to go down. It's Convict, the only one standing. Now goals all the way down to 28. Elusive down to 23. Convict trying to work the angle. He's going to peek now. Nothing's going to happen. Got to take it down. It's 1-on-1. Convict letting it sing it.
Finishing it off for Bravado.
Taking the map is Bravado from nowhere.
Wow, that is the second time Goal saved that one for Bravado, and he will be happy with that one. Unbelievable. The second time Bravado winning this map, 19-17. APG will be unhappy about that. They really played out of their skins. It is unbelievable. APG just would not let up, and neither would Bravado. And every time there was this whole play on like, one individual player coming to the party for Bravado, one individual player coming to the party for APG. It was just unbelievable.
It's all about the tiniest uses of those utilities. Thanks for watching, guys. You couldn't have wished for a better final. We're going to switch out to the guys that look better and know more than us onto our... Sorry, I thought we were going to go out into our panel. How about goals? Let's talk about that kid's performance in this one, saving them on 3 rounds.
He was talking to me earlier, and he was saying, like, his whole family's coming out here, and he just can't wait for them to watch him, and he's proud to be able to play with his players on this kind of stage, and perform and exceed. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching, and we will be back shortly. We're over to our panel.
That's green.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the panel. I'm joined again with Spoof and Apocalypse. That was, once again, down to the wire. I don't think it's changed. This stress level, this nerves, everything that's going out into this game, into the crowd, what the crowd are actually seeing, has been down to the wire since semi-final 1. What are we going to do? Are we actually going to start taking a break? Do we have to go get some?
That was a great game of CS.
We're going to have to do a bit of an oxygen bar or something. It has to happen.
Absolutely. That was an absolute treat in terms of the game. So what we saw there is my mic not working?
There we go. Yep.
Okay. So what we saw there is just as close as it can be. Going into overtime in the first map, wonderful. I feel that right near the end, APG could have closed it off when they had Bravado on the fence. They had the 15 rounds in the bag, and Bravado did a partial buy. But then again, goals, insane individual plays just to bring them back into the game.
Yeah, I think this entire map. I mean, I'm still shaking from that game. I didn't even play. I'm just shaking because it was so intense. Like, it was a really good game to watch, and I'm glad. Spectator value. I'm glad I was wrong. I predicted Bravado would take this easily, and. I'm very surprised by the result.
Close on my bed.
Yeah, that's true.
What was very interesting there is APG's setup, their standard hole, and putting a molly to the tree. Is such a good preparation. So that's again Zero chance doing his homework, really getting into it. Okay, Sonic's going to walk there in the corridors, don't get picked, which they didn't. They did really well setting up without getting picked. I think Sonic maybe got 1 or 2, but he got punished.
He did. They targeted him for sure.
It was great to see from APG that discipline, that setup, and that molly and tree just proved that they've worked hard on that map. They've got a good other class.
I think on the APG side, Dom and Trevor.
Dom
and
is
Cannibalistic. Those two. I said before the game, I said if those two show up, it can be a close game, and that's exactly what happened. Both of them pitched up big time, especially Domster, making such critical kills there.
Absolutely. He had 38, I think, in the end, right near the end of the game.
38,
yeah.
Okay.
He hit 30 before even overtime started. It's ridiculous. Yeah. And then he got another 8 in the quick succession. We aren't even able to see them take a break before they're getting another 3K.
Well, it was quite interesting for me, Bravado switching up the AWP, Sonic AWPing as terrorist, Detrony AWPing as CT. And then we saw AWP switch from APG giving it to Cannibalistic, but that's because he got the front spawn and he jumped up and got his early peak. So
True.
it's quite creative, you know, they're not just sticking to their roles. Kenny able to pick up that AWP and get a massive play for them to push
I think he got a 5k at one point there.
Yeah, he did get it. Yeah.
Obviously, in terms of their default AWP, the Convict having a really good game as well with the AWP.
Yeah.
No, for sure. And like you're saying, very dynamic play, which is really what we expected. We were saying right at the beginning, we've got a slow, more chilled back, wait for the play move with APG. We've got Bravado creating chaos, and both of them are changing their gameplay. So it's really great. And with this level of stress, I have to give a thanks, first of all, to Monster for kitting everybody out with as much of the energy you can go. But that is absolutely on top point, the amount of pressure that these guys are now under. Do you see fatigue hitting in if we do hit to a third map? I know this is only the second map, but I mean, these guys have been playing like this consistently.
Usually, you know, you go to tournaments, you can play like 8-9 games in a day and get exhausted and play at 1 in the morning. This is still fine. I don't think that'll be that much of a factor.
I think these guys are incredibly pumped. I don't think there's an exhaustion factor here at all. You can see, I mean, the number of individual players coming out on both sides, you know, BVD as well, winning so many critical situations, you know, 2v3s, 2v2s, where somebody just steps up out of nowhere and just makes an incredible play.
Interesting one for Bravado as well is that this first time this weekend that we've seen them actually go for a full save twice in a row.
Yeah,
you know,
they haven't forced it up
they
or at least
forced on that, and I think that was just a really great decision. You've got to give props to their
down.
coach.
Yeah,
They've obviously had a little bit of a discussion, decided let's not buy it.
Yeah.
Look, we've got a little bit of money. We could afford. They could.
It's a bit unbravado-like almost to do that.
It is, but that just shows you they felt the pressure. They felt the pressure from APG. If they weren't feeling the pressure, they would have forced up like normal. Now we'll take them. They felt the pressure and they played it safe. But ended up being a good call. They got the equipment. They got the and then pushed on.
I felt that on CT side, Bravado, the way that they played it, I think that, you know, they shot themselves in the foot a little bit. You know, at the very beginning, they like to push 2 guys on long A, and you know that got shut down. And then they moved to a completely opposite extreme where they played almost in the sites completely. And, you know, they allowed APG to come in, smoke them off, cut them off basically, isolate them and then plant the bomb and defend the bomb. And, you know, it's almost like they, as I said, went from the one extreme to the other.
On the other hand, on the B side, we saw them being patient and careful and boosting Sonic just out there really in a passive position. It worked out really well for him getting a 4K spray down as they ran through in the channel. And that is lack of map experience against Bravado because he does use it. We've seen it the whole weekend.
Yes,
and no one thought to check that angle. No. They also got caught out 1 or twice when the guys were boosting on the boxes.
Correct.
Should be an easy pick. You should punish him, and they just didn't see it.
So Lads had done that as well in the previous game.
Absolutely.
So it's really
you've got to be prepared for those kind of picks and boosts, and you must just be aware of them. So it's good play by BBD.
Okay, so going forward, Mirage, something a bit different, less space to work with, more of a middle control basis map as well. Do we see Bravado keeping the same context to the game? Do they change it up, or do they just keep to this idea of, like you were saying, making sure that they do the double save, making sure they're not forcing up the guns, or will we see maybe a bit of a rotation back to how they were creating chaos and try to test APG until a point where they need to actually modify their gameplay?
I don't know. I think we're going to see a lot of the same pace, but also obviously in this situation, what was really nice from both teams is switching it up to a rush every now and again, just to completely change it up. I think we'll see most of it the same, slow setups, holds.
I think APG did that very well on Overpass. You know, they slowed things down a lot, and then they just did these like death ball rushes. You know, just charging in with Tech 9s and winning a couple of rounds like that, which you know shouldn't happen. It should be stopped.
In terms of Mirage, you're going to see again Sonic holding that middle.
Yeah.
If they can't flush him out and push him back without losing picks, they're going to get punished for that. He's very strong. Detrony has a wicked little run from the underpass area, you know, taking his pop flash and peeking up the stairs. So if they allow BVD to get into that zone where they're getting these early frags as CT, they're going to really struggle. If they can slow down and control, like they have been.
I think this map's going to boil down to who controls middle.
Yeah.
You know, how much visibility you have on middle. I think if you can control middle and you've got information to work off of, I think playing too passively is going to backfire on whoever. If anyone chooses to do that, it's going to backfire because APG is just exploiting information at the moment. Towards the end of Overpass there as well, I saw Bravado doing a lot of 5-man rushes, and they were doing them very late. You know, there was opportunities where if APG had pushed on A side, they would have gotten that information, and BVD were up against the stack on the B side.
It was quite a nice switch up because usually we see Deviant as a lurker, and he was getting picked once or twice in the lurk role, and he said, okay, no guys, no lurker, I'll watch your backs, but I'm coming with you. And they give them the extra firepower just to reach those sites and get that position. So yeah, they played that well. I think Mirage is going to be interesting in terms of the A-bomb side because BVD have a stunning breach onto it.
No, for sure.
And
Yes,
you've got to be able to
definitely.
hold them off there. So, you know, if BVD are cracking open your A site, they just break open that whole map. So they have a very strong terrorist side.
Yes.
So I mean, APG has got their work cut out for them. You know?
That is something we're actually seeing, that the terrorist side in this comp, especially the LAN version, has been a lot more terrorist based. The CT holdup has been much more difficult. I feel the teams are starting to learn each other's plays a lot more, and
you
the
have some
positioning.
fantastic aggressive AWPers coming out in this competition. Guys actually getting their picks. You know, you see that overseas a lot of time in the big teams. You get a guy like JW who just splits open a map by getting a crazy frag with AWP. And guys are starting to, you know, pull that into our scene as well. Just realizing that, you know, if you've got a really good AWP and some nice movement, you can open a team up completely.
Yeah, definitely.
Like a cannibalistic shot to CT with that push, beautiful timing, nice movement, took a shot, changed the game.
Yeah, no, agreed.
Something for me that's you know, something just to highlight on the APG side. I mean, I know those guys personally. They've got incredible work ethic, and it's absolutely showing today. You know, the coordination and the nade craft that they're bringing out. You can see their breaches are definitely rehearsed. They've practiced those breaches numerous times online in their practice sessions, and you know, I think we're going to see that from both sides. I think the same applies to Bravado. And it's always nice to see a game that's just not, you know, isn't just a bunch of guys running in, shooting each other, and you've got this level of nade craft and kind of teams trying to outsmart each other, outplay each other, and that's what I'm loving about this game at the moment.
Do you think that APG maybe left themselves with too little time and put themselves under too little pressure? You know, too much pressure with that little amount of time to get that bomb down? I think once or twice it might have backfired. You know, you're so used to breaching with like 18 seconds left, all of a sudden your bomber gets shot, and now there's panic to get that bomb down. So
You're actually very on point with that, and I specifically refer to a mentioning of tools, lighters, getting a TK. Jumping around because they were out of time, they needed to make sure that they could get to their positions, came around the corner, shot, but at 1 HP, and he's dropped. I mean, look, it's fun in games, and I'm sure that he's going to have a lot of flack for that.
That was unfortunate, especially because they had the bomb down. The reason why it's unfortunate is he killed his teammate there, now they know where he is. If they had gone and killed Zero Chance themselves, they may have thought, okay, we've cleared out that area, and now he has an opportunity. So, look, he killed his teammate. It happens with his one tiny bullet, 23 HP.
He's going to get ridiculed.
He shot his teammate's shoe off and killed him, unfortunately. But the problem is, by doing that, he gave away his position, which was more important in that round.
Yeah, I think a lot of this late planting that we're seeing from APG is sort of a remnant from the old Ian lineup. If you recall, Ian used to do exactly that.
Reach a site with 8 seconds and give you a plant at 4 seconds to find a spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely I think something that's carried over from that team, that style of play where they, you know,
absolutely.
They leave it to the wire, you know.
Like a Navi setup where literally you count the seconds.
Okay, we've got 10 seconds, there's 4 to get to the side and 4 to plant, or 3 to plant, and then you've got that extra 2
but
seconds for leniency.
That can make it stressful for the attacking team, because now you're so worried about where's my bomber, is he going to make it, that you're almost forgetting to clear the site. You're like, oh, can I help him out and help him plant? You know, so it can backfire. But
for sure.
The other way is like you never know. With 30 seconds, a breach comes in. Is it a fake?
That's true. That's true. And one thing I have to focus on just before we cross back into the game is I think that we've been mentioning it a lot, and the tactical pauses have been getting better and better. Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. They got into that element, same as when the tools got that. Got the kill, got this TK. They paused at that exact moment. I feel that was critical. An overtime pause, all of those kind of things come into play and change everything up.
Yeah, just to stop you from getting rattled.
I think on both, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean on both situations where there was a pause that came in, it did shift the momentum, you know, which just shows you just the value of that tactical pause.
Absolutely, just that mental reset and, okay, we've got this, let's carry on. Even if they didn't discuss strats because they're in the middle of it, just to mentally reset.
Yeah.
You know, just to talk to your teammates, okay, this is where we're going with it, and play on.
Yeah,
awesome. Well, there it is from us to the panel. If you aren't ready, be ready. Go to the bathroom, get your liquids, get your food, sit down. We're in for another cracker. Over to Barry and Lewis at the casting desk.
All right, guys, welcome back. Bravado Gaming taking that first nail-biting game, 1917 on Overpass. Wow, what an absolute nail-biter. And now we're up on Mirage.
And yet, my third favorite map to shoutcast. It's almost like they planned it for me. It was, I feel aged after that.
You look aged.
Thanks. Before we even started, I did that. But, you know, I think everyone, I even looked up into the crowd at one juncture, everyone was on the edge of their seats.
There are not many people in this audience with nails at this point.
None whatsoever.
So, Bravado on the side of CT and APG on the side of Terrorist.
Yeah, Bravado, come down to it. APG have got a huge uphill battle currently.
Elusive getting that opening frag there, and all of a sudden, look at this push onto this B bomb site. In roll APG getting the first frag, and we are watching Deviant run to B.
Goals taking him out. It's 3 on 4. It's all to play for. There's a slow emergence through. Wow, nearly collecting his own man through that. He knows he's there. Cannibalistic's going to get collected from the side. Goals again, playing out of his skin. Goals and Detrony take a bow. Goals picking up 2 for his troubles.
Wow. Goals getting 2, Detrony getting 2, and that's the start Bravado wants. So,
Deviant picking up that P90. We saw how he was yesterday.
And APG going in with some Tech 9s here. Armor, everyone except Cannibalistics holding onto that armor. Deviant with that P90, and Sonic taking on the Scout.
The low-fat AWP.
It's a push onto this A bomb site. Those smokes are coming in, blocking off that CT area that Elusive is falling back into. An in-roll APG as they push forward. They're going to run into the guns of Deviant, Detrony, and Elusive. And the pepper starts, and look at that.
They're going to trade 1 for 1. Detrony, Cannibalistic finally falling. He was on 1 HP for the longest time. Lights is 2, 0 chance on to 6. He's the only one left at 6 HP. Deviant doesn't stand much, and that is it. Wow, 2 quick successive matches. Rounds.
Look at that. Elusive coming to the party, getting himself a 3K that previous round. Little beauty.
Goals in Elusive. Let's have a squiz at that.
He's like a younger version of Johnny Depp.
Really?
With glasses.
I suppose from a great distance. 2-0. It's so stressful. If you're just joining us, you missed a pearl of a first map. Bravado finally winning it in overtime, 19-17, and wow, Cannibalistic throwing down the 50 AE bullet.
Sonic with that scout shot there onto 0 chance. Look at him jumping like a hare.
A ferocious kangaroo, as you might know him. Working the angles.
Hasn't got that line yet. APG lining up. Oh, gets a little peek on that little beak of Cannibalistics there. Look at the damage Sonic is doing at this point. Single-handedly taking out APG's push onto that B side, and goals will finish off.
Sonic, the jump and shoot, switch out to your secondary as he leaps through, gets the kill.
What do you call that move?
Turning water into wine, changing up, curing cancer. Nothing stops this kid.
Well, at the moment, APG now got the full buy there, AKs and utilities, so they will start to move this, and you'll start to see Bravado slow down, be a little bit less aggressive with this whole situation. Goals trying to fire in there into apps, see if he can get some lucky tags through that wood, but Lighters and Dom going into that lower section, looking at a push into that connector area. But watch where that bomb is at the moment. It's still at the back of apps.
Smart move, Detrony smoked out. He was all for love of money, going to completely annihilate Lighters and Domster. Switching out now, going through jungle.
Sonic with the headshot. He is destroying with that scout at the moment.
Through a wall bang, no less.
So at the moment, that bomb needs to be collected, and Lighters will have it.
Convict finally getting one as well.
Look at Detrony taking out Convict there, and at the moment, Bravado are just on fire. APG getting picked off one at a time. Their engagement's not really working out for them. It's like they're just going in one at a time at the moment. What they're trying to do is look for intel, trying to get something out of Bravado, and all that's happening is as soon as they peak, Bravado is capitalizing on that. And
Sonic are just killing people. That's all that he can do. As soon as they do it, 0 chance hasn't looked, and Elusive's going to pick him up, not working his angles. Dumpster working the wrong way. Detrony's going to come out through the rear. Wait for it. Oh, he's going to turn and burn him. It's down to 2v1. Dumpster taken all the way down to 10 in that engagement, and that is finally going to be the ringing of the bell. 4-0.
Look who the top fragger is. Elusive is coming to the party, ladies and gentlemen. It is incredible at the moment. Nothing left for Bravado.
It's exciting times. 4-0. Shattered is the economy. Tech 9 for Domster, Deagle for 0 chance, and P250s for everyone else. Oh, what are we going to do? Sonic and Destiny, it's the best engagement for Bono. Just absolutely destroyed. Zero chance off the map. Almost the team ace. Deviant picking up 2, Elusive picking up 2. Wow.
At the moment, APG not really having any response to this onslaught. They do have some AKs now. Money not looking very pretty. They're down to $1,000. I think, no, Lights is with the most cash there. And right now, it is all the bravado show at this moment. You know, you got to ask yourself if taking a round like Overpass, going into that overtime 19-17, if that plays an effect on the team like APG, getting so close and not taking that round, wondering if they need to get out of that and like, you know, bravado now have that momentum, APG don't. You know, there was that incident that happened with Zero Chance and Lighters, whether that's played an impact. Look at Sonic. Domster just peeking out there, and Sonic will take that and then close off with the smoke, not leaving anything to chance. Lighters has moved up into that connector area, though.
Detrony flanking. Yeah, they haven't.
He is moving quickly. He's going to come up behind Convict and Cannibalistics here. And they've pushed out onto sites, and Gold's taking out Cannibalistics. But look at this. Detrony catching them off guard, and that bomb is down. Lighters and Zero Chance now 2-on-2.
Lighters down to 20 HP. Gold's into 40 HP. They're going to pose a problem. That bomb still isn't down. It's out in the open. Gold's going to get the kill now. Lighters going to flank out, run back, and hold on to that weapon. No, yeah, they know that he's got the drop on that bomb. He's not near. As I say that, wait for it. Wait for it. Lighters slowly flanking around again. His back's to him. He doesn't know it. He finds cover just in time. Gold doesn't know he's there. There he's going to get the back.
Beauty. Lighters taking it out for APG. And look at this now. Lighters can do this. We have seen him take on Detrony before, and he has come out victorious. It is a one-on-one. That bomb is still in the open, though.
Detrony has the drop in him as well.
And he does have the angle. So let's see what happens here. Lighters knows he's going to be somewhere. Check Palace. He has picked up that bomb. Detrony will be aware of that. He's going to wait for the bomb plant to go down. Lighters will not.
Oh, he's going to line him up. And there he gets taken out. Detrony and the defuse coming in. So first he's going to go shopping.
He's going to go and pick up a few trinkets. He has the defuse kits, and there it is, the AK of his choice. Is he happy? Yes, he is. Thanks for that, Detrony. APG now going 6-0 down, and all of a sudden, you start to wonder when APG want to call in a pause, maybe just get some momentum going. But they have a full buy at the moment, and they are ready.
Detrony almost playing that mind game, running around, time to burn. It's like, I always had this. It's no stress. I've always had this. I'm going to now go and find a better rifle.
Absolutely. Let's see this now. APG, really quick move in that mid-apps area there. They have the capacity to pull this back. We have seen it before, and
APG playing the more aggressive game. No one's going to see this one coming. Dumpster squaring off. Cannibalistic working to the front. Gold's the only one going to try and hold him off through that smoke. The exchange coming out. Lights as Convict and Zero Chance holding back. Cannibalistic making as much noise as he possibly can, short of singing and dancing. Gold's now in apps. The rotation coming through. Convict and Lights is going to go back and pick up that bomb.
Domster just looking out in mid there, up at snipers. Is he going to see Sonic sitting on Cat there as he moved into ladder room? And at the moment, it's all to play for APG. We know they have the capacity to breach these sites. Domster's just going to wait to pull into that connector, and we know and have seen what he can do.
So Deviant just missing Domster through that window, through Sniper's Nest. He's now going to move into that Sniper's Nest by the looks of things. Here comes the exchange. A-site. Detrony's the only one holding off A-site. Lights is trying to find intel. Domster.
Look at Elusive here, peeking out. Is he gonna peek out Domster here before? No, pulls back into connector, and now all of a sudden it's down to 35 seconds. APG are going to start wanting to move in onto the site, giving themselves some time to get the bomb down, and 30 seconds is the call.
Oh, as he pushes his head out, Detrony takes his square off. Lights is down to 23, taken off his Dumpster. It's a 3v4. The push is real. They're going to be on site. Sonic is trying to engage. Deviant rather coming around on the other side. They are on site. The retake is real. Deviant slowly moving through that smoke. Lights is with the point of elevation. Taking out Deviant with a headshot from point of high.
Great firing there from Lighters, just picking out Deviant's head over the top of that.
Doing it again.
Oh, look at that. over the top of post box there, and it is incredible to see. Look at Sonic now, finishing off Lighters, and again, getting the defuse and Bravado going up 7-0 at this point.
Lighters take a bow. I mean, moving to the points of elevation both times, laying down cover fire, picking up the headshot both times, moving out, rotating, and finally getting picked off.
Absolutely great work from Lighters there. Tulani really prides himself on that. And as I said at the previous round, in comes the tactical pause from APG. But, you know, Lighters, you know, he's going to let that, what happened the previous round is going to bother him. And he's now, look at him, he's at the top of the board for APG with 5. But I mean, Elusive, Sonic, and Detrony, Goals, Deviant, they're all on form at the moment. You know, you just kind of ask yourself, yesterday, Cannibalistics was untouchable. I mean, and we saw it. He's got the capacity to absolutely tear teams apart.
Zero chance as well.
Zero chance. All of them, these APG guys, I mean, when we were sitting down, you were saying, I mean, who's there to call out of this team? They're all absolutely brilliant. You know, there's no MVP here or there.
They're all.
And yeah, exactly. And it's a case of the pause is there and you know, zero chances. Now obviously regrouping because they've got the full buy. And look at this. Lighters and Dom moving into that midsection. And a very, very quick push here from APG into Palace and T-Ramp.
Dumpster and Lighters pre-firing, trying to get some attention. Detrony, look at that sneaky snake, pushed all the way down to back alley. Just trying to find, he's pushed way, way up. I mean, that's just the aggressive defense we expect to see from Bravado. Lighters and Dumpster now not being undone, also going to push to the top of sight. They're now on Deviant facing the oh, wait for it.
Those Molotovs being used to perfection there to slow down APG. Lights is falling down into that Molotov, but just in time, ending up managing to save his own life by falling into the corner there. And at the moment, a lot of damage being instilled onto that APG team. Right now, Bravado are just all over the place. This Mirage map of theirs is looking incredible. Domster going to drop this Molotov and push Bravado a little bit back, but he is only on 6 health and zero chance is waiting in the wings on Palace.
Zero chance now, needs to come to the fray. He hasn't really performed up until now. Definitely going to flank him out. Wow, as I say that, Goals removes Domster from existence. Zero chance, perform now or never. He's lined it up. Here comes the rotation on Detrony. He
is lining him up, waiting. No,
wrong way, and that is it. Detrony going to take him off the map. Elusive down to 16 and doing his level best. 2 for Elusive, 2 for Detrony.
That's the second time Elusive has team killed Goals in this competition.
It's
hashtag just saying.
Hashtag buying first round later.
Okay, Deagles coming in for APG here. They are starting to force up these buys, and they are the daylight is clear at the moment. 8-0, and Bravado are in the pound seats. They have a lot of cash at this point, and APG need to make something happen.
And that is the aggressive push we now see from APG, changing things up. They've tried it several times now.
They have tried a lot of things. They keep favoring that A bomb site though, and that's because every time they tried to push in onto that B bomb site, Sonic was there with that scout and just picking them off one at a time. So you've got to ask yourself, are they going to start to look at that? That bomb is still sitting in the back of apps there. So they're going to want to start looking at maybe trying to do a fake on the A and then make the rotation quickly out to B, because at this point they're really not able to get in anywhere, and that is just purely because Bravado have been like just clinical with their holds and like they are hitting everything. It's almost as though APG have heads the size of barn doors.
Elusive waiting for zero chance, not working his angle, slowly pushing onto A side and ringing his bell. Sonic's now about to do the same to Domster. There he goes and gets nailed by contact for his troubles. Across the way, Goals is going to take out Lighters and Apps. It's now 4v2. The Bombers then play Cannibalistic with it. Listen to that Deagle singing its tune. Picks up the M4, but doesn't matter. Detrony's going to take him out, and that is it. 9 and zip for Bravado.
Yeah, at the moment, everything that APG are throwing at Bravado, they're catching, and it's just, you just know that the capabilities and the capacity for APG is much bigger than this at the moment. They're just struggling to find their groove, and they have a full buy now. Again, This is a full buy with everything they've got. They've basically spent every last cent, and that is not the way they would want to start that round. 9 unanswered rounds, and look at that. They are 3-2 at the moment. Gold is the only one at the moment with any sort of damage done to him. Sonic getting the third, so it's now a 2v5, and APG are going to start to maybe look at considering keeping these rifles for the next round, because they are not looking pretty at this point.
No, Convict, Destiny lining him up right now. They're going to move on to position. Seen him just letting it spray down. Destiny getting taken all the way down to 66. Goals sitting on 9 HP, and finally Destiny gets taken out by Domster. Goals trying to flank him here, and Domster and Goals look like they're going to have a little bit of a fierce tussle. Domster, does he know that he's there? Goals has got him lined up for love or money. He hasn't pushed out yet. He does have the point of elevation, though, waiting for them to pass on. Elusive looks like he's going to be the man that's going to be the fray, and he does. Elusive's going to drop Convict out. Domster's going to take him back, and finally Goals gets into the fray and takes him out. It's 10-0 to Bravado. So, wow. Money to burn right now in Bravado's hands.
And at the moment, APG are just sitting there going, what do we need to do? I mean, what do you say to your team? What do you say to them, guys? We're 10-0. We can't hit it. We're not getting them. It's like almost Bravado just got everything going for them at this point. And I mean, I've been in the situations where you just have no answer to this, and it's disheartening. It's heartbreaking. Soul destroying.
You know, a team that slowed everything down for pretty much every round from every map that we've seen up until now. This is getting a quick pick onto Domster. They're going to feel that as well. Domster's been the performer.
He's getting every pick for Bravado at the moment. Bravado Gaming is Elusive just absolutely opening up APG with those picks and just setting APG on the back foot every time.
Take a look at the health. Lighters 41, Zero Chance 22, Convict 76. They've all taken a smashing to the face right now. Goals and Cannibalistic. Goals going to win out on Cannibalistic and then shoot his corpse for good measure. It's a 3-on-5.
Ensuring no one's in the smoke behind him, so he gets a couple more damage on someone Elusive, adding to that little tally of his. He moves up to 15 now.
Convict going to get the kill. Sonic going to try and rotate out on him. The exchange is going to be real and fierce. Lights is the man in rotation, and Destiny is the only one holding down that A side. He's now called into question and flanking that nade. Convict. It's down to 1v3.
At the moment, Elusive having the game of his life, and so is Lighters. And if anybody can do it for APG, it's Lighters. Look at him moving, firing on through that pre-fire spot there, and he does have the bomb, does Lighters, so he can do something here. It's a 1v2 situation. Sonic in Goals, but Goals in CT at the moment, and Sonic just sitting in connector. This is going to be difficult for Lighters. He has no utilities, and that Molotov and Bravado move up to 11-0.
What does one do? The time was ticking away there. He had to make a move eventually.
It is a very hard situation for APG at this point. Their economy is constantly on the back foot and not really able to buy a lot of stuff in the way of rifles. They do have some utilities, and it looks like a quick push here onto that A site. Elusive Deviant hanging out on that A site, but that smoke slowing things up, and APG setting up for their execute onto the site. But at this stage, it's the Bravado show, unfortunately, and it's not about anything but just what's happening here.
That wall of smoke. Domster going to push out. Deviant's going to get him. Oh no, not Alive. Yeah, he is finally going to get him. Cannibalistic taken all the way down. It's going to be a mad scamper, although it's a 3-on-2. Down to the last one. Cannibalistic. Destiny's the man in a... Got to get finally Lighters. He's hanging back there, working the angles. Destiny Gold's going to finally join him. That bomb is out in the open. There's not much he can do.
Yeah, Elusive being held back in that CT spawn with that Molotov, and Destiny just creating enough chaos there. Cannibalistics was not going to get out of that with that crossfire, and it was just a matter of time before Elusive could move out and finish the job off. At this point,
Masterclass in CSGO.
Bravado are just playing another game here. It's really hard to see. You know,
Even though they're winning the first points of engagements, they're still playing smart. They're not just out muscling them; they're out thinking them as well. Look at that Molly. They still hang back. They didn't rush him. They knew that they outnumbered him, but they didn't rush him. Through that Molly, pushed him out.
And here's the first time now APG moving in onto that B side with Sonic just spamming through there and getting lights is paying off eventually for Sonic. I mean, for the last 6 rounds he's been doing that. Eventually he was going to get someone.
You keep betting on that number.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, he might get himself another one if he does it again, but Lights is the danger man for APG at this point, being taken out by Sonic through the wood there. And again, APG just finding himself in a similar situation they have been the last couple of rounds, being one down.
Sonic now gonna, yep.
This is yeah. Bravado are just absolutely tearing APG apart at this point. It's just,
there's not much one can do. The hold, everyone, finally they get a kill in. Does 0 chance on goals, which is exactly what they needed. They know he's up there though. He's going to walk square into. Is he going to walk into Sonic? Sonic knows he's there. They're vectorizing his angle. Detriny's going to. Wow! He jumps up and takes Detriny square out of the head.
This is just a morale thing. APG are just, their morale is taking a battering at this point. And it's, again, those one-on-one engagements that are happening. His head's peeking out, and Sonic just patiently waiting there, sitting, holding, not moving, not giving his position away. And like I said, it's just, you know, it's that state of, you know, momentum is gone, everything is gone for APG, and right now they just, it's like, what do you do? Everybody's going there, what do you do? And the problem is now it becomes somebody wants to try and win it for their team, somebody wants to try and make it happen, and they're now retrying that B-bomb site again. So I wonder if Sonic's going to try his little pre-fire through the wood. And yep,
yes.
And he got a bit of Domster there as well. So at this point, it's just all working out for Bravado at this stage. You know, hopefully APG, you know, off this flash. Into the volley. He hasn't seen it, and goals being absolutely eaten alive by Lighters there.
And Lighters finally getting taken back. It's a team kill again on Lighters. Cannibalistic, what are you doing? It's a 2v3. They had the advantage. Convict all the way down to 7. Deviant and Detriny, the 2Ds all the way on Bravado. The last that's left on 100% health. Detriny taken all the way down to 74. It's 7 and 15 for Convict and Cannibalistic. 0 chance, still a man in motion. He's holding off back there. Cannibalistic pre-firing, trying to get some pick on Deviant on the other side there.
Look where Deviant is. He is literally on the bomb side. And Bravado not giving anything away here. Deviant's about to step out there, and any moment now, it is going to be a glorious firefight. Deviant spotting out Convict there, and Detriny with that crossfire eventually. Oh, Detriny with the shots on Convict, and it's a one-on-one now. Just waiting for 0 chance, the 2 in-game leaders. And can 0 chance do something for his team? That bomb is there. Oh, Detriny missing that shot.
Oh, 90 seconds, and that is it. Detriny finally getting the kill.
Wow, that was intense. If anybody had a chance there, it was 0 chance. And 14-0 at the moment. A player has dropped. Lighters is out of the game, so they will call in a pause.
I don't know what stage they dropped him.
No. Well, he was team killed, so he was part of that round up until he was killed.
Maybe he hit someone with his tower.
So 14-0. We're one round away from halftime switch and 2 rounds away from match point and champions of this event.
The first DGL Masters, the first Rage event in Cape Town.
Absolutely. 100,000 Rand. The winner will take 40,000 Rand in cash. And right now,
it'd be a hard task to pick.
It is a somber moment in that APG booth, and my heart really, really goes out to them, because I know those guys, and they really do try, and you know, they put in everything they can. They put in a lot of effort and a lot of time. They really are working hard, and they're all individually amazing human beings. But
yeah,
it's just really heartbreaking to see when a team struggles like this, because you don't want it to happen. You know, we're all esports competitors and players, and nobody in this crowd wants to see a fellow team going down, because there is a certain sense of camaraderie.
Yeah.
You know, afterwards, guys will share a Coke and a hot dog. Coca-Cola. The problem is it's just nobody ever wants to see a final like this, in the sense that, you know, not even bravado, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's just the unpause has been called.
The fire's going in.
So many guns in the middle have been thrown out, and here we go.
Here we go. So finally the purchase coming in there, and Convict just staring at that bomb for an age.
So at the moment, this is all APG can afford. Tech 9 and some AKs for themselves, and a lot of just a few utilities at this point. Bravado just at the moment keeping that economy of APGs really down all the way, and
they reset.
They have reset.
Reset that whole last round, so it's now 13-0. That's peculiar. The match paused again.
That is very interesting. At least we have people telling us what's going on.
So yeah, steering over.
See the chat. Something happened before the start of play. One of the guys crashed, so they're just going to take the round back.
Okay. So you want? Yeah, just before the state of play, someone crashed, so they are going to take a round back from Bravado is APG, just to try and square things up and ready on.
I think maybe what happened was Lighters may have crashed, and in order to get past him in the passage, they needed to team kill him so they could push through the apps. He was probably holding up their push out of apps onto the bomb site. So that may have been the problem, because after that, Lighters had actually exited the game.
Yeah, that's a fair enough call. That's pretty good. So yeah, we're just waiting for them to sort that out. Let's see if it was we're just waiting for them to take that run back.
Hey?
So
no, it's loud.
It's just the hold on now, waiting to see what it is they're going to do. I look over, and Ron is pacing up and down, just double checking everyone.
No games. No, it's just.
Yep, it's everyone from APG is pacing around. They're just having a look at one of the PCs and trying to sort it out. Obviously, still a technical issue on APG.
Right now, you know, this is the last thing that anybody needs, is like, you know, just, you know, the momentum for Bravado. I mean, they are 13-0 up, but it's like APG want to get going. They want to, you know, move forward. They want to try and regain some momentum. Okay.
Yep. So yeah, again, like you're saying, have they called out that pause now? They look to be everyone seated and viewing the two observers.
They are ready, and we are going. Bravado versus APG, 13-0, guys. Bravado taking the first map in 1917. So again, redoing the previous round, because it seems like Lighters crashed out of that game and held up a bit of a push from APG onto that B bomb site. So 13-0 was the call.
Let's see if this makes a difference. Light is now slowly working his way through. Sonic and he are going to have an engagement. Sonic's just seen him run past, has he? Oh, there's a world of lineups there. Everyone blinded out. Just Deviant switching out to a secondary, running his primary dry. Deviant is going to fall down now. They're Zero Chance finally coming into the fray, and they're going to get the bomb plants as well. All of a sudden, Cannibalistic and Dumpster gone. It's a 3v3. Sonic's going to fall as well. This looks like it might be the first round on the board for APG. Goals and Elusive are now in rotation. Lighters is there, trying to mess with Goals. It's slowed down again for your Goals from Nowheresville. Gets the headshot onto Convict, taking him out of the equation. Lighters and Zero Chance. Goals and Elusive. We're going to square it up. The Goals being the MVP from the previous one. Lighters the one that dropped out now. Slow rotation coming in. Lighters trying to work the angle. His back is to Goals, and the Goals is going to rotate out now.
That smoke hole blocking off Elusive's vision there. Zero Chance. Great wisdom there from him just to block that off. He needed to pick that bomb up and watch this rotation. They do not have the time to move off. He's going to get that bomb plant down, and Goals has come around to that CT side. Zero Chance taking a lot of damage there. That molly, if it lands right, not doing anything onto him in that moment. And it's, oh, there it is, finishing him off, just burning his bootlaces. And now just Lighters to save this one for APG.
coming down to it, blinding out. They're going to get the defuse here. Unless Lights pushes onto site, they're going to fake defuse there. And lining up, he's got his one. He's got the one. They know that he's there. Goal's going to rotate out. The man can operate. There's going to be a close quarter engagement. Goal's going to finally win it. Run back, see if he's going to defuse in time.
He shall.
Shully. Oh! Yo! By mere seconds.
Wow, and that is, I mean, there is a classic example of if there was one moment of hesitation there from goals, that would have been around for APG, and it would have been great for them. I mean, really. But goals just following through on that, pushing all the way around to engage with Lighters. He had no choice. He's either going to try and defuse. Lighter would have pushed out and killed him while defusing. So he went for the kill, and it worked out for him. 14-0, one away from the half-time swap, and APG do have a full buy here.
So let's have where's a nice slow push from a team that's known for their slow pushes. Donster and Cannibalistic, the only ones to speak of, trying to engage Sonic through that smoke. Sonic bobbing and weaving, and Detrony is now going to try and join him.
Detrony flashed out in snipers there, and as that happened, Domster pushing around quickly into jungle. As he spotted him, Detrony running into Domster and getting taken out, and all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 2 against Bravado. Look at Deviant with that double kill there, keeping Bravado in it, but Domster will have something to say about that, and now it's a 2 versus 1.
Goals running
with that AK, and Cannibalistics and Domster looking worse for wear at this point.
Both facing the wrong way. Both facing the wrong way. Goal's going to move in on their position.
And it looks like it's a case for goals to try and do something. At this point, it's goals just sitting here in Sandwich, on Tetris rather, and look at this. He spotted him out. 1. Cannibalistics is really low at this point. He's got some utilities to use. The flash not really going off like he would have liked it to. And now Goals finishing it off for Bravado and taking it into a 15-0. APG are unstoppable. At the moment, Bravado are unstoppable, and APG are...
Yeah, it's a tough game to call. Goals, the MVP from the previous round. He chose the perfect day to step up to the mic.
And APG now swapping over to the CT side. You'll probably see quite an aggressive push from Bravado here onto that B side. They really do enjoy that B side when pushing from here. So it is.
It's one round in it. I mean, what does one do?
This will absolutely have to be one of the greatest comebacks of all time. And as I say that, Lights is dropping in a Molotov, so some damage being inflicted onto Bravado as they push it onto that side. But again, they are on there, and Sonic opening up the encounter against Lights is taking him down. Deviant still holding back. He's going to run into that situation there with Convict, but Convict sorting that out, and the bomb has gone down.
Finally, APG trying to get some kills on the board. They take it all the way down to 2. It's a 2v2. Cannibalistic coming to the party finally. Oh, it's a close quarter engagement. Goals down, and that's it. APG finally on the board, winning one.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they would have wanted. You got to pick away at it one at a time, and that's great work from APG, showing that never die attitude, and that's exactly what they needed. Come on, guys, you need to get behind them.
Yeah, let's hear it, guys, for APG. Finally on the board and some winning seats. Tough crowd?
Tough crowd.
Yeah.
Anyway.
A lot of Bravado support.
So, 15-1 is the call, and APG now full buys in the form of rifles and armor, and they will be coming at Bravado with a great vengeance.
Well, look, unless something severely tragic happens on Bravado's side, on APG's side, it looks like it might be the second round on the board. Going up on this map with pistols versus rifles is always a tough ask.
It is. It's a very big split here from Bravado, and at the moment, APG just holding their lines very securely. Look at that Convict getting that little nick on goals, and it's now a 5-on-3, and perfect little flash out of snipers there to catch goals off guard.
Come on, hear the support coming in from the crowd now for APG. They want to see this map go slightly further in there. Sonic and Elusive in the men in motion here, slowing it right down. A minute still in the clock. Oh, Deagle's singing its song, Elusive.
Finishing off Lighters there with that Deagle did Elusive, and now it's just, look at Detrini rotating out of Palace there. Still some time to get around up onto that T ramp, maybe all the way through to that.
Oh, Elusive going to step out and
bomb
engage.
site. But now the rotation coming in, and it's Detrini making a move.
So down to it is 2v4. Detrini, Sonic 44 and 49 HP. What do you do? It's a slow rotation. Detrini has that bomb, going to push out through apps.
Look
Domster.
at Sonic coming up onto catch here. Domster should have him lined up. Will he get him the shot? Absolutely takes him out. And now it's all down to Detrini. And that is it. APG getting another round on the board.
15 and juice. APG money now in their bank account. A little bit of momentum. And the full buy coming in.
Bravado with armor and some utilities. Not too much, just some flashes and smokes, but they'll be happy with that. Hopefully try and push onto a site. And right now, APG are starting to build up a bit of momentum and get into this game and start to feel like they need to do something.
Look at the aggression here from Bravado, rushing all the way up. They know that they've got AKs. They want to try and stomp the authority now. We've taken 15 and 0. There's 2 now on APG scoreboard. They want to try and end this one with an exclamation point with emotion. Detrini working the angles. He's got a long line of pick, taking Cannibalistic down to 74.
Just deviants in that midsection they're taking, trying to get someone to peek out there, crossfire with Sonic there. And at the moment, also very, very big spread from Bravado, just looking, but it looks like the rotation for that B-site's coming in again. And that smoke and flash onto the B-sites. But Zero Chance is sitting up close with that P90. And that is going to absolutely chainsaw Bravado as they move through.
They're lining up. Obviously, it's a narrow choke point. Zero Chance going to drop out just at the wrong moment. Perhaps he heard feet and decided to cycle out. He had them all lined up dead to right. Zero Chance and Domster now are going to line up. They haven't seen them. He's going to, the sneaky boost. They're lining up through apartments. The nade's going to go in, taking Deviants down to 68. The exchange kill coming in. It's 4v4, Detrini down to 67. It's 3-on-4, it's 3-on-3. It's a ding-dong battle. It's all to play. They now know that Bravado have assault rifles in the form of AK. Sonic's going to ring out Convict's bell. It's now 2-1 on 3. It's 15 seconds left.
And Bravado are going to get that bomb down. Detrini.
Oh!
And that
is it.
That is all she wrote. 16-2, and can you believe it? APG just crumbling in that last part.
Did they
but
drop
it
a player?
seems like they dropped a player. Did they drop? No, they didn't. And APG not happy with that. Bravado huddling up in that booth and happy for their first victory in the Digital Masters here is Bravado.
Yeah, look over at APG. They remain unmoved at the moment. It looks like they may have dropped a player, but we can't confirm it. That's it. That's all that they wrote. It's been an absolute privilege and pleasure, folks, for the inaugural Rage events, and we're going to switch out to our man with the mic, the gorgeous beard, Gareth. Here you go.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Wow. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our winners, Bravado. Give them a round of applause. They made it a little bit close in that first game, but it feels almost like a bear that has been sleeping, has been poked, and now mauling in that second round, at least giving them 2 rounds at least to Aperture. I'm going to invite the Aperture guys out now. If you can give them a round of applause as we welcome out our Aperture Gaming guys coming second and securing themselves 20,000 Rand. Gents, if I can just grab a word quick. So, I suppose disappointing to have ended that way, but I'm sure you guys are quite proud of how far you guys came. And I mean, 20,000 Rand, you can't be scoffed at.
Oh, definitely. The second map obviously didn't go as we planned. First map, we made some mistakes, should have taken it. But yeah,
I have to say, I mean, you had a lot of maps with the game against DC that went really, really close. And just in terms of rounds played, the fatigue factor, was that anything?
I don't think it was that, to be honest. The guys didn't get to play their game, the second map there, and I think that's really got them down. They just couldn't execute.
And any lessons that you can take through into the Master Series going forward?
I guess just becoming more and more hungry, coming for that first place.
Awesome, well played, guys.
Perfect.
Cheers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome up our first Master Series champions, Bravado Gaming. I'm sure we can keep the applause going, guys. The guys just won 40,000 Rand and the first title as Master Series champions. Guys, congrats. If I can just speak to Sent for a second. Oh, we're going to speak to goals. Okay, cool. Really commanding performance in that second game. It almost felt like you guys were just waiting for the second round.
Yeah, no, look, we decided that things were getting way too intense in the first game. We decided to just take a step back, relax. We were very comfortable on the map that we had to play, and we did our job.
Cool. It seems you guys have learned quite a bit during this tournament, except how to lose. I mean, it's got to happen at some stage. I suppose the question is, what are you going to do when that happens?
Look, I mean, you know, every single time you play, you can always improve. But no doubt, going through a LAN undefeated, there's nothing better. We've learned a lot from this LAN, and we can't wait to play in the more to come.
Awesome, and your thoughts on the tournament in general? I mean, playing live in front of an audience, obviously the big prize pool, and looking forward to the big 1 million Rand prize pool at the end of the year?
No, definitely. I mean, this is a big step for our confidence. I mean, you know, winning the LAN convincingly like this is definitely a good feeling. Playing in front of a crowd, thank you, Telkom, thank you, everybody. This was insane. Thank you for coming and watching. It's brilliant. And then, yeah, as for the cash prize, well, yeah, sick.
Awesome, guys. Round of applause. Brilliant. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen, for... Which camera? I'll just go to the crowd. Why not? Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming through. Obviously, this is a big first for eSports. Rage Expo finally here in Cape Town. Thanks very much to our sponsors, Telkom, for making this happen. And obviously, thanks to you guys, the guys supporting on Twitch, on stream, and obviously everyone here live in studio, well, here at Rage Expo. We will be back later in the year with our next Telkom Master Series, and then obviously again at the end of the year for that big 1 million Rand prize pool. But signing off for now on the stream, and goodbye.